light bending ability of a medium.
No, light, it doesn't bend. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the
Light
Like
same as
explain.
this is
Let's
angle of
the
explain.
same.
propagation.
This is
And
the
Let's
same
in
as
stop
his
light
water,
from
pressure.
bending.
This is
in
the same as his
water,
pressure argument, though. Like
Let's
he
yeah.
gets to
continue.
he gets to a point and then he doesn't finish, right? It's the same as his pressure
Yeah.
argument. He gets to a
Yeah.
point of high altitude where he records low pressure, like something in the ballpark of a tenth of a psi, and then he just assumes, yeah, it fades all the way out to a near perfect vacuum from there, right? He's doing the same thing now. He goes, well, light bends, so it must bend like this, and makes an ultra specific
And
claim about exactly what kind of bending is going on and exactly what kind of environment that he's never substantiated. He sucks, and this is all he's going to do. Have you guys talked to Zol XOL? He's in here too, and I don't know if you guys want to talk to him.
Yeah, we can move on, sure. But just to finish this off, get beget. If you look at the video I just posted, light does bend. Just look at the laser beam.
it
Thank
does
you.
not bend. It does not bend. It changes the angle of propagation every wavelength. Yeah. That's a laser probably 450 nanometers or whatever. Yeah. So that means that every 400 nanometers, yeah, that wave, electromagnetic wave, is changing the angle of propagation. Yeah. It's not curving. It's not bending. The electromagnetic waves are you cannot bend them. And yeah, I give you that. That laser is shooting downwards. Yeah, but show me, and this is happening in liquids. Yeah, but show me that happening into a gas. A laser beam curving downwards instead of upwards. Can you?
Tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Oh, sorry. I was muted. So, you want to see a
Okay.
laser beam
So
bending downwards as opposed to upwards?
when you are pointing it through a gas, yeah, when it's propagating through a gas. For example, the air that we breathe.
Mhm. Well,
So why do lasers are curving upwards in air?
usually they are curving
Totally
downwards.
opposite. Listen, it's totally opposite of what you are actually saying. You know. So
Unless
when
you
you
have
are shooting a laser,
strong
parallel. Listen,
temperature
listen.
gradient
Let me finish.
inversions, lasers
Listen,
will curve
listen.
downwards.
No, they don't. When you are shooting a laser parallel with the ground, yeah, far away in the distance towards the horizon, and you walk along that laser beam, after you traveled 5 miles or 5 kilometers, yeah, if you have a refraction index of the air outside, yeah, a higher refraction index, you will see that laser beam curving upwards towards the sky. The further you go, the further it will rise upwards. And this is totally opposite to how light propagates and behave inside liquids. Liquids and gas, they are both fluid, but that does not mean that light propagates the same way and behaves the same way. In liquids, yeah, it's curving downwards. Yeah, that's how you see it. But that is not happening in gases when light propagates through a gaseous medium. It will never curve downwards towards the ground.
Are you familiar with Snell's law? Light bends towards the denser medium, regardless of whether that's a liquid or inside a liquid or inside gas. Because that totally contradicts what you just said, I'm afraid.
Well, you show me, you take a laser. I mean, it's $5, yeah, a cheap keychain laser, yeah, but it's enough to shoot a laser beam and go wherever you want in this world and point that laser towards the horizon through the air and show me that it's going to be curving downwards. I want to see that.
The laser is curving downwards.
Yeah, when they are propagating through air, yeah, through gas, through a gaseous medium.
Well, I think the best demonstration of
do
refraction I have
you
right now.
1 second? So do you agree what I just posted about Snell's law when referring to light or other waves passing through boundaries between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, and air? You said something different, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's Snell's law. That's correct.
Right. So not one medium, but two. Right?
Mhm.
That is correct.
Okay. Great.
And
Glad.
when we look at, when we
Do you
are
think
looking
that
at the black one, are we looking through two medium or three mediums, or how many?
as far as I know, per definition, the atmosphere is a single medium, but obviously a complex one because it doesn't have a uniform temperature, it doesn't have uniform density. So these things all affect light traveling through that medium. So I don't remember, but wasn't someone here, or I think they left already, but somebody denied atmospheric refraction, which is really interesting because it's just, denying basic properties of light traveling through a medium.
The air has a refraction index, and that is a means to measure the transparency of the air. Yeah.
Not transparency. Not
Yeah,
transparency.
it's
No.
measuring the transparency of the air. That means
Okay.
that's what
Please give me a
refraction index
citation
is.
of that definition. Like any citation for that definition that you're getting this from.
Go ahead, bring citations. Yeah.
Well, what he's trying to do is
Tell us,
just flip the
tell us
burden
what
around on
refraction.
you, right? Get beget.
Yeah,
He wants to take himself out of the defensive corner, which is the one that he's in, because he is
yeah.
doing the special pleading and making a claim that he has no evidence for, but he wants to trick you and think that
Oh,
you're the
I
one
have
to
the
prove
evidence.
something.
Don't get ahead of yourself. I have the evidence right here, but
You do,
let's
but
not.
you've just been waffling for 5 hours, not showing it to us for some reason. Great, let's
No,
get
we're
to it.
talking, dude. Be honest. We're talking about refraction, atmospheric refraction
You've
specifically.
got no, no. Wait. I'm stopping you right there. Atmospheric refraction. You've got the evidence for that. The first thing that requires is a sphere. What you needed for that was a curvature measurement. You
That's
folded
bullshit.
on
That's
that every
bullshit.
single time. You do not have any evidence of an adjacent vacuum. That's another thing that you need to have in order to have gas, spherical shaped gas conforming to the surface of a sphere. you do not have any of those things. So no, you definitely don't have the evidence. Please don't lie. We went through this in spades here with you.
So
Dude,
I'm dealing with
even on a
refraction
flat Earth,
index.
you will be expecting atmospheric reflection, and you
Look,
know it
there's
happens.
no atmospheric refraction because there's no atmosphere. There's refraction, yes. Nobody here denies that. What we deny is this little fairy tale version of it that you made up to fit into your fairy tale globe story. We don't even deny that, actually. You would have to show it to us in order for us to deny it. We just say it's bullshit because that's what it is on its face without you being able to validate any of it.
Right. So you don't actually falsify it or anything. You just postulate that it's false
No, we
as
don't.
you
Well,
see.
look, we do falsify it, but we actually don't even have to because you never validated it to begin with. But we go the extra step and we falsify your little fairy claim anyway. So yeah, we've done it all. It's trashed. It's toast. You have absolutely nothing to stand on. You can't start claiming atmospheric effects when you don't even have an atmosphere, i.e., spherical shaped air conforming to the surface of a sphere in a vacuum to begin with. You fool.
I'm really getting tired of these semantics games.
No, it's not a
Like,
semantics game. We got to be specific here. What you are
obviously,
talking about when you say the word atmosphere, right? You are talking about a situation where we have sphere-shaped air conforming to your sphere, which you cannot show us a measurement of inside the
we just
vacuum,
showed the
that you
measurement,
also
but you
can't show
conveniently
us.
ignored. You conveniently ignored the measurements of sphericity that I showed.
You
You've
didn't
shown
show any.
zero
You didn't show
measurement.
we conveniently ignored the zero measurements of curvature you showed us. I told you exactly what you have to do is just look at the surface and get us a direct measurement, a drop over distance. That's all you have to do. You didn't do that. Now you're pretending you did that. All you do is you come in here, you fail again, and then you just lie after you failed, pretending you didn't fail. It's really
Well,
just pointless.
Okay.
we
Well, I
conveniently
posted
noticed that you're
measurements
talking
for
out your ass
Yeah.
using
sphericity.
whack
Here
basic physics
I'm
knowledge.
posting a measurement of drop from horizontal. So that's a level surface that is dropping away from a horizontal plane. Then let me post the evidence for atmospheric diffraction. You see star trails that are deviating from the path. Yeah.
Okay.
I
So you
mean,
want to say refraction?
yes,
Okay, maybe then in this case, atmospheric is a misnomer. There's air. I mean, you're using that term atmosphere, which is based on the whole spherical paradigm that you think that you're in. But I guess maybe you're just using it in the sense of air.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably best if you take a look yourself and make of it what you want. I think I've spent enough time for now here.
I think you should
Oh.
follow your own advice and post some of what we have given you. That sound fair?
I didn't get the second part. Follow my own advice and do what?
You should follow. You should look at some of the evidence that we've given you.
Which would
Night
be what?
for the
What
past
evidence?
several hours.
What evidence? Well, for starters, we got a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height. You've seen that one many times. That doesn't fit into your globe paradigm at all, even when you squash refraction without being able to explain exactly what it does to move your horizon like that. So, I mean, that would be the probably absolute, starter level that we could
Well,
work from here.
I try to explain what. I try to explain
You
what
failed
refraction
horribly.
is.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
You
Well,
tried to explain. You tried, exactly.
Tried and you
I didn't
failed, and there's
really
no participation
get time
trophy.
to finish that point, though.
We gave you probably 4 hours. I don't know how much time we gave
Talking
you.
about all kinds of
Well,
stuff. Not
Hoimer,
really
can I give
finishing
you
a
another
single one.
chance?
You
Can I
haven't
give
been
you
able
another
to
chance?
vocalize a single coherent point. Sorry, go on, Central.
Well, could I give you another chance then, Hoimar? Maybe you're misunderstood. Maybe we just need to give you a little more floor time after these 4 or 5 hours or whatever it's been.
What the
Okay,
Right.
hell,
So I
kid?
just
Give it another go.
want to know
okay, let's talk about
specifically.
refraction one last time, and then I'll have to call it quits for now.
I
Okay.
need to know specifically what refraction is doing to displace the horizon, which you say is geometric like that.
Yeah. So light is, you probably know of the wave particle duality of light. and thus it always bends towards the denser medium, which in the pressure gradient of Earth's atmosphere is always below the less dense layer, basically. So that means light that's traveling through the atmosphere is bending downwards. That means that it allows us to see further along the curved surface of the Earth. So if we have strong refraction, the horizon will be much further away due to, no, wait, if we have strong refraction, it will be much closer because the light waves are bent much more.
I love it. Well,
And
you
if we
just
have
collapsed
less
yourself right
refraction,
there with that, but go
we
on.
see, if we have less refraction, then we see much further than
Three
one
things.
would expect. You know,
Okay,
if you use your
so
if you use
refraction is
your
doing
calculators,
so refraction is doing the opposite of what you need it to do in order for your claim to work.
no, refraction basically makes the Earth appear bigger, right?
You said you said yeah, I know that part, but you said with less of it that we see further, i.e. the Earth looks your presupposed sphere Earth looks bigger with less of it. With more of it, it looks smaller, but that was the opposite of what you were trying to argue.
Yeah, I probably got that the wrong way around.
Yeah, you did.
Probably.
Refraction,
Yeah.
yeah, strong refraction allows to see farther.
That's what it's supposed to do. God, you got to learn. You got to learn your own claim a little bit better. But yeah, that's what it's
memorize
supposed
your
to do.
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to do. Yeah, it is supposed to make us see further around this sphere curve that you guys are claiming. But there's so many problems with that. Namely, that curve hasn't been measured in the first place. And when I ask you for that measurement, you go into, well, here's why we can't measure it, because this refraction hides the
No, I
curve
posted
and makes it.
two measurements. One was measurement of sphericity, which allows to calculate the radius, and then the other one was a measurement of drop from horizontal.
Okay, but
You got
that's
a video? You
Go
just
ahead.
got like a shitty like little picture for ants. Do you have like a real video, like, so we know you didn't just like do your shitty like Photoshop or whatever? Can you get a video of this? It should be pretty easy, right? You should just be able to just go to the ocean, just like replicate this anytime, because right, this is the Earth's a globe. It should be really easy, right? Can you go into your
Yeah.
Globe Proof Archive, and get a video, something like this?
Well, I mean,
No.
there probably is a video, but I don't have it at hand
Okay.
now.
Uh-huh. So the answer is no.
So we have a 10-mile horizon. You say that light is curving around the surface of this ball through this density gradient along its surface in order to refract that ball to make it look like it's, I don't know, 6 times the size you think Jupiter is.
Not really.
Well, that's exactly what you're saying.
Factor is
Maybe you've
much
never heard it in
smaller.
those terms. Maybe you've never heard it in those terms, but that is what you're saying.
I mean, there is a factor, yeah, which basically allows to see further around the curving surface.
Well,
But it's
how
not.
much further would you?
It's not 6 times bigger.
No, it's way bigger than that. But how much bigger do you think that refraction is making the ball look like, say, in the Black Swan photograph? Like, if you were to put a number to the apparent radius, what would you say?
Well, the apparent radius is. I'm not sure what the factor is, but 6
Well,
times is
like they
definitely
say,
way too
7
high.
over 6r, right? Like to multiply so that's what I mean by apparent radius. Like, how much bigger do you think the radius has to be to get that geometric horizon distance to where we're seeing it?
I mean, yeah, right. Like the formula is we have the effective radius, which is the actual radius divided by 1 minus k, and k is the refraction coefficient, which which usually goes from something like -1 to +1. So at most, we have double the radius, right?
At most. Okay. Okay, I'll take it. At most, we have double the radius. You need a
As
radius
I
in the ballpark
as I
of
believe.
six times the size you guys say Jupiter is for that black swan
Can
horizon.
you show me that? Can you show me that specific example?
Yeah. So using reverse engineering the geometric horizon math, that is what the radius works out to, is something around 268,000 miles in order to have a Sagitta at the 10-mile position from a 1-foot observer height.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want? I'll post something right now for you to look at. It says
Okay.
250,000 instead of 268, but same ballpark.
So if that was the radius, 250,000 miles, that's like the distance between the Earth and the Moon. That would be the radius, meaning that, twice that, the Earth would be 500,000 miles in diameter.
Jeez, how did you arrive at those numbers?
Using your globe math.
Using math.
I don't think so.
Not that you would know anything about that.
No. That is how it is. I'm not on my laptop right now, but I can DM the equations and stuff to you if you want in a bit.
Yeah, if you have that would be interesting.
These guys will swallow up any numbers they're given, and then as soon as it goes against their worldview, it's like, where'd you get that from? How can that be true?
Although, there's a lot of people in this chat, there's probably somebody else who can do the geometric horizon math for them. I'm out with my phone right now, but
Pythagorean theorem. Pythagoras.
yeah, I can't reverse it right now out here with my phone, but I do have the stuff saved on my laptop. I'll shoot it over to you later if you want me to.
Yeah, if you got that somewhere, I could take a look.
Sure.
There's no point providing this guy with anything.
This is like day 5 of the new Matthew tryouts. Looking for a replacement Matthew. We got Jesse.
Was that the previous Clover that got banned after having too many answers?
He wasn't banned. He kind of banned himself, as in he rage quit. But,
okay.
Yeah, we're holding tryouts for him.
Right.
Replacement for him. So
Hey, Hoymar. It's sort of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sort of sounds like you're saying that if you had a high enough ladder, a clear enough day, and a powerful enough optical
device
instrument. Yeah, what's the word? I'm blanking.
I don't know.
Anyways, how far is it do you think you'd be able to see around this curve?
He thinks you could see the back of your own head.
Matt Willies, that is the correct answer that he thinks he can see. Is that correct, Hoymar?
That's not correct, no.
Well, how far can you see around this curve?
Well, that depends on your height and the amount of refraction that's going on.
That's what I just said. If you have a high enough, how high a ladder do you need? How clear a day? And how powerful an optical device do you need to see the back of your head? Because it seemed, well, you just told us that you can see around the curve, correct?
I'm not sure if light would ever, even if we had perfect conditions.
Oh, but you were pretty certain a moment ago that light does curve around a ball, but now you're not, sir.
I mean, it does that. Yeah, I'm just trying to picture your scenario. I mean,
no, it's your scenario.
I'm trying to like extrapolate it out to absurdity to point it out to the claim you're making is you can see as far as you need to see.
Mm-mm. I'm not making that claim. Like we have a range, of normal standard refraction, minimal
Okay, hold
refraction,
on.
extreme refraction.
Anytime I got to ask you this. I understand people learn new things their whole lives, but when is the first time you decided to start chanting refraction? How many years ago? How many months?
Sorry, doing what with refraction?
How long have you been using this chant of refraction?
The chance of refraction?
How long have you been using this word refraction, Poimar?
For a few years since I learned about atmospheric refraction.
Okay, so
Or
are you
just
not going
refraction
to
of light.
need a legit verified radius value of Earth for this magical refraction formula? Yes or no?
No, you don't need. You can construct it completely without assuming or knowing a radius.
Then you
But
can't move the geometric horizon without having any radius involved.
Yeah,
why?
how are you going to be able to tell us
Okay,
how far you're going to be able to see
that's
if you don't even know what you're starting with?
that's another misconception because it's just refraction is concerned with the bending of light. It doesn't care about the radius of the Earth or the
You're
shape of
doing
the
the same
surface.
thing. Yeah, it does in your case because you're doing the same thing that you were doing with the pressure where you get down to about a tenth of a psi and then you just assume it goes all the rest of the way down to zero. You're doing the same thing with this basically. You're going, oh, light can be
I'm not-
bendy, so it can be bendy in this very specific way that depends on all of these factors that I'm just invoking with no proof.
What do you mean, no proof? That's
Well, you have
like
to measure the radius, right? And then you got to tell us exactly how light bends around it so that it makes that ball look like it's a 268,000 mile radius ball when it's just a
no.
3959 mile radius one. Or actually, that's not even the worst observation. We got a 30-mile horizon from that black swan location in another picture. Now it looks like you got to
If you
have a
can
1.5 million mile radius ball. So what's refraction going to do to help you there?
If you can post the actual numbers for arriving at a 250
All right. I'll
mile
go to my
radius,
computer. I'll do it for you. One sec.
because that's ludicrous. But yeah, I mean,
It is ludicrous. I agree. That's your claim.
Yeah, so to answer your question, I don't understand. Did you not understand my question? So you are invoking refraction, which holds a lot of different subtypes, right, Omar?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. So you claim that the picture you showed of the casino was curvature. Now you will claim refraction with the black swan, the oil rigs being lifted up and the horizon beyond those two, right? Now,
Uh-huh.
refraction is about objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself. Now,
No,
when you
no.
show that casino, listen, when you show that casino, why are you not saying it's sinking then? Why is it
Because,
not sinking? Why is it then curvature and not
because
sinking?
you have several misconceptions in that.
It,
Um, One is that refraction is somehow concerned with only the horizon. Everything else is built around the horizon and its position, and that's false.
Buddy, the horizon
Refraction,
is the thing that you need to address.
yeah, it,
so
it, it,
there
it
is not
affects
a
the
misconception,
whole
Oimar.
all
There
of your
is no
visual.
there. So as far as I understand it, refraction is about objects in relation to the horizon. We have looming, sinking, stooping, towering, right? Miraging. That's all in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself. Okay, now you show a casino, and then you say, well, this has to be curvature, but you then, why are you not then saying, well, it could be sinking, right? Could be a type of refraction we are seeing. No, you are when we are talking about the black swan, it must be refraction, but when you show that casino, it cannot be refraction.
Do you see the double think in your head that I'm now
I
showing you?
I get what you're saying, but
Okay.
what we are seeing there is not sinking refraction. That's not how
How
sinking refraction
so
works at
so
night over
the casino, right? Is that at night? At
yeah,
3
that's like
minutes across the hour? 3 minutes across the hour. Is that at night?
I
Picture
would have to look
taking.
up. Yeah, I mean it definitely looks like it's not, in bright day. So
Are you serious? So I'm gonna tag you again because
wait, oh sorry, the casino. Oh, you're talking about a different. Yeah, right. Okay.
okay.
Yeah, that obviously that's not at night. Yeah.
So why are you not saying this could be sinking? This has to be curvature because you are switching it around and saying, well, the black swan has to be refraction because of course the horizon is 10 times further. Of course that is obviously correct because of refraction. But now we are seeing a casino, and then you're saying, well, this must be curvature. Must be. Of course it's not a sinking refraction. Why are you making that conclusion?
Because sinking refraction, for one, will not hide 600 feet of a building, and
Oh,
secondly,
but
you can repeat
but
those observations. You can repeat them
ah okay.
over
Okay.
and
So
over
when we
again.
when we see that casino, right? When we see that casino in full, then it is refraction again, but not sinking when
No,
we don't see it enough.
the full. Just a second. The full photo is taken from directly at the place where the casino is.
I
Not,
understand. I understand, right? But I want to show you your double think because when it's about the black swan, it has to be refraction, lifting those oil rigs up and the horizon beyond the oil rigs. That has to be it, according to you.
yeah.
Now we are looking
How
at
do I? Yeah,
casino.
a
Now
good
we are
question.
looking
Good
at
question. How
what?
do I know it's refraction? Because of this. One day the oil rig will sink into the water. One day you will see the actual water
Yes.
surface.
So
Why?
now the casino,
Would you
right?
tell
The
me
casino
why
is
that
not is
happened?
not that done. The casino has to be curvature there because the horizon is a physical location, correct?
It is what I mean. A physical
So so
location.
the horizon is a physical obstruction, the leading edge of a sphere that blocks that um, casino. But it is not the leading edge of a sphere when it doesn't block the oil rigs.
Well, it's still the leading edge, but it's at a different position due to the strong
Right.
refraction that's going
Oh,
on in the first
okay.
image.
So your claim that it has to be curvature that casino cannot be substantiated because the horizon moves. So it can be one. It couldn't be curvature, right? Because it could be moving, and then maybe the next day it could be beyond the casino again. So I don't
No,
get
it
your
never
claim
is.
that that has to be.
I can guarantee you that the 600
You can
feet
guarantee,
of
right?
missing height of the casino will
Yes.
never reappear,
Yeah.
regardless
So,
of how strong refraction we have.
yeah. So when we look at the Guinness Book of World Record longest distance photograph, when we see the mountains, they should be blocked by curvature for. I give you a mile, right? Let's give you a mile. I think it's 3 miles, but let's give you a mile. So that is then refraction moving the mountains up again over the physical leading edge of the leading edge of a sphere. So you can
That's right.
guarantee me that the casino, which is 600 feet, will not be lifted up, but mountains would be lifted up a mile.
Well, yes, in that case, I mean, obviously
All right.
talking about the
double
distance, right?
speak, double think. That is what we are doing. That what we are
Yeah,
exposing here.
Roger,
Okay.
your confusion stems from a misunderstanding about how refraction works.
No, it shows you that you at one point want to use the horizon as the leading edge of a sphere, blocking a casino, and then at the other time, no, it's an apparent location where the sky meets the water, the ground, and it's an apparent location which moves, right? That is the double think here. So again, why are you not saying it is a sinking refraction with the casino? Could be, right? Could be. Maybe instead of that has to be curvature.
Because we know how sinking refraction works.
Oh my God.
Who's we?
So you it's nuh-uh. We know how sinking refraction works, and I can guarantee you, sinking does not cover 600 feet of the casino, but it does. But refraction does move mountains miles up, because we know, right?
We know the range of values that refraction can assume. That allows us to know how much we can expect, like how much we can expect.
So let's look at the black swan. Would you see that as normal refraction or extreme refraction?
You mean the black swan?
The black swan, yes. Is that normal refraction or is that extreme refraction?
The normal observation is the lower image of the
extreme refraction, right? Extreme special pleading extreme refraction. All good. So now look at the casino. Could that be extreme sinking refraction? Because you know the variables. Now it's extreme refraction, but with the casino it couldn't be extreme refraction because we know the values, right?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
do
that
you even know how many refraction types are there?
One second, because I can't get an honest answer at this guy, because he wants to use extreme refraction, looming oil rigs up and horizon beyond them. That is what he is saying. He wants to use special extreme refraction, but when we look at the casino, that could not be extreme sinking refraction. Because we know the value.
That shit doesn't happen in Earth's atmosphere, Roger. I'm afraid you're on the wrong path here. Sinking refraction does not happen over hundreds of miles. If what refraction does is it allows us to see further because the light is bending downwards.
Keep chanting it.
Refraction.
So a sinking refraction, right, which hides, doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
It does happen, right?
I'm not saying it does not happen.
Okay, so that happens, right? So when you say looming refraction makes the oil rigs move up and the horizon beyond them, that is extreme form of refraction, looming, right? That is the extreme amount of. We don't usually see that, but this is the occasion it extremely happens. Now that casino, that could not be extreme sinking refraction because we know the values. And this is the double speak I'm exposing here, right?
Yeah.
And the way you are wiggling around it makes it even more ridiculous. I mean, of course you could say, yeah, maybe, of course, the casino could be extreme because that could be the extreme occasion of it. That guy got the extreme version of it. And the same you would say at the oil rigs. That guy took we have multiple observations, right? And the times the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, that is the extreme form of it. But the times it looks pretty close to the first oil rig, because that's also a black swan, but whatever, right? That is the normal thing would happen. I mean,
Roger, this guy is gonna make a
frustrating.
vein pop up. You know,
It's
he's
frustrating,
gonna
right?
make you have a vein pop up.
It's
Yeah.
like, well,
Um.
maybe sometimes it's the extreme form, but
Yeah.
when we say the horizon is blocking boats and buildings, it must be curvature, must be.
Yeah.
Well, if light
He
bending,
wants to talk about the refraction, but Hoimer, can you answer me one question, please? Are you here, Hoimer?
I'm here, but actually, this will be
Okay.
the last question I'll answer.
Okay. How many refraction types are there in physics of light?
You want me to
Can you
name
tell me? How many
different?
refraction types are there in physics of light? Do you understand the question?
As far as I know, it's just atmospheric refraction and terrestrial refraction.
No, I ask you how many types. This means that there is a certain amount of types of refraction. I ask you if you know how many are there in the physics of light. Because you coming here and giving us lessons about the physics of light refraction, yeah? And you seem not to know the basics.
Well, no, I'll stick with my answer.
How many types are there? Do you know or you don't know?
Yeah, you said you were an expert, Hoymar, and we didn't understand.
Yeah. It's a
I
simple
never
question.
said
Don't
I'm
you
an
agree?
expert, and I'm also not, ready for a physics quiz.
So you do not know. As you haven't given me the answer, I will make the assumption that you do not know how many types of refraction are there in the physics of light. Correct? If you had a physics exam right now, you would fail. Because you haven't provided the answer. You haven't answered the question. So
Yeah,
this means
I'm not giving an
you
answer
don't
because
know what
I'm not sure.
refraction is. You don't know anything about refraction.
We're not talking about reflection. We're talking about refraction.
Not
But
reflection, refraction, I said. I never said reflection.
Okay, fair.
I never
Well,
said that.
if you're the physics quiz guy, then you can enlighten us as to how many types of refraction there are.
Five.
Which would be?
Two of
Like,
them you already heard in here. I never heard you saying them, but you heard them. Two of them.
can you name them?
Well, can you name the two refraction types which were mentioned while you were talking with Roger?
Well, seems like
Roger
we're not
mentioned
happy to
two
answer questions,
kind of
right?
them.
We're both not happy to answer questions. But sure, you're probably talking about the refraction phenomena in terrestrial refraction, which would be looming, towering, stooping, and sinking.
Okay, good
And apart
question.
from
Nice.
those, apart from these atmospheric effects, I don't know. There probably is like normal refraction, like outside of the atmosphere. Or
normal refraction
what is
outside the
the
atmosphere.
type according to you?
Where have you experienced this normal refraction?
Well, when shining a
So
laser
you are
at a
you
piece of
are
glass.
saying that light propagating in a vacuum is refracting?
I didn't say that. When I say normal
Yeah, you said
refraction, I mean
normal refraction outside the
that's
atmosphere.
what. Yeah, that's what
So
Snell's law.
when
That's what
you
Snell's
come
law is
from a
talking about.
global side, when you say outside the atmosphere, yeah, I know you are talking about the vacuum of space, because that's what
I'm not. No,
globers mean by
you're not
that.
understanding what I'm saying. I said outside of the atmospheric refraction phenomena, there
Ah,
exists normal refraction that occurs between
in
two
stones, in
medium.
rocks, in which medium?
Any two mediums with different isotropic.
Yeah, can you tell me the refraction inside the rock?
Well, as you know, rock doesn't allow light. What's it called? Like light passage. I'm missing the term here.
Are you sure light doesn't pass through rocks?
Well,
How confident are you about that?
are you talking about the rocks?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, it depends on the kind of rock you have.
so light refracting inside the rock, that's normal refraction, or what is it?
No. When light traverses one medium into another medium, it is refracted according to the refractive
Yeah,
indices
earth
of the
and rocks are
mediums.
mediums too.
Okay. Well, I'll call it quits here. So, nice talking to you. Have a nice day, guys.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
too.
nice
But
talking to you, Omar. Have a good sleep. Come back.
Earth flat.
man,
Thanks for the
from
conversation.
gravity, from special relativity of theory with Deus Vult, with oh my god, this guy was like everywhere. I think that this was the first time he ever heard about looming when you, Roger, mentioned it. Or sinking.
No, he knows.
No, he didn't know how many types of refraction are there in physics of light.
He's always in the flat Earth debate server, so he knows. Come on. I mean, takes you a month max
Yeah.
to get to if you. And Omar is not a dumb guy. He seems smart, so he knows, right? I can't. He heard this a million times, so I don't get it. Why these people always do act ignorant because they know it's what they do all day. They hang around in the
No,
flat
Roger.
debate server and
No,
argue.
Roger.
What they do all day.
He's learning. He's learning computer science, which it's weird. It's not a real. It's not really a science, you know. And what he's doing, he's learning how to use some programs, how to use them, not to actually make them. You know, he's not learning programming.
Right.
Yeah. So when you want to become an expert in informatics, yeah, you learn programming and you create operating system. You create all sort of software, yeah, like Photoshop, like whatever, algorithms and stuff. But he's not doing that. He's only
So
learning to use paintbrush. That's what he's
yeah,
doing.
Hey, get be get. I'm still here, and you're
Yeah.
talking bullshit. Sorry.
Well, I tell you what you are doing, you know.
You tell me what I'm studying. That's cool.
Yeah.
But
Well,
probably,
Hoymar,
if you have any
In my
questions, you
CV,
know
in my
where you can find
CV, I
me.
have hacked Korea Telecom. I have NASA servers hacked. I have Pentagon servers hacked. Yeah, in my CV, I haven't been to any university or informatics high school. Yeah, I haven't studied it. This was my hobby in my childhood. And I do know what computer science is. You are learning to use computer software, programs.
Yeah, I wasn't wrong. I wasn't.
Yeah.
He is in the flat Earth debate server arguing all day. So I'm confused, right?
hey, Hoymar, since you learned about refraction 2 years ago, say 3 years ago, if someone would have walked up to you and told you everything I see is an optical illusion, what would you have told them? Because that's what you're telling us. You're telling us everything you see in the distance is just an illusion. That's what I don't understand. They walk around telling us everything's an optical illusion, and they act like that's completely that's normal. Yeah, sure. Of course, it's an illusion. It's refraction. It's light bends around the Earth. Of course, we can see it.
Just like when they say that the light comes in Aristosthenes at 90-degree parallel lights, it debunks, the whole thing that they say about the solar eclipse. Whenever they say refraction, they're debunking their own radius because they don't know that it comes from Al-Biruni, who measured with a mountain and a refracted horizon. So it's like, where's your geometric Earth curve? Where is your, Earth curve cause curvature cause horizon? Well, it's not there because of refraction. Well, that sounds like an excuse, but what it really is you shooting yourself in the foot or using the wrecking ball on your what's the rock that they build the whole building on? Foundation stuff.
Cornerstone.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw Dr. Bob explaining how Al-Biruni measured the mountain using a flat surface, and then excusing him from not using refraction, and still getting within 1 or 5% of the radius. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, if I was them, and I wanted to admit defeat, I would say, well, it's because of refraction. It's obviously not a geometric horizon, even though we've been lying to your children for the past 500 years, telling them that the boats go over the horizon, and now all of a sudden, that horizon it's not there due to refraction. So the boats are going over what? They're not going over anything. They just disappear because we don't have owl eyes.
Hats off to the room tonight, guys. You guys did awesome.
I try to let everybody else get a chance to speak, and I try not to hog the mic because sometimes I get a little greedy. Yeah, it's supposed to be educational for everybody, you know. I would like to hope, you know, even the Glovers come in here and, you know, Hoymar, I hope, you know, you learn some stuff, bro, about your own model and the fact that it's just a model. It's not the real Earth. The real Earth is outside. So go check it out. You know, that's the real thing. There's like oceans and mountains and all kinds of weird shit to take a look at, you know. So don't buy spinning rims and don't buy a bunch of stupid stuff you don't need. Like spend your money on going places. If we can ever get, you know, Ukraine to calm down and make food instead of war.
Hey Hank.
So
Yeah. No. Hold on. Sorry, bro. Here's the milk right there. You're welcome. Sorry about that. Hey, there's a video I'm gonna post right now, right? I was looking through my archives, and I don't know why I found this, but it was when I was at with Nathan and a couple and Renee, you know Renee, and NASA Nick at
no, I don't know who you're
Griffith
talking about.
at Griffith Observatory. And well, anyways, there's a guy. He's talking to NASA Nick, and NASA Nick has no shirt on, and he's wearing like orange jumpsuit pants, and he has like a Freemason medallion around his neck and like a NASA thing on. And what he does is he impersonates a dude from SpaceX who's hiring people or like who's handing out applications, right? Well, there's a dude in a blue t-shirt or like a blue shirt who's kind of tall and he has a mask on the whole time and he's talking to him. And right at the very ending scene, he's walking away. He's saying, I have to go, I have to go. And he had he had like a professional camera on his neck the whole time. And then the girl that he's with, I didn't notice till the very end of the video, is sitting there just taking pictures of us. But he sounds like somebody who's really familiar his voice who keeps coming on here. You know what I mean? But I just can't pinpoint it. But I'm thinking maybe if you watch it, it's only like 3 minutes. You might recognize that
I'll
dude's
check it
voice.
out.
Huh?
I'll check it out. And yeah,
Okay.
Hoymar, I hope you can hear me, bro. Anyway, I posted a video earlier that you guys might want to check out. It was a little while ago. It was about the tether that NASA recorded. So it's really weird watching it because it looks like there's a bunch of like microscopic, like I don't know, single cell organisms. So yeah, it's at 39 after the hour. I guess I could just post it again. Oh, shoes don't fit. Give me just a second. Good. So where'd you post the video at? You just posted it?
Yeah, in the live stream. I'll send it to you too, though, if you want.
Yeah, there you are. There you are. I'm gonna watch it right now.
Okay, cool. Who's Sheeple? Is Sheeple muted?
Hey, Flatterday, your new Mentos Mason McDonald's commercial was pretty funny. I just saw
Thanks,
it.
bro.
You might have made it long. I don't know when you made it, but it just popped up in my feed. Hilarious.
Is it the one where I go into McDonald's and ask him what mask he has on?
Yeah. I was gonna say it's the one you're in McDonald's barefoot, but that probably doesn't even
Yeah.
narrow it down.
I know, right? Yeah, no. That dude was he got real pissed at me.
That was something else. What in the world is that all about? My lord.
I know, right? That's weird, huh?
Yeah, it's not
He probably
weird,
said
but
his
it's
trigger word,
but it's
Flatterday.
really weird.
Yeah,
Flatterday
no.
said his trigger word, and he had an episode or whatever on camera.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he that's why I was kind of like clowning him. Like he's like, "What's the problem?" I was like, was that a McDonald's symbol on the mask? You know what I mean? It was funny. I'd never seen nothing like that inside any like fast food place or anything. You know, the only time I've seen people with masks like that is during like events and stuff like that. You know.
I don't know. Last time I saw masks, we were playing Mortal Kombat, dude.
Right. Yeah, with the masks with those symbols on them.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Reptile, right? 20 years before.
Get over here.
Come here.
Fatality.
Finish him.
So how does the song sound if it starts out like this? I'm illegitimate. Ain't nobody iller than me. What's up, Roger?
I watched it. I couldn't hear the guy with the mask on.
You couldn't?
To tell you the truth, I could barely hear you. The audio was terrible. I think it was just a
Hmm.
windy day or something. So if you got the pareidolia, I do too. I get it sometimes. Or maybe he's been coming in. I mean, seemed
Really?
like
You
not to
you really
him.
couldn't hear it? You really couldn't hear it that well?
No, but I sure couldn't. Plus, I'm in between headphones. I'm borrowing
Yeah.
headphones from somebody. So, no, I couldn't hear. I don't have good headphones.
Yeah. Yeah, me and my chick were listening to it on Bluetooth in the car speakers right now. We heard him
Oh, yeah.
good.
If you got some, yeah, that's different. I got
Yeah.
one Bluetooth headphone in my ear. So maybe I'll check it out
Yeah.
later.
All right.
Did you post it in the live stream?
Yeah.
I'm not okay. I guess I'll find it.
Here,
Hey, it looks like
I'll
we got
post.
the next evolution of human 46 and 2 in here. Would
I'll
you like
repost it.
to go up and be VC verified 4602? Can you meet me in the VC verification? Or you can just stay in here and not be able to join the conversation, but that's fine. So, Octane Weasel, are you there?
Yeah, kind of.
So, you're probably multitasking, playing video games, doing a little work, right?
Yeah, sure.
How long have you been listening?
Way too long.
So, do you think the argument is not as cut and dry as you thought it would be? Because you would think it's like 2022, the Globe Earth is like the supreme heavyweight champion, got all the funding, all the experts, the best thinkers. They got think tanks and, they've been doing space for a really long time. So they're like the king of the hill. So many ways to think. But really, flat earthers make a lot of good points. And just because you can't figure it all out yet, like, isn't it weird that the flat earthers make good points? Like, they're supposed to be like the dumb ones. Because we're not invoking some sort of magical force or, you know, optical illusion like refraction to say, hey, guess what? That's why it looks flat. We're saying, oh, it looks flat. And the globe earthers were like, well, that's because of refraction. So it's like, should it be the other way?
And well,
Like
I
in the
mean, because
globe?
it is because of refraction, right?
Well, if it is, then there goes the whole globe Earth. Because what is the
But can't there
globe
be a
Earth other
curve?
than?
I mean, can't there be a
So,
curve, and can there also be refraction at the same time, or do they?
oh, it's like this. If there's refraction, then where's the curve? Like your
I
math
mean, the
should
curve would
be
be the
like,
horizon, but refraction can affect the horizon too. So that's why sometimes you can see things out a little bit further.
I don't know, that just doesn't make sense to me. You'd be able
I
to
mean,
see.
yeah,
It's
sure.
not that you're seeing
But I'm saying
further,
like
right?
this is like the explanation. That's all.
Right. The explanation is you see further, but the real explanation is you can see things that are restricted by physical objects. That's the real claim, right? Refraction allows you to see things that's restricted by Earth, like dirt,
Yeah. Wait, like
water.
dirt, water. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see through dirt and water. So the
I
claim
mean, but
is
we're
that
not talking about seeing through something. We're talking
I
about
know,
that the light's bending, like so it
right?
can hit your eye. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So I've never experienced that. I've never like seen the deer over the hill. Like I've always seen like the deer on this side of the hill, or on this side of the mountain or the house. That's what they're claiming. The refraction allows you to see obstructed objects that are obstructed. And maybe that's true. Like if you have like a mirror, right, just positioned like on the side of your house to where you can see like on the other side of your house that you normally can't see, but it requires like a mirror.
I mean, we do have
Right?
evidence of refraction, like being able to show you something that is hidden.
So I get it through like really thick media, right? If we're talking about like glass and water, yeah, I could set up some really
Well,
weird fish tanks that would, freak you out.
well, because I would say the reason why we use water is because it's such a short distance. Unlike over long distances, right? It could be a lot less refraction, but since you have a long distance to cover, that makes sense. And but we're
Well,
trying
if
to
you
show
look
like
at
a
the difference
short
between
test, you
water,
use something really thick.
if you look at the difference between water and its two forms, the amount of refraction that it can cause in either form, that's what I want you to look at. The refractive index. It's not very much for temperature. And usually, what are the temperature differentials? It's not like the ocean's 700 degrees and the atmo is like, 100 degrees. It's usually within a few degrees of each other. So how much, bending would you expect? And why is everything got to be bending with you guys? It's space time is bending and the light's bending.
I mean, I guess that's just the theory, right? I mean, I don't know. I didn't make the theory.
Yeah, I know. So either way, it's a pretty interesting conversation to have. I think. I mean, it doesn't matter
Yeah, for sure.
if
Pretty
you're like
fun.
into theoretical astrophysics or you just want to talk like planar geometry, and there's everything in between to talk about in the subject. And it's like, even though it seems like it's getting old, like to me, it's like showing people like the debate. Because after you hear the debate, you're like, wow, that's what the Globers got? They got like pictures and
I mean,
refraction.
that's not what I think. And I mean, from the people that I've talked to on the server, they don't seem to
Okay,
think
well, let me
that. I
explain
mean, I
it to
guess it
you.
depends who you think to, or who you talk
Let me
to.
explain it to you. So, is there black holes and dark matter in the same universe, or is it a competing theory?
I have no clue. Because I know some
So,
things don't work well together.
It's okay. Yeah, you're right. Some theories are they work together, and some don't. Right? Okay, so these two theories actually work together. They say that there's black holes and dark matter in one galaxy. So you probably don't think about it this way, but when I hear that, that tells me that gravity is so messed up at the galactic level, it doesn't work, that they had to come up with two theories to make it work. Because what do both dark matter and black holes do? They cause
I mean, is there
immense
a problem with
gravitational.
doing that? I mean, because the reason why people make theories is so that we can make like a prediction, right? That's all theories do for us, is that it helps us make predictions. And that's why
Right.
new theories come out, because we get much better tools, much better instruments, better technology. So we learn new things, and we have to modify theories because we learn new information.
You didn't learn about dark matters and black holes. You
I mean,
learned
because it doesn't concern me.
gravity.
That's for people who want to go deep into it. There has no concern in life.
Well, let me just go real deep, real fast. Okay, so it's one thing putting a few patches in a tire, right, to get you to the next city. That way you can get a new tire. But this thing is like 90% duct tape and patches and super glue, and this model,
So are
right?
you saying
It's
that
so
theories are going to harm us in the future?
could theories harm us?
No,
Yeah, if
like, are
there's
you
a
saying like that these theories are going to harm us sometime in the future because you're saying that that you keep putting tape on a tire, eventually it's going to fall apart?
It already has
Is that what you're
fallen
saying?
yeah,
apart.
mass
Not
formation
really
psychosis.
going forward.
Yeah,
You know what mass
really.
formation psychosis is?
I mean, the technology has been getting better every year, to my knowledge, so I don't think it's really harming us. I don't see the evidence of that, anyways.
Okay, how
And
much did we spend on like NASA? What do we got to show for it?
What do we have to show for it? I mean, for when we've been to the moon, I think that's pretty cool.
you just said that the
You
people don't
have
We have
use
a lot of
that as a
satellites
reason.
that help us. For example, like we have GPS, for example, we all use that.
Hey,
Yeah,
Weasel, your
technology does a lot for us.
pseudoscience communication shtick is not going to work here tonight. Maybe try and be
I mean, I'm not really trying to
genuine.
convince you guys. I mean, I'm just giving you. I am.
No,
What do you mean being genuine? I'm a
your
Glober. What do
chant.
you expect me to say?
Excuse me, sir. You just said that technology is helping us. Do you think everyone's face glued to their screen, marching around like a zombie? You think that's a-okay?
I mean, I never said that's okay.
Well, you said you can't see it's harming us. To my knowledge, I think technology is just doing a diggity job. We've been to
No,
space.
sure.
Check it out, bro.
No, sure. You can harm yourself with technology. I
Let me
never
tell you
made
something.
that claim.
Your
You're putting words in my
pseudoscience
mouth.
communication shtick isn't going to work. So perhaps
I'm
be
just answering.
genuine.
I am. I'm
No,
answering the
let him
questions.
speak.
That's all I'm doing.
Let Octane Whistle answer the.
I mean, I'm being genuine. I'm a Glober. What do you expect me to say? What really?
if you're
telling me
genuine,
to be
God help us all.
Yeah, I am genuine. So may God help you.
Us all.
Yes, may He help you all. I am being genuine. Like, surprised? Like, is a surprise?
Sir, you're genuinely brainwashed. Have you examined the photographs from the Apollo missions?
Like have links on it?
Have
No.
you examined them?
No.
So you just told us that's what we've got. That's good enough proof, and then you fake laughed.
That's not what I've said.
Well, you told us we
Yeah,
had
no, that's
pictures
not
from
what I said.
space, correct?
I didn't. I don't think I said that today.
Yeah,
But
you
we did.
did. Okay, have
I'm
you
pretty sure I
examined
didn't.
them? Okay,
No,
do we
because I
have
trust
pictures from space?
institutions.
Do we have pictures
Yes.
from space?
Yes.
Do we have photographs from space of the globe?
Yes.
Have you examined them?
No.
Okay, well then how would you know if they're legit or not?
Because I have no reason to not believe they're not legit.
Okay, that's an appeal to incredulity. I'm asking you. You told us that they are legit proofs that we live on a globe, and you've not examined them.
Say that. I did not say that.
Yeah, you
You're
did.
putting so many words into my mouth.
Okay,
We can go back
proof
in the
do we
live
have?
stream.
What proof do we have that we live on a globe? What's your best proof?
I like to use the horizon.
Okay, define horizon.
The horizon is essentially where the curve starts to begin because it starts to obstruct.
No, you're attempting to define a geometric horizon that doesn't exist. Define horizon. The definition of horizon is where the sky appears to
Where
meet
the
the
sky
land.
and land meet. Yeah.
It's an apparent position, correct?
So the sky appears to meet the land, yes, but the
That's
curve is very
horizon.
much physical.
And you chanted a definition of geometric horizon, correct?
Sounds like we're playing heavy semantic games now.
No, they're not heavy. I'm using your words. Did you or did you not just say, did you or did you not just infer a geometric horizon?
I was just giving you a definition of a horizon.
And it was a bad definition. You gave a definition of something. It was a
You asked
geometric
me-
horizon. Okay, what's
You
the
asked
definition? We'll
me,
start
I
over.
gave
What's
you
the
an
definition of horizon?
Okay. Where the sky appears to meet the land.
Okay, is that where the Earth curves today?
That's where the Earth curve begins, yes.
Okay, incorrect.
Okay, well, it's correct.
No, it's not correct.
Why is it not correct?
Let me interrupt just for a second, if you don't mind, House. So, Octane Weasel, do you follow Professor Dave?
Not follow, but I've seen a few of his videos. Like I've seen the Flat Earth one, and I've seen a few of the newer ones.
Okay. Do you respect him, like just as a YouTuber, just in general, like general respect?
He seems like a fairly smart guy. He seems like he goes pretty far in depth.
All right, cool. So he said during a debate when it was Dave versus Dave, I'm sure you can figure that out. And watch it, and he said you can't see the Earth curve from the Earth. He said, basically implying you have to be in space to see it. So you think you can see it from Earth? The curve?
Wait, like is he talking about left to right curve, like how a lot of flat earthers? Like I feel like that's how a lot of flat earthers picture it, left to right. Or are you
that's
talking
a fair
about things
point.
being obstructed due to curve?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. You know, if I was wrong, I'd hate to be using it like that and be wrong about it. So maybe I need to watch it because I never watched it before. I'm going to let him continue. He was asking you some questions about this Horizon thing, and it's funny to me because we were told as a kid about the ships going over the horizon, and you know, it's like, wait a minute, we can see them way too far.
Do you understand the implications when you claim that there's a geometric horizon, Octane Weasel?
Yeah, that things appear obstructed, and that's what I appear to see.
Huh?
Yeah, that things appear obstructed.
So
by
boats go over curve. Is that where you're going with this?
Yeah,
they do.
Boats, I mean, yeah.
100%.
Okay. Because I can't see
100%.
Because I can clearly see with my eyes, and they're not disappearing into a uniform dot, which is the definition of perspective. If we want to be really
have you ever been in a drawing 101 class? You've not studied photography, so have you studied drawing 101?
Actually, I think I took a drawing class when I was
okay.
younger, yes.
So your vanishing points, you get that right? That's an optical thing.
Yes, it disappears into a uniform dot. Top and bottom will shrink, and the sides, because they're all the same distance away from you. Yeah.
So you're claiming that the boat goes over a curve?
Yes, but it doesn't shrink into a dot. I can still clearly see it, and it's physically being obstructed by the water.
You can see it as it's disappearing?
You can see it disappearing bottom first.
Okay, and then when it disappears, can you pull out your binoculars?
Once it's behind the horizon, no, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
How powerful the telescope.
Yes,
no,
you
because
can. Well,
those videos that I know what you're talking about, those boats aren't beyond the horizon.
I'm talking about my reality that I've lived. Observations I've made with my own two eyes, binoculars, and cameras.
Yeah, I've made them too. I have a video.
Well, you claiming that there's a geometric horizon in 2022, you're really setting yourself up for failure, because that geometric horizon does not exist.
Well, if it doesn't exist, then why do we get so many things being physically obstructed or appear to be physically obstructed?
Do you think you can see forever? Do you understand angular optical resolution limits?
So you can see as far as you essentially want to. What really matters is can the light reach your eyes? Can the light reach your eyes?
No. This isn't where you start chanting refraction.
I didn't say refraction. You did.
You're implying it.
No, I'm not.
You just said that things appear to be physically obstructed by a geometric horizon. What are you talking about?
No,
No,
I
this is
said
where he has
that's
his
what.
cake and eats it too.
Okay, two people talking.
Can you have your cake and eat it too, Weasel?
Well, what are you talking about? Things appear to
Hold
be
on,
obstructed by a geometric horizon. What? What does?
Okay, so wait.
He said
I'm
he
sorry,
had a
say that again.
video. Can you
Oh yeah,
show
here. Do
your
you want to see
video?
the video? Oh hell yeah, dude. I think you guys have already seen it though.
Send it to me.
A
I
lot of
haven't seen
comments
it.
in it. And that's
Send it
fine.
to
I'll
me.
drop it in the. I'll drop it in the old Livestream voice text.
All right, I was gonna let y'all continue. Please don't talk over each other and don't repeat yourself.
Yeah. Can I ask you one question, Octane? So, stuff disappearing bottom up is only possible on the globe?
Yes, because if something is
Okay.
flat, I don't understand how the ground can appear to obstruct something.
I've posted you a video. It's a RC battleship, sails into the horizon. Can you explain to me what happens to the bottom of the boat? It's 11 minutes across the hour. What happens to the bottom of the boat? It's an observation of an RC boat. The distance to the boat is maximum 1,000 feet. So according to the globe dimensions, that couldn't be curvature. So what made the bottom of the boat disappear?
That can be refraction too. I mean,
Right.
refraction can make things disappear and appear. It can do both.
So bottoms of objects can disappear on both ideas, right? So it's not exclusively
to a certain extent. I mean, the reason why I
Okay.
don't like the RC boat example. Well, let me tell you why I don't
You
like
mean
it. I
to
don't
a
like
certain
how you
extent? You
guys.
mean yes?
Because it debunks the globe. But yeah,
right.
go on. Why you don't like it?
Don't
Wait.
double speak here, right? Don't double speak here, Octane.
I'll try not to.
So bottom of objects can disappear on both ideas. Yes.
I guess with refraction, yes.
Okay. So it's not exclusively for a globe then.
No.
Okay. Well, there you go. Continue.
I mean, I don't know who I was talking to.
So
For Sharon, I want to say something real fast. I watched your video, right? And I fast forwarded and rewound it, and I noticed that when you first start the video, the ship is close, it's clear, you can make out individual cargo containers and the stuff that's going on top. I'm not really familiar with boats. No, live next to the ocean. But from what I could tell, it's like the further this boat goes out, like the more it appears to be stretched out. Because light doesn't travel straight through the atmosphere, does it?
Oh, the boat appears to stretch out. Oh no, because that boat was actually making a turn. It was actually turning.
Yeah, I could see that too. But the colors aren't as vibrant as they were in the beginning, correct?
Oh, sure, yeah, because it's getting further. It's being more distorted.
Right.
I won't deny that. Yeah, it's traveling through more of the air. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm betting the boat is being magnified by the atmosphere because instead of the light traveling like down around a curve, light usually spreads out in all directions. That's like the natural physics of light. Think of it like a grenade in all directions that explodes in the middle of the air. It goes out in all directions. So the light bouncing off of the ship as it's like going across the water, it's spreading out like up, down, left, right. But I want you to pay attention. If it spreads out down, where does the bottom of the boat have to go if the light is spreading out down? If you're talking about the words near the bottom of the boat, like the name of the boat or whatever, like if they can only go forward toward your eye and spread out in all directions, which is the natural physics of light, and down is one of those directions that it's spreading out. I mean, you could look up and see skyscraper forever, but how far can you look down? Only to the water, because if that light were to bounce off the water and never actually hit your eye because it was spreading out over what appears to be a pretty hazy day, then this would cause it to disappear from the bottom up. So I'm going to post something to show you what you're looking at, and it's the old atmospheric refraction skunk bay. Have you seen that?
I think I have. Pretty sure I have.
Okay, well
But I just don't really remember what it looks like.
here's another. I'll just post a real quick picture. That's another thing you can look at when you're looking at, atmospheric magnification. So you see how the rectangular box in the red, it's the same size on both pictures, but the oil rig on the right is the same oil rig, but in one it's stretched out and fills up the whole rectangle, but the other one, it's not stretched out as much in the image. So if you were to take the one that's stretched out and copy and paste it on the one that's not, and you were to like grab the bottom left corner and like stretch it out, I bet the bottom of those pillars would disappear bottom up. Because if you're stretching something out, it's like magnification. So it's like, think about it, when you zoom in to the middle of the boat, you can't see the bottom because you zoomed in too far. So I'm really struggling to find that stunt bay. Sorry for the wait.
Hey, Octane Weasel. In the meantime, let me chase you over the hill on this claim of boats going over the curve, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you at the ocean, you see boats and those big cargo vessels, and you're telling me one of those cargo vessels disappears, it has gone over the curve of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, because I couldn't bring it back in with my camera. I would try
Okay.
to zoom in.
Well, what
and it would happen.
excuse what excuse would you give me if I told you that I've witnessed a landmass far beyond this boat going over the curve? What excuse then?
I'm sorry, say it again?
If I were to have told you that I've witnessed a boat disappear, go over the curve, correct? And all the while, there is a landmass way, way, way 20 some miles, 30 miles in the distance beyond that boat disappearing. What would you tell me then?
I mean, that's possible. I mean, because if it's taller.
No, what
right?
excuse?
If the landmass is
No,
taller,
this is a landmass that doesn't have this.
probably
This is a
taller than the
landmass that doesn't have more than a 3-story building on it, 2-story building.
But it's probably taller than the ship, no? So you would be able to see it further.
It's around the curve on the globe model, way
Right,
beyond
but
the
if it's taller
curve.
than the ship, you can see
It's
the landmass
you know what,
further.
Hey, does he know how
dude.
much curve there's supposed to be at about 20
Okay,
miles?
I was just wondering what excuse he would give, and the excuse he gave was completely
The landmass is taller.
absurd.
I don't think
Completely
that's
absurd, for the record, for all the people listening.
Okay. Okay, well, let's
Does he know how much curve is supposed to be at about 20 miles?
No.
A couple hundred feet or somewhere around there. And do you know the distance that your geometric horizon is supposed to be, if it is geometric?
I might know it curves like 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, and then the horizon distance itself is 1.2 miles times the square root of observer height in feet. We know that it's not there, and we can post stuff for you to prove it if you want.
I mean, it seems like the approximation is pretty good for what
It's not. It's not at all. We have observations of a horizon at 10 miles at a 1 foot observer height. That would place the radius value at about 264,000 miles. Not even close to the 3959 mile radius claim.
Oh,
It's not even the ballpark.
That.
It's nothing like that.
Yeah, I remember that when you're talking to Hoimer, or how you say his name.
Yeah, I gave him the formulas and stuff in the chat if you want to go look.
No, I'm way too high for.
Okay, but yeah, that's how big of a ball it has to be in order for that horizon at that distance to be geometric. So it's not like they're just sort of in the ballpark. I mean, they're just way out there. Plus, we know that there is no geometric obstruction of things that go further away from you into the horizon because, like you just said before me, there are things that are way beyond the obstruction point of the geometric horizon that we still see. And also, we can zoom things right back in, like boats that disappear over the horizon. We can just zoom them back in.
Well, to be fair, because I just want to see if we agree. Let's say if we lived on a sphere, let's just assume we do. It would make sense that I can see a taller building further away than I can a shorter building, right?
No, time out. Don't double down on your lame excuse. Okay.
No, just please answer. Don't attack. Why are you attacking?
I'm not.
Can we just have a good faith
okay,
conversation?
sure. If it was the Empire State Building, sure. This is an island that
Hold on,
it's
I gotta
Are you
stop
talking about
you
like
right there, bro.
Anacapa Island?
The
yeah.
height does matter. It's one of the variables.
Yes, the
We
height
do
does
appreciate
matter, but
the
if it's
variables.
20 miles beyond and the land is not there's not more than a 2-story building on the land, then it's inconsequential. It doesn't matter in this situation. I understand I'm giving him a hypothetical, but his excuse is absurd.
Well, the height does. I mean, so if we agree the height matters, well, how
Mhm.
tall? How tall is this island? I mean, because I can see it from the beach.
I just told you
know,
3
live on the
times.
coast.
Yeah, 2 stories. That's not that much. I mean, at 20 miles,
Wait, that
it's
island is
somewhere
2
around a
stories.
couple
Wait, which
hundred feet
island
of.
are you
No,
talking about?
the
It's a-
island basically has the damn.
Because I could see the
I
island.
wouldn't be surprised if the island's been covered with
can
water on
see
fucking
the
stormy
base
days.
of the island in a very clear day, Octane. So don't even.
I'm not. Why do you guys think I keep being ungenuine?
Okay, stop. You're doubling down. It was I shouldn't have had
Because-
you announce your absurd excuse. But do
Why
you
the
understand?
passive
I'll explain it to
aggressiveness?
you. Why so defensive? I'll explain it to you. If you're telling me that a boat, what even if, okay, say the boat's 6 stories high, if it's disappeared over the curve and keeps going over the curve to around the globe, right, Octane Weasel, and there is a landmass whose the height of the landmass is basically, I don't know, I'll be generous and say 20 feet above sea level at the max. And the buildings on it are no more than 2 or 3 stories. And it's 25, 30 miles beyond where this 6-story cargo ship. Okay?
It should be much more buried than the cargo ship further out there.
Okay, so I'll probably do my research later. I'm like on this island. I'll see like what the elevation
What
is. and all that.
did I even tell you what island it was?
I mean, I'm assuming which one it is because I live here. So there's like 3 islands. I'm
Live
trying to
where?
think which one you're. Because I thought you
Talking
were talking about
about
my
LA?
video. Because I thought you were talking about the video I posted.
You can go. You can pull. Yeah, you can pull out your map and find all over the world. There are places where you can stand at a beach, and there are land masses and islands in the distance, and you can watch boats disappear, go over the curve in between them all day long.
Okay, yeah, sure.
It
And
doesn't add up.
That's probably because I'm assuming because I don't know what examples you're talking about.
Refraction.
No, not refraction. I'm just saying height matters. Like you guys must agree that hypothetically on a sphere,
Yeah, in
a
the
taller
example that
object,
I
you can
gave,
see it further than not.
it's inconsequential.
So
We
why
always
are we
account-
seeing shorter things? That's the point, Octane. This is an extremely short island in height-wise. And we can see it 29 miles away from 1 foot observer height. That's not possible on your globe model mathematics. Do you not understand that?
So can you guys like link like this island, or is this a hypothetical island? Wait, I'm
Okay,
confused.
I'm going to show you again. I'm going to post an image.
Fine, I just told you.
numbers on. I know numbers confuse you, but here we go.
I just posted one of the
You
newer
can find your own examples anywhere you need on your own.
No, because I'm just asking because we're debating.
We're not debating.
Yes, we are. It's
No, you're giving your pseudoscience communication rhetoric.
Oh, here comes the attacks. The gas.
It's not an ad
all
hominem
the
if it's
gas
accurate.
I just post. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Lo. Yeah.
Sorry, Central. Yeah, I've just posted it again for you so you can see
Okay, thank you.
where the
Oh,
island
yes, I live next to
in relation to the rigs. And you can see that in your globe model, you cannot see past 1.22 miles if radius was 3959, but we're able to see 29 miles. Now, at 10 miles, your geometric horizon would move your radius to 266,000 miles, and now we're able to see 29 miles. So this is what we're trying to explain to you. Do you understand?
Yeah, I think so.
So this is why this debunks your globe model, because you can't have curvature.
So real quick, so
Well, for the
So
one
you're
we
making the
just
claim
showed
that
you,
we
actually,
shouldn't see this island in the
well,
background?
just so you know, okay.
Yeah, I'll show you that image too and the video.
Okay.
Just so you know, in the observation that we just showed you, you need an apparent radius of something like 1.5 million miles or thereabout. So that's bigger, like the 264,000 mile radius value that I'm talking about. That's about the first black swan. You know that one.
Mhm.
This is a much further out observation. We're seeing the horizon like around 30 miles. That's like a 1.5 million mile apparent radius to get that.
So, okay. But so real quick, just so I'm on some base. So is that the picture we're talking about on the one that's supposed to be for the GIF?
Yes, you can see there the
Okay, so that's
zooming
the
in.
island.
You can see the island in the background, and you can see that the observer height, I think for that one, was 1.5 feet. But the point is that the geometric horizon isn't there, and without that geometric horizon, you don't have the radius of 3959 miles. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but can't something appear like over the geometric horizon?
No.
Like tall enough?
No, because the island isn't tall enough, and you don't.
Wait, so how tall is the island? Just curious. Wait, do we know this?
It's a few feet tall, but the point.
No, it's not. I live
Yes, it
here.
is.
That island
It's a
is
few
fucking
feet
huge.
tall.
Okay, I'm looking at this island.
But you see,
Yeah.
the
I'm
simple
going to this
fact
island right now.
is that you're not able to see past 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
So the
Okay,
height
so
of the
that's
island is an obfuscation. You're not
Okay.
dealing with reality.
Right,
Santa
because
Cruz Islands is what these
Octane,
called.
here's
Let's
here's
see.
the thing: the reason that you're supposed to only be able to see things that pop out over the horizon is because the horizon is supposed to be before them, blocking them. But that's the whole point. The horizon is seen way beyond all of these things that it's supposed to be blocking. So if it's way beyond them, it's not blocking shit. You get it?
You don't have the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles blocking things. If there's no GH at 1.22 miles, you don't have your radius. Your globe model's debunked.
Okay, I'll do more research in this topic because this is a relatively new one, and I'll have more
Well,
to
it's
say.
not new. We've shared it with you a few times.
Well, I mean the Black Swan, yes, but not the island one. I haven't been here for the island part. That's
We've
new
shown
to
you
me.
the island. Come on.
No, not the island one. I was here for the Black Swan. I remember no focus on the islands in the beginning, and that's when I was, I guess, really active on Livestream.
And don't forget, there's also the ice one as well.
Okay, but
And
one
this
at a
isn't
time.
even I'm not even looking, but this isn't even the island I'm talking about. So you can find your own examples all over the world.
All you have to do is ask Octane Weasel, is the horizon physical?
What do you mean by physical?
Well, he already said there's a geometric horizon. Then he told us, well, the geometric horizon is the apparent horizon, and the apparent horizon is the geometric horizon. What the
No,
boats
the
go.
geometric horizon can be affected by refraction.
Why would you save him? Is the horizon
Don't keep
physical?
saving me.
Yes or no?
There's no saving him.
You're.
Wait, what's that question? Say it again.
Octane Weasel.
I'm right here.
Is the horizon physical?
Yes.
Incorrect.
Well, then why isn't it 1.2 mile the 1.2 mile distance necessitated by the globe model?
Why isn't the 1.2?
Yeah, why if the horizon is physical, why isn't it at the distance it has to be in order to be physical based on the globe geometry?
Because even though the horizon is physical, it can be infected by refraction.
You just canceled your claim out then. It's
You don't
physical,
have refraction.
but it's not really physical.
What do you mean we
It's
don't
not
have
limited
refraction?
by the
Both models
physical
have refraction. Come on.
Look
It's
at
not
right.
it's
So
not-
with your own calculators, with 120% refraction rate, it moved from 1.22 miles to 1.8. You got 0.6 miles for 120% refraction rate. So unless you've got over 1,000% humidity and stuff, you got nothing. You don't have refraction.
Yeah, I mean you're just
It's just a
canceling.
fundamental disagreement. I don't think we can. I think
Well,
this
it's
is
not
like
a disagreement. It's based on the calculations. I put it up to 120%, and then I did the calculation with your calculators. Shall I show it again to you?
Yeah, actually.
There you have it. So it meant your refraction rate, even at 120%, which it wasn't, would only move it 0.6 of a mile. And the ice one, there's barely any refraction there, if any. Do you see how we've covered all of your points and debunked them?
If I'm being completely honest, no. But I do understand you guys. I just
Okay, so
disagree.
which point have we not answered that have debunked?
No, you guys have gave answers. I just disagree with those answers.
Well,
on what basis?
The answers are coming from you, though. The answers are coming from, globe earthers. So why are you disagreeing?
I mean, I disagree with the conclusions you guys come to, I guess.
Oh, what the fuck, dude?
What,
So
the
the conclusion
conclusions based on evidence and reality? We're going to ignore those, are we? Okay.
Well, the conclusion that you came to was basically the same one that we did. You're like, yeah, we're seeing way too far. There is Earth curve in there, but I'll just cancel that out with my refraction claim, and then we end up in the same place, but I disagree. Like, what are you even saying? And why are you adding all that Earth curve stuff in there just to cancel it out anyway? We're seeing way too far for the globe geometry, and then you go and you reify it with all this bendy light stuff that uses the radius as well, which is absolutely asinine because you need an apparent radius 3 times the size that you think the sun is, but that's just all okay. You're just going to go with that. You disagree with us, and that's fine. That you can have a little 39, 59 mile radius ball that looks like it's 3 times the size that you think the sun is.
I mean, because we have measured, that's why we came to that number. Right?
Okay.
How
is that possible in light of what we're showing you?
You measured nothing.
It's called an indirect measurement. It's called an indirect measurement.
Everything's been debunked. Every one of your claims, geometric horizon, debunked. Refraction, debunked. You got nothing left.
Okay. All right. Does some other glober want to take the stand? Or, am I the only one here?
Well, it's the same old story every time.
Oh, yeah, because it's a consistent, well thought out theory. So you're going to get consistent answers from.
The globe is not well thought out. It falls apart on its very well. Actually, I don't know. I'm going to backpedal from that. It's not necessarily not well thought out. They did a pretty good job with the lie, but it doesn't comport with reality at all, which is what we're showing you. And you guys can't really do anything to come back.
We just simply disagree. I don't know why you jumped to all these
Why are
conclusions
you
out.
disagreeing
I'm a
with
bad
reality?
actor or something.
Yeah, but you're
I'm not
disagreeing with
no,
reality.
you're putting that in my mouth.
You're
I'm disagreeing with
delusional.
you. No,
just
I'm disagreeing with you. Well, see,
No,
and then why the attacks?
Denying
It's
reality. If you deny reality, you're clearly delusional, right?
Sir, it's not an attack.
All right.
Sir, it's not an attack. You just told us that you're here to recite the well thought out connected theory. How is it an attack?
Yeah, I mean, you started out saying, well, we know that the horizon's geometric because it's there and it blocks things the further away from you that they get. And then we showed you the horizon is nowhere near the position that it has to be for that to be true. And so then you just canceled your whole argument of the geometric obstacle of the horizon at that distance and said that refraction just takes care of that. So it's a physical obstacle that you say exists that we also don't see that doesn't obstruct anything. But you disagree with us.
To disagree with us is to disagree with reality.
I simply disagree with you guys. That's all.
It's just bizarre, dude.
There's no bad faith there.
You disagree with yourself. You say that there's a physical obstruction, and then the next thing that you say is that we don't see the physical obstruction. It's invisible because refraction. So you're not saying anything.
Double speaking fundy, bro.
I got to ask you, Octane Weasel. I know this is a saying from the past, but do you think you can have your cake and eat it too? Can you have your cake and also eat it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well that's where the disconnect comes. You've somehow slipped into some illogical fairy tale world. Do you think it's possible you could be a brain in a jar on a shelf?
Yeah, that may be a possibility.
Okay, well then why would we sit here and listen to you pontificate if you think you might be a brain in a jar on a shelf?
Because you guys originally asked me. I did not start saying anything, okay?
Well, Octane,
You
do
guys
you
asked
think
me, I just answered. That's all I did. And you guys
Well,
are getting
okay.
angry that I answer.
Can you answer this? Do you think it's possible to have a physical obstruction that doesn't physically obstruct anything?
Oh, that sounds like a contradiction. Wait, a physical obstruction that doesn't obstruct.
Yeah.
No, that sounds wrong. But I guess if
Okay.
you add in refraction, then
Okay, then I guess it's not us you were disagreeing with all that time. It was just you, because that was what you said.
I don't think that's what I said.
That is what
exactly what you said.
Is it?
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
I disagree.
You can't disagree, it's recorded.
Disagreeing with yourself then, bro.
I mean, like, if we're just talking like a physical object, and you like if you put that physical object in front of something, it's now a physical obstruction, right?
You said the horizon would physically obstruct things, and then you
And
claimed
it
that it
does.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does it to the moon, the sun, the stars.
No, it doesn't.
It does it to boats, people,
Nope.
cars.
We've just debunked that.
Yeah, the horizon's too far to be Earth curved, so it doesn't work that way. It's not a
I mean,
physical
that's what
obstruction.
I see. I mean, like, you guys keep saying it, but it appears to me that the Earth is physically obstructing objects. That cannot be denied.
Yeah, we
It's like one
checked
of the
it
most
out.
basic observations.
We looked at the math. We looked at how far away it has to be in order for it to work that way, for it to be physical obstruction, and it's way too far for that. So there's no Earth curve factor in the horizon. So it's not a physical obstruction. It's an apparent location.
Have you looked at your other options, Octane, or are you just believing in physical Earth curve?
I'm pretty strong in the Earth curve.
You understand there are other possibilities.
I mean, sure, it looks flat, and it appears flat. I won't deny that.
You just said the opposite. You just keep contradicting yourself.
No, I don't.
You just said, I see Earth curve. That's the way it looks. And I say, well, it looks flat.
Well, because it does appear flat, but a curve can still obstruct things. Okay, so real quick, when I say Earth curvature, when I'm talking about like sea level Earth curvature, I'm not talking about left to right curve. I'm not, like, I feel like we're getting two different pictures. I'm talking about things appearing obstructed because of the curve. I'm not talking about like we're literally going to start seeing like the bulge, whatever you want to call it, of the two sides coming in. That's not what I'm talking
obstructed
about.
like a 8 inches per mile squared type of curve obstruction?
Yes, that's what I'm. Yeah. That's
Okay,
what I'm
yeah, that
always
would have
talking
to be
about.
at the 1.2 mile distance. It's way too far for it to be that. So yeah, it's not that.
Okay, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I'm not talking about left to right because I feel like a lot of people think that's what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
I wasn't really
Because
talking
we can't see
about
that at sea level. I completely agree with you guys. It appears flat. I'm not going to disagree with that. I mean, that's why so many people in the past believed it was flat, right? But
No,
now that we
they
have
knew
the
it was
technology, no,
They knew
now
it
that
was-
yes, well, no, well, they thought it was flat. Well, now we know they're wrong.
They knew it was.
No, they were right.
They're wrong. So
You're the one with the belief. No. You're the one with the belief, and you're the one here who's
But now
wrong.
Octane, with
Now
all
that
this
better technology has
with
came
all
out.
this technology, and you're still here chanting refraction. Riddle
You've
me
got
that.
nothing, bro.
Well, because I personally like debating. I kind of like it here.
Well, you're not debating. You're chanting
Wait, what would you call this?
heliocentric
You're
rhetoric.
parroting things from your religion.
You're reciting theocratic edicts in the face of a reality that is the complete opposite of that. You're displaying cognitive dissonance.
Just level means curved,
questioning.
Octane, if
You
got
came to the
level,
server.
does it mean
Would you like
curved?
to? Would you like to just listen? Just put yourself on mute.
Well, that's what I was doing. You asked me.
No,
Well, when
I was just listening.
When I repeat your claim back to you, you think it's crazy.
Are you
I
high
said,
enough to think
yeah.
that level means curved?
That level means curved?
Do you think that?
Well, I mean, there's different definitions of level, right?
Nope.
You think the definition of level means curved?
I mean, because when you guys say level, I know you guys are trying to mean flat, but things can remain level and so.
So you think curved things are level?
I believe they can be.
think curved things can be level?
Yeah, because we can have things on the Earth that are level and it's curved. So
It's not curved. That's what we keep showing you. And every single time we show you that there is no curve, there's no curve obstruction where it would have to be in order for that to be true, you go, oh, yeah, that's just because the curve is invisible because of what light is doing. So you can't show us a curve. You admit it yourself with your own refraction cop-out.
So when I put a straight on my shelf, it's curved, is it?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When I use a level on my shelf, it's curved, is it?
It's possible. It's possible there might be a bend, right?
So there's nothing that's ever straight in your world.
Well, how level, can a level make something, right? Because it's giving you approximation. It's not, perfect, right? When you level something out, it's always going to be... It's never truly flat, if that makes sense. It's you don't know that. You're just making an approximation. That's what a level does.
So
when
is
you
it
guys say
possible
it's
for anything
perfect...
on the world to be flat?
Say again?
Is it possible that for anything on the Earth to be flat?
If
you're saying things that appear level aren't level, like shelves and things on shelves and things.
So can something be flat, is what you're asking?
Yeah, dead straight, flat.
Dead straight, perfect? Probably if we got enough scientists to work on the flattest object known to man, maybe?
Scientists? Wow.
Yeah, scientists.
People who do cause and effect experiments?
Yeah. They're
Why
pretty
is
smart
that?
people, aren't they?
Okay. Well...
are they
anyway.
not? They're generally pretty smart. Saying.
So you're priests. He's got to refer back to his priests.
They're generally pretty smart. Cut that out.
Yeah, they. Are they not? I don't meet.
Well, they've confused you, clearly.
I don't know. I would probably get somebody into carpentry or something like that instead. But anyhow.
Are we talking about making the flattest object possible, to zero? Or are we talking about just trying
Good thing Git's not here.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
yeah, because a few people aren't here, to be honest.
So what do you think, though, that you do not have a geometric horizon? It all started out with your claim that you do have a geometric horizon blocking things as they go away from you. That all disintegrated, and it basically just ended up with you saying, yeah, I do have a geometric horizon, but it's just invisible. So what do you think of that?
I love how I never said that. You keep
that is what you said.
Words.
So many words. That is what you said in so many
Go
words.
back and Livestream, see if I ever said invisible.
Well, okay,
sure
I'll just
Hey, Octane, hold on here for a second. I understand it's kind of it's hard to keep track of everything when everyone's talking to you at once. Okay, just let me ask you. Are you under the impression that we're living on a sphere, spinning and orbiting and flying through space? Are we on a spherical object?
Wait. Wait, because it sounds like there's two questions in there. So wait.
No, there's
okay,
six.
So what's the question?
But I'll ask one.
Well,
are we on a spherical object?
Yes.
Known as Earth. Yes. So it's curving at all times. It is curving if it's a sphere. Correct?
Yes, and that's why the horizon depends.
So
on height.
So what's up with sea level? You're just going to tell us that sea level is also curving around supposedly 70% of the globe is water, and sea level is actually sea curve.
Well, they call it sea level because the water line where it meets the land, I believe, is generally the same.
What?
But it's always a little bit different. I think that's what sea level is. I don't think.
Yeah, sea level is sea. Okay, sea level is. I know. What is sea level in Peru? Sea level in Peru and sea level in Hong Kong. That's sea level, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and it's curving.
Yes.
Around a globe. Yet it always measures flat, and water seems to seek and find its level. Correct?
Flat. Or
okay.
level?
Okay. Does water seek and find its level?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but just what we disagree on is
I know you're telling us that level is curved. That's absurd. To anyone who's listening,
that's fair.
It's absurd.
Okay.
Even more absurd than your previous absurd claim. You forget Octane Weasel. It might be 2 or 3 or 400 people listening to this over time, but anyone who listens to any of you people who chant this, no offense, BS, it makes people wonder about this whole BS model. I know you're sort of, shoulders deep in it, chin deep in this model, but you have to realize we all were. And I'm not trying to like change your mind about anything, but dude, you're saying some things that are really absurd in order to reify the model that you're believing in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay. I don't think I am. I'm trying not to.
Well,
I know, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the people who are listening.
Oh, okay.
They're like,
Okay,
wow.
You started
They're
with
like,
a
this
claim.
Octane Weasel's off the hook.
You started with a claim that there's physical Earth curvature that blocks things the further away from you that they get, and that just disintegrated completely as we handled that, and it just ended up with it's invisible, but it's there, basically. I know that you don't think that you said that, but you did. That's what you say when you invoke refraction. You're making an excuse for this thing that you claimed is physical, that does physically obstruct things in the distance, but then you don't see it at the same time. That's what you're saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, you said there's a physical obstruction, and then by way of refraction, you said that physical obstruction is invisible,
Can be
so
modified.
therefore it doesn't obstruct really anything.
No, it still obstructs because, I mean, even on days where there's a lot of refraction, things could still appear obstructed. I mean, it's not like you can see on like a different, city or something. I mean, obviously it stops at some point.
There's no physical curve obstructing things. That's the point. We showed you that we did the math. It's not at the position it would have to be for that. You claimed refraction.
Yeah, and we showed you the examples of it occurring on a flat surface.
And there's no measurable drop over distance. So we know that way, by way of laser transit and so forth, that there is no drop over distance of the Earth.
The laser test is so... I don't want to get into that. That's too many.
Yeah, it's another thing that doesn't find the curvature that you want to believe is there.
No, it's not even a measurement.
Yeah.
No, it's not even a measurement. I mean, it's just like, oh, I see light far away.
No, it's a direct measurement because lasers are straight, right? And
Wait,
if
it's a
there was
direct
any drop of the Earth, if there was, let me get through it. If there was any drop of the Earth, right? If there was any curvature over the distance, the Earth would diverge from the laser, right? And you would see the drop. You would see the divergence between the laser and the Earth, and that would be your curve. We don't see that. It just stays level with it the whole way. So then you go, lasers, I don't like them because they don't show the thing that you want to believe in.
I mean, I don't think we need a laser. I mean, we have the sun, and that still gets obstructed. That's much more powerful
Stupid.
than a laser.
You're trying to measure curve. What are you talking about?
Octane, why did you tell me that boats obstruct? I thought you said the geometric horizon was obstructing things.
Yeah. I mean, I must have mistyped if you're reading...
Well, which is obstructing, boats or the geometric horizon?
The geometric horizon is obstructing.
The one that you don't have?
The one that's refracted and invisible.
Well, the one that we're debating, sure.
Well, no, your model needs a physical horizon at 1.22 miles from 1 foot to claim
right, and I agree we have
3959. And you agree that doesn't exist?
No, I agree that we have one.
It's not there though in reality because it's been tested and debunked.
Yeah, but then why do things appear obstructed on a flat surface?
It doesn't matter about your other questions. What matters is, do you accept reality? When the reality of the camera at 1 foot is not seeing an obstruction at 1.22 miles called the geometric horizon, can you see the issue there?
I really can't.
Did you hear what he just said, by the way? He said that if the Earth isn't curved, then why do things appear obstructed on a flat surface?
Oh, wow, that's easy. It's called perspective.
Yeah, but things don't shrink uniformly into a dot.
Yes, they do. It's called the vanishing point.
Yeah, but that's not what we see. Have you seen my video? The ship gets obstructed and I can still see it. It's not a dot.
Yeah, it's not obstructed by Earth curve. It's obstructed by...
It's obstructed by the water. right?
Atmospheric lensing.
No, it's obstructed by the water. Did you see my video? The
Yes,
water
atmospheric
left the
lensing.
ship.
Did you see
And
the
is the
Skunk
water
Bay one? Did you see the Skunk Bay one?
Wait, about my video. Does
Yeah, I'm
like,
explaining to you your video, which has also been observed by the Skunk Bay works. Have you seen that GIF?
yeah, what is that the small wait, is that the small like boat?
It
The
shows the
small RC
water
boat?
level rising and falling across the course of a day.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
So if the water level rises and falls, then of course things like what you observed are going to be observed. Agree?
Things I'm sorry, can you say it again?
The reason the water rises and falls is why you think that obscures boats, correct?
No, it's the curvature of the earth.
But we've just debunked that.
But you can't just put words in my mouth and say this is my argument. No, I'm saying that's not my argument.
Donato just posted it again for you. Can you look at that and observe what's happening and explain to the audience?
I mean, there's refraction happening.
No, explain about the horizon line and what's happening to the water. Is it going above the horizon line?
No?
Well, he's lying to everybody because clearly it's
Wait.
going above the horizon line.
Wait, so what's going above the horizon? Wait, I don't understand what I'm trying to look at.
You see the white line?
Which white line? There's two.
Yes, well, there's one that moves and one that doesn't.
Nope, they're both.
So why does the water move above the white line?
Oh, you're saying the bottom line then? Is that what we're talking about?
Which one is the water at, the bottom line or the top line?
I mean, it looks like there's water at the top line too.
You think that's water? You know, the sky and mountains is water to you, is it?
I mean, wait, is that mountains? This is a bad GIF. What is that in the background?
It doesn't matter what it is.
Doesn't it matter? Wait, what? No, you can't just say it just doesn't matter. Wait, is that water too in the background or no?
No, that's trees.
No, I'm talking about the blue stuff that's on the left. On the top left, what is that?
That's called haze.
So that's not water, 100%.
No, that's not the ocean, no. The ocean doesn't exist hundreds of feet above our
Okay,
heads.
I'm just making sure it's such a...
I know it's complicated, isn't it? I thought oceans
No,
were
it's a
300
bad
feet as
GIF.
well. So have we established that the ocean isn't at 300 feet?
That it's not 300 feet?
Yeah, we can see that the ocean is at the first line and not the second, correct?
Okay, sure.
And what is that ocean doing to that white line? Is it going above it?
Yeah, it's going above it.
And that is why things disappear. That's your obstruction right there. It has nothing to do with Earth curve.
I mean, I already agreed. I think, like when we started this conversation, that refraction can't make things disappear. To my knowledge, I think it could do both.
No, we're talking about a physical obstruction. And you claimed that ships disappear over the physical geometric Earth curve horizon. And that's just been debunked a second time.
Well, no, because I agree that we can have both refraction and the curvature of the Earth.
There is no refraction. I've just told you. You don't have a physical
Wait, so you're saying
Earth
there's
curve.
no refraction?
I'm saying to you that what you said about ships going over a physical Earth curve has just been debunked.
Okay, well maybe it has, and I just don't understand. So,
Well, you can see the ocean going above the white line and then back down to the white line. So are you telling me that's Earth curve raising up 15 feet and coming down?
no, like I said, to my knowledge,
hold on.
I can be.
Water
Can I answer?
can rise and fall, and water rising and falling is not Earth curve, correct?
No, it seems like it's refraction.
So water rises and falls because of Earth curve refraction. Gotcha.
I mean, curve always plays a role because the Earth is always curved.
So that's water curving, is it? Right in front of you.
I mean, it is technically curving. but can't
Could
really
you
see
draw
it.
that on the GIF for us?
No, again, I'm not talking about left to right. I'm talking about that water that like it's able to obstruct something from a different perspective.
So why is it rising 15 feet and dropping 15 feet?
Because refraction.
So that water doesn't rise and fall; it only refracts.
Right, it just looks like it's rising and falling, but it's
Okay. So there's no such thing as tides. Gotcha.
I mean, sure, that plays a role.
No, you just said there was no such thing as tides. Water does not rise and fall. Those were
I
your
didn't.
words.
You
You
mentioned
just said
tides.
that.
I never even mentioned tides. We can go back in the live stream again.
No. I said, does water rise and fall? And you said, no, it's earth curve and then refraction, which means you're denying tides now.
Which means I'm denying tides.
You just said that water doesn't rise and fall. You
It seems
said
like you're
that
trying
was
to
not
come
a
to
full
conclusions
illusion.
for me, so it's kind of like you're putting words in
Well,
there.
I'm following your logic. You claim that water rises and falls because of earth curve and refraction, and not because of tides. You're claiming that the water level doesn't actually rise and fall. It's merely an illusion based on earth curve and refraction, correct?
No. So
go ahead.
The horizon is due to the Earth. Is due to the Earth being curved, and refraction can allow you to see things sometimes further away. Or
Yeah, we've
sometimes
heard this babble several times. I'm asking you about the GIF. Does the water rise above the white line and go back down to the white line?
Yeah, I said yes already.
Okay, now what causes that? Is that earth curve doing that?
That's refraction.
So that's refraction and earth curve.
I mean, it seems like in this instance, it seems like it's refraction.
You're basically saying that the water rises and falls because of refraction and not tides.
In this GIF, in this one specific GIF, it appears to me that this is due to refraction.
So
in this one GIF
tides don't
that we're
exist.
talking about.
So that explains why things appear to disappear bottom up.
No.
So you're
That's-
claiming that refraction doesn't make things disappear bottom up.
Refraction works alongside the horizon.
So you're saying that's a physical place.
The horizon is a physical place. Yes, that's when the curve begins. That's why things appear obstructed at such a close
So
distance.
the
I mean,
water
because I would
line-
think
The water line is earth curve and it's moving up and down.
due to refraction, because it's bending light.
You think that's light bending and not tides
That's what
raising
refraction
water
is.
level.
Okay, in this one, okay, I don't know if someone could back me up here. Does this not look like refraction? Wait, is this really tides doing all this? This looks like refraction to me.
So if that's refraction, then you don't have a physical earth curve. You can't have both.
Yeah,
Why
you-
can't
you-
you?
you
wait,
insist
wait,
on-
why can't you have both?
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
No, okay, no, but answer the question.
You can't
Don't,
have
like,
it both ways. You can't have boats
Don't give me
going
the cake
over the.
analogy. Just tell me
Okay,
why
okay,
can't I
I
have
will.
both?
You're at the same time saying that everything's refracted, yet boats go over the curve.
You're talking about something physical and then something not physical. You can't have both.
Why can't you have both? I still haven't got an answer. Why?
Because
Why
something
can't
is
I have
either
both?
real or it is not. Your imaginary friend is not
A curve can be real and refraction can be real. Why can't these two be real at the same time?
because you need the physical horizon at 1.22 miles, which you don't have.
What does that mean? What does that
Well, without
no.
the physical
Why
horizon,
can't I have
you don't have the radius.
something curving and refraction? Like you're
Because
saying these
if
two
it
things
was
can't
curving-
physically exist together?
Okay, if a hill is in front of you, okay, so if I placed a 2-mile hill in front of you, and then beyond that, let's say was a town, okay, and you're basically trying to look at the town, you can't see it because there's a hill in front of you, correct? So you're claiming there's a hill in front of you, but then you can see beyond it. You're trying to do both at the same time. Clearly, there is no hill, there is no curve. That's what the
At this
geometric horizon
At
is.
this point, Octane, you just need to come to the realization that's what you're doing. It's no big deal, but you need to examine
I
what
s-
your own claim is.
But I still don't believe that I even really got an answer to why
Belief
these
is
things
not
can't physically
evidence.
coexist together. Why
Because it's
cannot
been
a
debunked by
curved
reality.
plane and refraction like exist? I mean, so like, are you saying hills and refraction can't exist? Like, I don't, because hills are
Bro.
curved. Can
So
refraction exist
basically,
at this?
do you understand that you can't see forever?
I mean, again, it depends. Can the light reach your eyes? So, for example, we can see another galaxy pretty far away.
No, no,
That's because
I'm
the
asking.
light is strong enough. You can
We're not
literally go
talking-
ask people. You can see it with your eyes.
Yeah, I get
Okay,
that.
dude.
But I'm asking you about reality. Okay, when you look out across
That
the
is
ocean,
reality.
can you see 10,000 miles?
Can I see 10,000 miles?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I can at night because I can see stars.
No, I'm asking you when you look out across water at other continents. Can you see other continents across the water?
No,
Why not?
because of the Earth curving.
No, there are other factors at play. What are they?
I mean, the main one is Earth curve, so I would list that as one. I guess you could say the atmosphere because at a certain point you're
But your
looking for too
problem with the
much.
Earth curve claim is that once I put binoculars to my eyes, I can see further, and then if I put another optic to my eye, I can see even further. So we know it is an Earth curve that's obstructing and not allowing us to see. It's other things at place, like our eyes. Our eyes only have the ability to see a certain distance, correct?
I mean, sure, because I mean things will appear to shrink, but as long as the light is strong enough to reach your eyes, you can see that object.
Time
So
out.
we can see further. Go ahead.
No, he's you're hand wave dismissing the significance of the ability to bring it back into view using more powerful optics.
So can someone link me a video of someone doing that?
Yes, we posted them already.
And then I want to go step by step to show you why it's not working. If that's
We
okay.
posted them already for you.
Oh shit, how far do I have to scroll up?
We'll post them again.
Thank you.
And I just got to ask you, Octane Weasel, how is it that you know when you look up into the sky that you're seeing 40 billion light years away?
He got told.
Yeah, no, it just amazes me that he says it with such confidence, acting as if. Well, okay, you said when he asked you if you could see forever, there was a long pause.
Because I have to think about
and then
it.
you started talking about stars, and you said, "Well, gee, I guess it just depends on how far away that light reached me." How do you know that those lights? How do you know that those lights are as far as away as the heliocentric myth claims them to be?
Because we have pretty smart people in our.
Oh God, dude!
You're asking me for the answer. I'm giving it to you. You get angry.
That's not an answer. Because we got pretty smart people.
Yes, I trust NASA. I trust the space institutions. They're pretty smart people with math, way smarter than me, probably everyone here. And
pretty smart people in here, though.
They're pretty trustworthy.
Oh, dude.
That's
hey, Octane. Octane Weasel, is there a workshop full of elves at the North Pole?
I'm pretty sure there is not.
How do you know?
Because I haven't seen any evidence of it.
I trusted everyone who told me about Santa Claus.
They were smart people telling me that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, are you sure?
I like how you think
I
none of us are smart, Octane.
I've seen the smartest people in the world celebrate Santa Claus.
I like how you think none of us are smart and you're not smart. And
wait, I didn't say you're not smart. When did I say that?
You said, and probably smarter than anyone in this room.
that doesn't make you, just because someone's smarter than you, which you must admit someone in the world is. I can't believe you could be that, like, you can't be that.
Yeah,
insane.
and some people are better at basketball than me.
Yeah,
so I get it.
Can't be fooled, Octane.
Smart
people are
can be
infallible, are they?
No, I'm not saying
Octane,
these
do
things.
you consider yourself to be a smart person?
No, we're not saying you're saying them. We're pointing out to you how illogical your thinking is.
Yeah, Octane, do you consider yourself a smart person?
I have to say I'm fairly smart. I mean, I'm
Okay,
not the
well,
brightest.
can you consider that since smart people can be duped, that possibly you have been duped as well?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like probably
Yeah.
tons of people in history have been
No, we're
duped
just
and they're
talking
very
about
smart.
you. Is it
Oh,
possible that
me?
you've been duped, like the rest of us were, with the globe
With the globe, just talking about the globe and
model?
nothing else?
The globe model, the solar system, the globe, the spinning, the orbiting, the hurtling through space, the black holes, the quasars. Is it possible that it's just a fairy tale? Yes or no? Is that a possibility? Is it in the realm of possibilities?
Is that a possibility? I'm gonna be as
Yes or
charitable
no?
as possible. Yes, it's a
Okay.
possibility.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Been here for
DJ's taking requests. Don't forget to tip your bartender.
Snacks in the back.
Snacks in the back. That's it.
It's only taken him 5 years. He got there eventually.
No, not yet.
And I hate to break it to you, Octane Weasel, we don't care. I mean, we chanted the same solar system BS our whole lives too. I mean, not our whole lives, but it's quite a story they told. And several times here, you paused when someone asked you if you could see forever. You told us
Wait, can
that
I not
flat.
pause?
Yeah, but don't bring up stars after a 7-second pause. You told us that flat is curved. Level is curved, is what you told us.
Yes,
And
level, but not
at one
flat.
point, you said technically it's curving. What were you talking about? Technically, it's curving. The globe or the water on the globe, or both?
I have no clue.
Yeah, you said it like 10 minutes ago. You said, well,
Yeah,
technically it's
no,
curving.
yeah, that memory is gone by now.
Oh, jeez. Great. Well, good luck in your studies. I don't know what to tell you, brother, but
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it was a good discussion. I mean, I'll probably just go on, let someone else take over.
no, stay. I just, you seem to be failing to realize that not only is it a possibility, the whole thing is a myth.
No, I mean, I agree with you.
You yourself are pointing out. You yourself are pointing with this double speak and wanting it. You have to have it both ways. You yourself are pointing out the inconsistencies and the ridiculousness of the model. I just don't think you've actually examined it.
So I think our main disagreement is that one can have a curved surface and refraction working at the same time. Right? Is that our big contention?
Well, I would ask you, how would refraction move a physical horizon 28 miles?
Because light works with things that are physical and it will.
Well, according to the
bounce
professor,
off
it
of them.
angles upwards towards the eye. So the professor at Rochester explained how it worked. The light comes down, there's a mirrored surface, and basically the light gets refracted up to the eye. It's an angle. It's a measurement of angle. That's what refraction is. You're claiming it's following Earth curve, and it doesn't do that. Light does not behave in the manner in which you're speaking. It does not follow around the fictional curve. I'll post that for you.
All right. Wait, how could we come back if we're moving at 1.2 million miles per hour? Because you're also moving that fast, because you're moving with the Earth. Probably be my answer.
Right, can you see what I just posted?
Which one did you post? Oh, these two?
So the professor is telling you that it curves upwards, and that's how refraction works at distances.
Well, so light bends towards the denser medium, right? I mean, I guess it would depend on that, right? Is that how that works?
Two mediums. But then you'd have to know how much refraction there was on the day, you see, and that's the thing that you never answer. But if you actually go and look at it, there wasn't enough refraction to do what you're saying.
Wait, so you need two mediums for something to refract?
Yes. Also, your bendy water claim is debunked by the ice one as well, as is your refraction claim. As is your light bending around corners. You see that?
Oh yeah,
That's the ice
laser.
one. That's the ice one that destroys your three fundamental claims.
So, so like I had a question about these laser tests. So, how are they
That's not a laser
measurement?
test. That's not a laser test. Shall I explain it to you? Because you clearly are not understanding what is going on.
Nope.
So, this chap drove out to a frozen lake. He placed lights. He drilled down into the water. He placed the lights at different distances, different coloured lights. He then placed the camera at, let's say, 5 inches, 6 inches, and he was able to see 8 miles. So there is no curvature at that going on. Water is not bending. You can't claim refraction because it's ice. There's barely any humidity going on, so it's not refraction. Your claims are just absolutely wrecked. You see that, right?
Oh yeah, I see it. I mean,
and you see how your arguments are debunked.
Not necessarily, because I would have to look more into this test. Because like, if you have the original source video, that'd be cool. Or if you want to tell me the
I've got that. I'll link you to it.
TY.
How much do you look into the claims of the scientists you believe, though? Or do you just believe them off the top?
I would say I believe. I mean, like, I just trust them. Yeah, that's why I just believe them.
Do you understand? You've been indoctrinated into trusting them from an early age.
I mean, I guess one can make that argument, and I see how you can, because I mean, like, they constantly say, you know, these are the smartest people. These are people who you want to be. Blah blah blah. I mean, I can understand the argument, but I just disagree.
You trust that high school teacher, and you go trust that elementary school teacher.
I mean, it's good to trust someone eventually, right? I mean, you can't do it all.
So, Octane, I'd like to ask you, 8 inches per mile squared, how many feet of curvature should there be at 8 miles?
I have no clue on the calculator on me.
Jay's just posted it. Should be about 42 feet. Okay? So, we can observe the light at 8 miles from, let's say, 6 inches. So, if we can see the light 8 miles away from 6 inches, there's no 42 feet of drop. Is that accurate?
I mean, I guess it sounds okay. Again, I'm gonna look into it.
Well, I'm not asking if it sounds okay. I'm asking if you understand what's happening here. Do you understand that the rate of curvature should be 8 inches per mile squared, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you understand, based on the video, that there is an 8 mile distance between the camera and the farthest red light, I believe. It's a red light at 8 miles, okay? So we have 8 miles of distance from 6 inches and we're able to see everything. then there is no curving, correct?
Possibly, but just a question. What happens if those lights were to be moved back further? And what happens if you couldn't see them anymore? What would the conclusion be then?
Well, you could obviously see them if you had binoculars or telescopes. You'd have
Right,
to.
what if you go back further though, and you can't see them with
How
binoculars?
far would you want it? The fact is, we don't need to go any farther.
Well, how far? Well, like, because I know there's like a math equation for this, but how far can like you see a bright light or like a light that's at like 600 lumens or something? Like, what's the?
Yeah,
because that would be the ultimate test.
No, the ultimate test is at 8 miles, you are missing 42 feet of curvature. Therein lies your problem. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I understand.
So why are you missing 42 feet of curvature?
For sure.
Well, what's going on there? It's clearly flat and level.
Well, I wouldn't say it's clearly flat and level because there's no measurement for that. I mean, again, it's just I see a light far away, so this is my conclusion. Right? It's not a measurement.
Yes, it is. It's 8 miles. There's the camera at 6 inches. There's the light at 8 miles. What have we been told? That's 8 inches per mile squared. So Jay has done the maths for you, right? 8 inches per mile squared at 8 miles is 42 feet. And there is no 42 feet of drop.
Okay, so like if this... So, okay, so here's what I'm getting confused on. So if this was a measurement of the flat Earth, like what equations did you get to find that there was 0 curve per mile? That's a measurement.
What do you mean that's a measurement?
Because just saying that you see a light, and this is the globe math, that we measured the flat Earth, you didn't measure anything because you didn't get a number at the end of it. You just made a conclusion.
No, we have.
There was no measurement.
We have the measurement. No. It's 8 miles.
No, that's the globe Earth measurement. I'm saying what, like, how flat is the Earth per mile? Is it truly 0? I'm asking for the measurement.
It's 8 miles. You don't have curvature.
No, that's just the distance. I'm asking, how did you measure the Earth itself? Like,
he probably did it on his car, I think. He got out of his car and he placed a light at every few miles.
Right. So then where's the equation that shows this is why there is 0 curve per mile? That's a true measurement. Because
I mean, you don't need to measure something that doesn't exist.
Well, you probably should measure, because that would be proof of a flat Earth if you could measure.
You should measure things that don't exist to prove something.
But you probably should if you want to convince the masses, which is what you guys want to do, right?
No, we're trying to help you understand why you're being illogical.
No, you're trying to convince the majority of people.
You don't care about convincing people of anything. We're here to learn and understand ourselves, and if people want to learn and understand, we can try to help them do that with the resources and knowledge we've gathered. And you've been told many times that this is 8 miles distant, and you do not have...
But that's not a measurement of the Earth, that's just a distance.
Okay, so the measurement I think that you're looking for is based on, and I've thrown this around for the last 2 days on this chat, based on a 65 kilometer distance, so a radius spread of 65 kilometers around you. If I'm standing on a point, which you say I'm on a curved Earth, so on a 65 meter radius distance, the land around me should be at a depression, that means a negative, according to your globe model, of approximately 900 feet. So that means if I'm looking out 65 kilometers, that land that I'm spotting should be at a depression of 65 kilometers, or should be at a depression of 900 feet. That's something that you're actively witnessing in your purview, in your world, my round guy. You asked for a measurement, I just gave you one, and I'm asking you, are you witnessing that?
No. What I'm asking for is your...
I just gave you... No, you asked for the measurement. I just gave it to you, and I asked you if you're witnessing it. And you said no, therefore, I rest my case.
He's
Wait,
claiming
no, sorry,
that
wait,
the
no.
ice
I think
flake
I
isn't
think we're
Earth.
speaking past each other. No,
Octane,
no.
how is the ice flake
What?
not Earth? That's a measurement of Earth.
Wait, real quick. Let me just say it. I'm just asking, like, did anyone actually measure the surface of the Earth, and did
Yes.
they come to the conclusion that it is in fact 0 curve per mile? It's perfectly 0.
That's been done, yes.
And I'm just
You
asking,
can look
for
at
that
what
equation
Pyongyang.
or that
Take the
experiment.
Pyongyang Bridge. Use the Pyongyang Bridge as your model, right? That is a long enough sample set for you to be able to abstract, because when they lay the piles for the bridge that they're installing, they're all laid with a level. And the only curve that you detect, even when you're using a level, is the meniscus of the water touching the surfaces of the enclosure that it's in. Everything else is flat. That may have been too much for you to consume that I threw at you, but think about the piles that they drive in when they're installing this bridge over water, as an example. That is a long enough sample set for you to determine a curvature. Pyongyang Bridge, China.
I mean, a bridge, isn't that a relatively short distance? I mean, look at per mile. Per mile, there is 0.000126 miles of curvature. That's insanely small. This is why I feel like you guys think it's like something
Can you
insane.
Google?
It's
Why don't you
not.
Google the Pyongyang Bridge and tell me how long it is? And then you can calculate it based on that ratio and tell me what the overall curvature should be based on the distance of the bridge. You just gave me a variable. You can plug it into the distance of the bridge.
Wait, so why do I have to do this? Wait, what did I ask? What?
Because you're the one that's trying to prove a curved Earth. We're all standing here stating that we're on a stable plateau. We're not witnessing, because in our purview, the only thing that we witness that tells us we're moving is sky science or sky stuff, right? I'm not looking at the
I mean,
sky.
I agree
Hold
that
on.
appears
I'm not
flat.
looking
I
at the
agree.
sky. No, wait. I'm not looking at the sky stuff right now. I can't consider that because I don't read books. I only look at numbers. And the numbers in my observation in my purview tells me that we're on a stable plane. The only thing that I look at is a plane that flies above me that tells me that it's moving and I'm not. You can plug that number in, that constant ratio, into the distance of the bridge and observe if there's a curve or not. Is that not that? I think that's a fair statement, is it not, or a fair request?
I mean, I think it's a fair request, but I don't know why I have to do it. I even asked for it.
Well, I'll leave it with you for homework. I got to get ready. Bye-bye.
All right, fair enough. See you.
So do you understand that the ice lake is connected to Earth?
Yeah.
We measure the ice lake. Are we measuring Earth?
So, can you guys just show me that?
Yeah, I linked you to the video and I linked you to the photograph.
No, right, and that video shows the lights, and then it makes the conclusion. But I didn't see the measurement being
It's
done
in the
yet.
video. He shows you how he gets in his vehicle, he drives 8 miles, puts his camera down, turns it around, boom, there it's the red light at 8 miles.
I mean, I think we. Let me see. So, like, okay, so my example of a measurement, and this is of and this isn't a direct measurement, because let's be real, you can't directly measure the Earth. That's insane. You would need like the world's longest fucking ruler, and that's just not possible. But we can do like indirect measurements, for example, and we have, and I know you guys have heard it before, but that's the shadows and sticks to it. That's an indirect measurement of the Earth.
No, I'm talking about a vehicle. How does a vehicle measure distance? Do you understand a vehicle?
But we're not debating distance of Earth, right? I mean, I agree. Yeah, that's 8 miles. Sure, I don't disagree.
Is that a measurement
of just distance? Yes, we're just talking. Yeah, distance, but
right. So we have a
we're talking about curvature or non-curvature of the Earth.
Hold on. If we have a distance of 8 miles from the camera to the red light, and we see no 42 feet of curvature, what do we conclude?
I mean, that's a pretty flat area.
So water is flat and level, exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, again, I was beating a dead horse here, but I think we're talking past each other when we talk about measurements, because I'm talking about a measurement of the Earth. So, like, for example, we have one, and it's an approximation. It's not perfect. It's an approximation because Earth is not a perfect sphere. So it's an approximation, but we have measured it with sticks and shadows. Multiple people have done it.
No, you're using Eratosthenes
That's an indirect
and his 5 assumptions. What were Eratosthenes' 5 assumptions?
That the Earth was a sphere. I know that was one of them, and I don't know the rest.
That the Earth was the same size as Venus, that the Sun was 3 million miles away, and he made up some other crud too. The fact of the matter is that actually proves flat Earth just as much as it proves globe Earth, because again, you just change the assumptions around. So again, you're not actually dealing with measurements, you're dealing with crap made up. I'm giving you a real world exercise that you can test, verify for yourself, right? And guess what? It debunks the globe model. Doesn't matter what Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows did, right? What matters is you have 8 miles without curvature across water, right? If you've got 8 miles of water without bending or curvature, then you can take that up to the oceans and the seas, and they are not bending or curving, because they would have to apply it at 8 miles as they would 8,000 miles. Does that make sense?
I mean, again, I understand you, but I just disagree.
Well, what are you disagreeing with exactly? We have 8 miles of a lake without 42 feet of drop or curvature. So this.
So I guess my first question is: So my question is, I'm like, if it's so obvious, why don't we see this like all over? To me, from my personal experience, it seems like most observations can be explained with a simple curve calculator. I've done it, and it's fairly accurate.
Yeah, they've worked on it for a very long time, and they've got it all. They plugged in a lot of holes, but guess what? Reality debunks it. This is reality. You can go and do this yourself and get the same results. You can go to an ice lake. You can measure as far as you want. You can use whatever method of measurement that you want, and you can get the same results. There is no curvature, according to the 8 inches per mile squared, 7.98 if you want to be accurate, but we can use 8 inches for 8 miles, that's no problem. So where's your 42 feet of drop? If there's no 42 feet of drop, there is no radius of 3959 miles, and that also debunks Eratosthenes.
Well, so the one thing with like Aristophanes, for example, is that so I think the assumption in flat Earth is that the sun is like not too far away. I mean, it's not 93 million miles away, but I mean, we can measure the sun's height. I mean, if the sun truly is.
But why are you going on about the sun and Eratosthenes when I'm giving you? Hold on a second. I'm giving you a real world test that you can repeat.
These can be done in real world.
No, they don't, because guess what?
Yes, shadows and sticks. Yes,
yes, they prove flat Earth just as much as they prove globe. If you add
you're not letting me finish.
But no, I'm telling you, real world experiences. Go do it. Go see how far you can see. Put the lights at 50 miles and you can see them. And that debunks it even worse. These are actual distances that we can tell. These are actual measurements. 8 miles, no 42 feet of drop. If you don't have 42 feet of drop, you don't have a 3959 radius. You understand that, don't you?
Yeah.
You can't have one without the other. Either you have a 3959 radius and there's a 42 drop, but there isn't. In reality, there is no 42 drop, which means there's no 3959.
So again, like, is there a reason, like, why in this test you guys chose to only go like 8 miles? Like, what was your reason to
The
only go
guy
8
did his own
miles?
test. He decided that would be enough distance. He placed the lights. He put the
But would you
camera
want to go
straight at the
further?
light. You can go further, but it doesn't change the simple fact that
It
without
just tempts
drop, you have
suspicion.
zero drop at 8 miles. If you have zero drop at 8 miles, that's enough to debunk the globe model's claims. Remember, you're making the claims because you're saying that the model is reality. But guess what? Reality debunks the model.
No, but what I'm saying is, okay, I'm just trying to be as logical as possible. If I were to try to show someone that the Earth is flat, I would want to get the most powerful telescope and a basic light and shine it at the max distance. It just seems very weird that
Weasel,
it's like
here's
8
the
miles
thing.
and there's another reason.
Here's the
And
thing,
you can
Weasel.
do that. If
The
you want
Earth is either a spheroid with a 3959 mile radius, or it isn't.
and you don't need to go thousands of miles. You can do it over 3 miles or 10 miles. And trust me, there are ones way, way longer. 21 miles, 60 miles, 273 miles, 3,000 miles. The simple fact is, no matter the distance, there is no curvature. The 3959 radius is debunked at every single mile. Real world testing is what will prove it to you.
Well, gamers, so what's next? I think honestly I might go to sleep. Because it's 3 in the morning here.
Okay, buddy. Good chatting with you.
Yeah, good chatting. You know, I might show up in the next 6 months again to have a fun discussion, but I'll be chilling in chill chat, by the way, which is a much better chat.
Let's hope you've
I'm just saying, go
done
down there.
some real world testing.
Gosh, Octane Weasel, you want everyone to leave so they won't hear this. What is going on, bro?
No,
Yeah,
it's just
see you in
chill
6
chat
months.
is
See you in
chill.
6 months. See you in 6 months.
Alrighty, gamers.
Thanks for
have
being
fun.
here, man.
Stay
We
safe.
appreciate it.
This
Really
is
do.
the end of your
Alright.
podcast.
Take care.
Alright, see you, boys.
So I don't understand. He sat there and he dug us for information, and at the end of it, his parting sentiment was, "I'm going to be in another chat, which is a much better chat." Is this what really is going on right now, folks?
Yeah, he's I don't know what's going on with him.
He lost in the NBA Finals, and he goes, "I'll be at the rec
gonna
league
go to
next
Golden
week, boys. See me down at the YMCA. I'll be balling there."
It's just like Uri said, they're so confused. Even with the abundance of facts and evidence, they don't know which way is up.
I think you did an amazing job hand-holding and babysitting him on that one. I think it's really unfortunate that he really ran for the hills at the end of that conversation like that. That's a really shitty withdrawal. Narcissistic, as far as I'd be concerned. It was a good chat.
Well, what's interesting is they somehow, and this has nothing to even do with the Earth, they somehow don't understand the concept that you can't have certain things both ways. It's like lost on them. I literally think he was lost on the whole having his cake and eating it too. I know it's a funny wording, but they think that they can eat their cake and it'll still be sitting there on the countertop.
Big shout out to Donato. Cheers, dude. And yeah, you're right. Double speaking fundies, they do anything to win the point, even if it means countermanding what they've just said to win the next point. It's very interesting.
What was that?
That was Weasel leaving. The sound of a weasel leaving.
You killed me with that soundboard clip.
And it's interesting when he was responding to some of the questions in the voice chat, he would state the question and say he would just say yeah because that's what's going on. He would just state it as if it was gospel and that was good enough. It's I don't know, but that guy I think was actually he wasn't some sort of he's literally confused. He's not here reifying some globe that he knows is falling apart. He thinks it's just the way it is.
You definitely propagated a lot of thought for him to consider, and I think that was a lot of the silence and space that was created in the discussion that you had. And again, the unfortunate part is you created and propagated all that thought within his little head, and he still ran for the other chat.
Yeah, it's typical. I'd like others to try to learn from that discussion, and when they do come back with silliness, just be patient and just directly answer them, point out how they are illogical, and just baby step them through it. He's been here for about 5 years. He knows the arguments well enough, and it's good to just play the game with him and do the dance for the audience, remember. And so it's very frustrating. You have to be very patient, like you are with a child and the crayons, the typical thing. So, yeah, just remember that, guys. And if you've not watched it, please watch the Yuri Bezmenov lecture from the 1980s. If anybody hasn't seen it yet, watch it. There's a 6-minute clip, a 13-minute clip, and there's a full 1-hour lecture. Very important to understand why we're having so many problems getting this stuff across, which should be pretty basic.
The mission has been accomplished. There's no turning back for those people who's long gone.
Imagine being dumb that you trust the government. How dumb can that be?
Complete blind faith, and that's what we're dealing with. He said it himself. He trusts whatever they tell him. Verifies nothing, figures out nothing. It's the infantilization process of the youngsters today. Makes life very, very easy. Don't think, just do this, just eat pizza, eat garbage, do this, do that, work, go to sleep. Idiocracy.
But check this one out. We had a guy on yesterday, and somebody asked him flat out, if they showed you, like CNN came out and they showed you that they've been lying to you all this time and that the world in fact is actually flat, would you believe them? And he's like, no, I wouldn't. And this is why I said my immediate response to that was, mankind is lost. Because if we come out or if they come out and show you that the world is in fact flat, there's still going to be people experiencing cognitive dissonance, not able to check into the fact that they've been lying all this time. We're lost.
And this is why I always ask people to do their own testing. Go to any body of water that is close to them and just take the mathematics, take the claims, and just do their own thing. If truth is important to them, if figuring out what's really going on is important to them, that's all you can really do. I'll be down with the other cool kids in chill chat if anybody wants to join.
You guys are heretics. Heliocentric heretics.
Hey.
I'm a sun cult heretic.
Yeah. If it's spinning and you can't feel it, why would you fear about it?
If you're spinning at 800 miles per second, why don't you feel it?
Yeah. Well, why would you fear if you don't even feel it? Let it spin.
Probably. I
The only way.
feel when I spin 5 miles per hour, I feel it, but I don't feel it in the globe model when I spin 800 miles per second.
Well, not really
Globe
800 miles a second, but yeah, 1,000 miles an hour with the tangential speed. Yeah.
Yeah. The only way they would believe in the globe is because they're heliosexuals. That's why.
Mm.
I don't see it any other way.
False worshipper.
Oh, yes.
and it's not a gay religion, actually. You know, they say, officially it's not.
Official is not. Oh.
Mm.
You're referring to balls? Or
Yeah, so heliocentric worship of balls, spinning balls, up and down, floating balls in vacuum, balls holding air, you know.
oh my god.
Yeah. And if you like that, yeah, it wouldn't be gay at all. Yeah, so you're just like balls. That's it.
Well.
Soon we're gonna have these guys shouting in here, heresy, heresy, heretics at us.
Yeah, who in their right mind would spend 5 to 8 hours defending the government narrative?
With paychecks.
Yeah, some of them get paychecks. Some of them are just religious zealots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I don't think Octane Weasel is getting a check. I just think he loves atheism for whatever reason. Just like most Globers, they love atheism, and we all know why.
Self-worship, self-deifying, deifying.
Yeah. Although it's not the topic of the server, we all know all debates stem from atheism versus God, and yeah, so we all know why they reject flat Earth.
Well, heliocentrism is a religion, literal religion. So, of course, we get to talk about stuff like this, you know, God and Creator and stuff.
Yeah, it's based off
Heliocentrism,
imaginary
it's not
stuff.
It's not science. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the religion of make believe all you want, you know, and the religion of everything how you believe, you know, and yeah.
Yeah, the globe is subjective truth. Whatever you want to believe, you can believe. Whatever you make up in your mind, that's the globe.
Well, actually, they just show you in your face, you know. They made the most handicapped man in the world, Stephen Hawking's, you know. They made him like, they pose him as the world's greatest genius mind, you know. He invented nothing, he discovered nothing, he did no experiment other than boiling water, probably. Yeah.
Wow.
Name.
Does that
I
require a
would
degree?
challenge them. What is the smartest thing Stephen Hawking ever said? And then you just destroy him right after that.
Mm. I don't think he ever
Didn't
said
people speak for
anything
him? He
smart.
couldn't speak at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how can you verify anything for whatever the source came from? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, you can destroy it on two fronts. You can destroy it on how he's speaking, and you can destroy it on the dumbness that he's going to say.
Yep.
It's like the dumb shit he says versus like how does he even say it with his cheek? He's talking with his cheek. Really? I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Show me, get a Glober to write a sentence with his cheek. Come on.
Yeah.
He was unable to swallow saliva.
He can barely. He's.
Wow.
Genius.
Yeah.
Smartest man on earth.
Thank God.
In what field was he professing?
Math.
Quantums? Math?
No, mathematics and some theoretical
Numbers.
physics. Yeah.
The language of deceit.
Astrophysics. Black holes and stuff like that.
Unicorn.
Equations. Yeah.
Bigfoot.
Oh, the cool stuff. Yeah. Cool imaginary stuff. Nice.
The best.
He was just messing with the chalk, wasting it. Yeah. That's the only thing he did in his life. Waste of chalk.
I think Stephen Hawking was trolling the atheists.
These men who died, they say that when you mention their name, they hear you and they are twisting in their graves in their sleep, So he doesn't have any peace there where he is because he left his name in this world to be used and pronounced by all these idiots, every day. He's being called day and night.
He's being summoned. The Stephen Hawking's ritual.
Yeah.
He's being summoned by the pseudoscientists.
Mm-hmm. So
but
just for
the
this,
best part is what goes around. So whatever lies and evil you do, it's going to come back to you.
yeah. Even just for this thing that I read in the Bible and other spiritual books, it makes me like, even if I make a discovery or something, I will just give it out there in the free, spread it and stuff, share it with a few people, which I know they will forget about me, and my name will never be mentioned. Yeah, I don't want to be remembered.
Even the best of people are only remembered periodically. So, I mean, yeah, like could be once a month, could be once a year, could be once every 5 years. Depends on the person.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
whatever, however amount of remembrance you are, as long as you're telling the truth, you're good to go.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like that. You could be telling a version of your truth or the actual truth. So
Yeah, but the question is, how far do you need to be from the source of light so that distance starts collimating the light? How does distance collimate light? Yeah.
sunlight, flashlight, candle. I don't know which light, which yeah, but
Yeah, any light source.
but to me, we I know that globers hate water because flat water destroys the globe.
Yeah.
No curvature, they hate water. Like they'll hate, yeah. So
Everything
to light,
destroys the globe because the globe is
yeah,
against reality, you know.
yeah. The globe is easy to destroy. It's just whoever wants to listen and whoever wants to learn. And if you're a truther, you know, and if you're a dumb government statist, then you remain ignorant.
You know, the only thing I learned on from Globies about water, why it can bend, is that they showed me surface tension. So the only thing I can do is show you some retarded thing,
Yeah.
you know, that has nothing to do with it.
Uh,
I mean, the best thing yet that I heard from Panda was where he told me that the stars only look like as if they're flimmering underwater or shining underwater because
yeah.
of being out of focus. And then he told me that every camera, yeah, that the camera or every camera has a limit of like 30 meters. Until then, everything is out of focus. And then I said, okay, you think that's a good proof, and I think when I can recreate in a smaller model lights underwater, like how there would be in a firmament, which is, you know, whereas water is above, and I get the same results. My experiment is actually, you know, the same as it would be in reality, and it's the same that I observe. And he said that's nonsense. That's retarded. That's stupid. Like he thought that my experience is stupid, but whatever he said, things being out of focus, even though this you cannot recreate. You cannot recreate his theory of things out of focus. You cannot take a light and just put it out of focus and make it look like as if it's flimmering or shining underwater. And he was still in denial. These people are so ignorant. They will do everything to keep their belief system. It's unbelievable.
Because they already committed the wrong, and knowing that there is the law to punish you for those wrongdoings, they just can't accept it, you know.
Yeah, regardless of that, they just don't accept reality for what it is.
Yeah, I've seen people being fooled. You know, they sent $100,000 to a guy in the Netherlands this guy rented a office in a skyscraper. Yeah.
Mm.
He rented the whole level and he made like a fake bank, and this guy was saying, "Oh, I have this black painted US dollars from Switzerland, you know. I have billions of them, and we need to buy a special cleaning solution to wash that black paint off of the money, and then they are good money to use. And but this ink washing solution is so expensive. It's $100,000 for, I don't know, a barrel which you can wash like $1 billion. Okay, let's do it. He sent money, $100,000, and when he told me it was an American guy. And I told him, dude, you've been scammed, you know.
Mm.
No, I can find the bank is right there in Amsterdam. Okay, let me buy you a plane ticket and I arrange everything so you can go there and check for yourself. I sent him the airplane ticket, everything. He went there and boom, no bank, nothing. It was a scam. It was just a level being offered for rent. So yeah, for $100,000, even I can rent a office level in that building, and have an American guy pay me $100,000, yeah, and then choose. But even after that, the guy, because he lost $100,000, he was in a cogdice state, like he couldn't believe it was a scam. And for very, very long time, it took him about 2 or 3 years to actually realize. He was like, "Oh, maybe the bank moved. Maybe it moved in another country." He was about to go to Africa. I told him, "Dude, hold your seat."
So you're saying this guy is a glober?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He's in his 60s now, but yeah, about 15 years ago, he was 45 in his 50s, something like that.
So
He
I
has a
got a
son of
message
mine.
saying I got a transaction, $300 e-transfer. I wonder, should I
Yeah,
send them my information? Not like I wonder.
yeah,
A glober? Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe I should.
yeah. And I was a hacker and I was doing stuff with him, and he knew about me that I'm good, I know stuff, and he didn't ask me. Like he put his money there without saying a word, nothing. And I would have told him from the first time, even how to check this scam, you know.
Uh, I'll ask you anybody a question. Can you get rich quick? Is it possible, really?
Yeah, yeah. When
Like,
you scam people, yeah,
if
you
it's
get rich very fast, or you go to jail. One of the
Yes,
two.
yes, you can.
you either work for 16 to 18 hours a day, or you do crime, or you win the lottery. I
Yeah,
guess if that's real.
there are
yeah,
people that have specialized in taking rich people's money. You need to
Yeah.
understand there are many rich people that are just very, very stupid and they don't know what to do with their money.
Yeah. Yeah. They lose the sense of value.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I think there was one guy in Germany, I forgot his name. He 1 second, let me think. Oh yeah, he sold the idea to rich people that he will make their money double of like that he will double the money of them in a certain way, and they presented him
Yeah.
how and blah blah blah, and then he targeted like young rich guys who got the money from their parents that passed
Yeah.
away or something like that, and especially rich people who had no sense for the money that they have, and he I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of euros he scammed, but like there was one particular guy where he like him off like 750,000 because he just he scammed him of that money, then he changed his identity and he like he changed the country and he he lived somewhere else, and then all of a sudden he meets that guy on the airport, the guy that he
Yeah.
scammed all the time, and instead of the guy being outrageous about it, he goes back into his a role of playing this businessman who's gonna double his money, and the rich guy gave him money again. That's how stupid
Oh
some
my
people are.
God. Second time getting scammed. Yeah. Yeah.
They're really stupid people with a lot of money out there,
Yeah.
and when you're smart, it's
Yeah.
easy to. But it's not something I wanted to do, right? I would do. I personally could not scam people, regardless of if they're
Yeah.
multi-billionaires or whatnot. It's just not my thing.
Me neither. Yeah, when I was doing, I was like listing auctions on eBay and Ubid and stuff like that. I wasn't talking, not even on the phone with people. So it was just typing an email back and forth, and that's it. But I wouldn't do that now. And I don't recommend anyone to do so. But there are means, ways, which the government is legalizing these things for the big society businessmen, and they do all these sort of scams, and the banks too. Yeah, they do a lot of scams.
Well, it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven.
Yeah.
So have all the money you want.
Well, in the heavens, the way I see the heavens functioning, working, and what it is, it's really impossible for us to go into that medium. It would require tremendous amounts of energy just to hold your state, to hold this necessary medium that we need to exist. 14 psi air pressure and temperature.
I would say that when we die, it's possibly probable it's a little bit different than the physical world.
Yeah, we're going quantum.
Yeah, I would. The spiritual world is largely unknown, yet it's a vast amount of our reality that's hidden from us.
No, you see, spiritual plane, I would say it is still physical, but different. Uh, it takes place there at below the lambda point, which for us is not just extremely cold, impossibly cold. So that kind of cold, it will just repel you because of the temperature differential, you know. Like we are very, very hot.
You know, the only thing that you will find in the spiritual world or spiritual realm on the other side, on the dark side, or however you want to call it, is demonic entities and fallen angels or Nephilim spirits. But regarding human spirits or you know, you're gonna die, and then right away after that is judgment. But since you're dead and there's no, you know, you don't see anything, you don't feel anything, nothing is happening. There's also no time scale, so you're just like in a waiting room, but you don't even know that you're waiting because you just die and then you wake up
Yeah.
instantly to Judgment Day. And the thing is, the people will say opposite, that when you die, you're just out of your body. Um, I mean, it started in a garden where the serpent said, "You shall not surely die." Right? It's the same lie that they
Yeah.
still say today. You shall not surely
Yeah.
die. I
Yeah.
mean, it's also. I mean, if saying being dead is a little bit too much for some people, you can also say asleep, because Christ himself said, you know, sleep or deep sleep or asleep. Yeah, one of that things. So yeah, they're just in a state of sleep. I mean, after judgment, then is the second death, right?
They're
Yeah.
saying
Second
that the
death is
atheist globers
actually
are demonic.
What?
second death is the condemnation to eternal hell.
Yeah.
That's if you agree or disagree. I would say that the atheist globers are demonically possessed.
No,
Red pill.
I can't blame demons for the doings of a man, you know. It's what they choose to believe and to do, you know, and what to be. They choose this. It's their choice, not the choice of demons. The only thing that these demons left in this world was the evil doings, the knowledge about the evil doings. You know, these wicked methods, how you can deceive someone to make a person walk astray from God and wholeheartedly not accept God's existence. You know, like they are convinced in their hearts that God doesn't exist. You know, and they don't even care to search if that is true or not. They prefer to stay there, right there where they are, in that atheism. You know, so I can't blame.
Yeah, that's the Prussian system. The Prussian education system teaches them atheism,
Yeah,
statism, and 95% of
yeah,
people follow it.
yeah.
I mean, if you also look at it this way, if you're a person that tends to lie or has no problems with lies, you would want to rather live in a system of lies, right? Where you're being deceived and lied to, if that makes sense. You want to be around people that believe lies? No.
To me, it's obvious why Globers denied the flat Earth because they're scared of the accountability for all their bad deeds and actions throughout their whole life. They know the instant they hear flat Earth that it proves intelligent design, it proves God and judgment after death, and they know it subconsciously.
I mean, it
Yeah, but
doesn't directly
they reject.
prove a biblical or Abrahamic God. It does give suggestion to a creator.
yeah, but
But
you cannot
if
be
it's any
you cannot
doctrine or scripture or something like that, that doesn't prove anything.
but you cannot be afraid of judgment because judgment will not come.
I mean, who knows if there is a judgment day? Like
Yeah, of
it's
course.
written in these scriptures. There's I would say in better terms, man-made religion also, just like scientism.
Yeah, the best part is that's the gamble you're gonna take. You're gonna gamble on, oh, there's no judgment. I get a second
Right.
chance. Well,
Exactly.
that's your gamble. I'm not gambling. We get one, just like Eminem sang, we get one shot, one opportunity. You blow it, it's over.
Right. Why would I gamble with something that is free in the first place and I just need to accept it? Why would I do
But
that?
you are not. If you don't know
Because
that, if you never wrote, never read about Judgment Day, how you will ever know that Judgment Day is coming?
Same way as it says in the scriptures that there is no excuse.
Yeah, but I'm speaking in the name of all Chinese, Peruvians, Africans, and Asians. You know.
How do you know that they haven't given a chance?
yeah, you're saying because the
let
Chinese government hides the Abrahamic God that they're like your only case would be like if you grew up on an island alone and
Are
that's the
you telling me
only
that, are you telling me that Chinese was originally Christians, but they didn't believe in other religions?
Sasha, you don't know if someone had a vision in his dream, if he was already contacted by the Most High. You don't know what his ways to reach out to someone to give him a chance or to repentance. There are many
Yeah,
people
but
that have.
you don't know their God what he's saying. You know, you are listening what your God is saying. You know,
No, listen. You don't even know what their God is. It's
that
just
mean
based on
that
assumption.
that mean that most of population misses.
No,
That mean
I
that most
know.
of listen. That mean that most
Why are
of
you
population
so angry,
miss
man?
No, I'm not angry. I'm telling you that I want to get to conclusion. That means that most of the population missed the message because it came from Jerusalem.
No, that's what you think. I'm saying you don't know if God has given a chance to everyone. You don't know that. You can simply not know that. You're just basing on
No,
assumption.
no, I'm saying to you that you born in some culture where you had opportunity to read the scripture, and because of that you are how to grow up like that. But if I didn't grow up, and all other people in 1,000 years even had
Sasha,
connection with
calm
with
down, man. It's in the morning for me. It's very hard to listen to someone who's is so loud.
Okay, sorry, I have no headphones because of that.
Okay, no problem. Just a little bit less loud. I'm just saying I understand your concerns, but first of all, you with these concerns you underestimate the power and authority of the Most High, and you don't know if he has not already given someone a chance. Not everyone gets to understand who their creator is just through the Bible. You can also get to understand who the creator is just through his creation. So there is no excuse. Everything is provided around you.
Yeah, I'm okay with creation, but I'm not okay with the judgment day because you saw that in the scripture. But I'm telling you that most of people, didn't see that in scripture. They didn't live that scripture. They didn't know about that anything. You know.
Have you
see
ever
why wait why would you reject Judgment Day? Why would you hate judgment?
Why you
why you will claim judgment day if you don't know if is that can why we will be judged? How do you know that God will judge us?
Because we have the same establishment here
That's
on
what it
Earth.
says.
And we have
Yeah,
the same.
they says that Earth is, there says that Earth is sphere. Also, I'm telling you, how do you know that it will be judgment day?
Because we have the
Why
states.
is it a bad thing? Why would it be a bad thing? Why is judgment a bad thing? Why is judgment
I'm
for
not
your
saying
deeds
it's
a
bad
bad thing?
thing. I'm not saying that it's bad thing. I'm asking again, how do you know that it will be judgment day?
Yeah, Sasha, listen. I can tell you how you know. First of all, you have
Faith.
the same. One second, let me explain it to him. You have the same establishment of principles which are given by a just judge, or a just righteous God, which is you yourself doing judgment based on your on right or wrong, through the moral compass which is given by that just God. And the other thing is that we have establishments here on earth which are courts and laws which can be broken, and then you need to be judged according to the law that you have broken by a man. In the same way as these things are established here on the plain earth, you can be sure that it's the same characteristic of the God who created everything. Okay,
Is that
when you have a
written?
moral,
Is that
it is
written in
written
all
on your
religions?
heart.
Is it that? I
It
want
is
to know. Is
just
it that
logic,
written in?
man. Just be
No,
honest to
it's not.
yourself. The
It's
same way
not
as you're
logic.
judging, the same way as you're judging this right now, the same way has the characteristic of judging people, and that's what he's gonna do. That's as simple as it gets. You're judging about something right now, and because you have that characteristic, you can be sure that your creator has it. Do you think your creator is a numpty who doesn't care about good or wrong and just says, come all in? No.
I mean,
that's not
bottom
how it
line
works.
is that we don't know. And we should
We do
apply the
know.
same
We do
critics
We
know.
do
to
know.
this as we do to the globe Earth.
We do
Because we
know.
don't know. The scriptures is
That's
highly
for
suspiciously
example.
altered with. And
But
there is no proof for anything that is in the Bible, pretty much.
There
listen, this
is so
Hindu.
much proof. You just have not researched it. But it's not about the Bible.
Okay,
There is
It's
a
buddy.
lot
about
of
it's
proof.
about looking
Listen,
on,
the law, the
But
given
listen,
at your
this.
law
own
is
nature.
proof.
Look at your
Given
Listen,
own
law
this.
is
nature.
proof.
But listen,
And
this in
because
Hindu.
there is given law, that means there is judgment. If there was no judgment, there was no law.
Again,
Yeah, but
look at your own
listen.
nature.
There is no judgment without the law.
Yeah, but listen, this in Buddhism or in I don't know, in Hindu, or they believe in a reincarnation. That means that there is no judgment. Then there is a reincarnation, man. We need to take.
Exactly.
We need
That's
to
the
go.
problem.
Have you seen someone being reincarnated?
Have you seen
Did you see
someone being
Nope.
judged by the Almighty?
Did you see
No,
anyone
because
who
it
was
didn't happen yet.
judged? Did you see anyone who was judged by God?
No, you can't have seen anyone being
Yeah,
judged by God
I
because it
read
didn't happen
about
yet.
You don't
people
see it
being
because
I
you got to
read
judged
be
by
also
dead to
God.
about
be
Yeah.
judged
reincarnation.
by God.
I read about reincarnation also.
But I can show you a city that was destroyed by sulfur balls because of the
Yeah.
just being of God, and you can even travel there if you
That's
want to
God's
see proof
judgment.
for yourself.
Yeah.
You
God
can
is
show me the
We
city. You
see
can show me the
evidence
city
of the
was
flood.
destroyed in the
That's
Bible.
God's
You can show
judgment.
me. Listen, this. He can show me the city which was destroyed by God.
Yeah, sure.
Really?
Sodom, yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah. Have you ever looked
What is the
around?
Sodom and
empirical
Gomorrah.
evidence that this actually happened by God's hand?
Because it's at that same exact location which is described in the Bible. It has the sulfur balls which are described in the Bible. They are more pure than any sulfur ball that you will ever find in any volcano area. And it goes even further. You find remains of skeletons. You see all these buildings being melted under the.
That is empirical evidence.
Yeah, that's empirical evidence, man.
Well, come on, please.
You never looked into it.
I didn't expect you, Sasha, to be an atheist.
And
No,
again,
It's not
again,
about being
look,
atheist.
and,
It's
and,
about being
again,
real.
and again, look at, yeah, if you would be honest to yourself, look at the moral compass which is given by your creator. You do judgmental assumptions based on that compass every day. You say if you see someone being punched unrighteously, this is unjust because you have this you have that judgmental compass already given by the creator. And if he gives you some characteristic that is so important to have a life, sustainable life, where you can choose between bad or good things, then you can be sure that he is a good God who's going to be righteously judging you according to the law which was broken, and not just going to say, you know, the pedophile and murderer doesn't need to account for whatever he's done and whatnot. That's not how the world works. It's not even how it works here on the ground. If you're gonna break the law, you're gonna be in front of a judge and you either go to prison or pay for it, whatever it might be. So don't be so ignorant of what you already have seen here on earth. That's why the Bible says there is,
murdering. Judgment is bad if I murder.
Man, you're pushing your
we
beliefs
know
now,
you got.
like you're pushing your beliefs now, like empirical evidence. You know, that's the problem. Now I will push my spherical evidence. You know, we know that Earth is spherical because I read it. You know, and I have so many. Why would they lie?
honest, man.
Why would
Be
they, no,
honest.
man? Why would they lie? We can see for 1,000 years.
What is the moral compass
why would
that
you
you use?
reject
Where do you
judgment?
have that from? Where do you have the moral compass from that you use every day to judge between right or wrong? Where do we have these establishments on earth which give us courts and laws and other systems? What is it based on? Is it based on Buddhism or Christianity? Laws and judgment.
Lol.
You're
Huh?
claiming to
Sasha, when you talk
come on,
about
this is
evidence,
you said that you
Sasha,
know
when
that
you
God
talk about
destroyed Gomorrah.
evidence, when you
Can we
talk
get?
about
Do you have?
evidence, yeah,
Okay, great. Do you have evidence that God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah?
listen, the
Do you
given
have
law
evidence for
is
that get
not,
begat?
listen, the given law is not empirical evidence, yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's not empirical, it's not physical.
Okay. That means
Now
we are.
to demonstrate that this law is fact, yeah. You live probably in England, in London, whatever. You have streets, yeah, and some child at some school tells your daughter, "Hey, you can cross the street, placing your hands to your eyes, and just run as fast as you can." And now she comes home to you, yeah. You walk on the street with her on hand, and when you're about to cross the street, you see her placing her hands to her eyes and running on the red light. What you gonna do? Are you not going to judge her and punish her for this doing? Yeah, for this craziness?
I will not punish
You will
her.
tell her that kid who taught her to do that is a stupid, dumb fuck idiot, and never
Yeah.
to listen to that person.
Can we call that education about wrong things?
So you're saying some random person telling something to a random person is equal to the judgment at Judgment Day?
No, I'm not talking about the judgment day. I'm talking about the law being evidence for the judgment.
It is so easy, you know.
No, the law
Yes,
is would be your intent.
The fact that we have given laws is evidence for judgment.
For example,
The
yes.
one who gave the laws will judge.
That's what I said. That's what we said.
Yeah, even
Yeah,
us,
judgment.
even
That's it.
we do give laws. Yeah,
Even
not
we judge
righteous
every
laws,
day.
but mankind gives many laws every day.
Again, the thing is that we need to understand the same way as you observe the earth, the same as we observe the earth being flat and stationary, the same way you can use your same logic and honesty within your life to observe where's my moral compass from, how did the things that have been established in our society, where did they come from, which are the basis of it, and so forth. If you do not acknowledge things based on your own characteristics as a human being, then I'm sorry for you. No, then I'm sorry for you. Then you're just trying to hide from God. That's all. You're hiding. You're in a state of hiding, even though you yourself know. You yourself know what it is.
I believe in creation and I believe in creator. But listen, this is the point. You said the same way we can see the horizon and observe the earth is flat. the same way Sodom and Gomorrah, God destroyed in the same way Sodom and Gomorrah. This is the same way of observation.
What?
You told me that God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and that it's fact. Is the same
Yes,
fact
it is
like
fact.
Earth is flat? Is it the same fact like
Yes,
Earth is
yes,
flat?
yes, yes. You can
That means
observe it. You can go there. You can study it. There's not.
That means, Clay, that I can easily say that Earth is not a flat, it's sphere.
Let's finish this conversation. You cannot put yourself in the position of being a judge of saying is God real or not, or if he's going to judge or not. You're not in that position.
You
Neither
cannot
am
put
I. Neither
you,
am I.
yeah,
So we can quit this conversation. You can wait 100 years. You can wait 100 years and just think and see if you're right. I'm saying it is better to accept something which is free instead of not even trying. You know. Instead of grabbing the parachute, instead of just, disregarding the parachute that would save you from falling to the ground.
It will not come valuation day. It will come judge day, you know?
What?
It will not come valuation day. It will come judgment day, you are saying. Because you know that it's judgment day. It's not valuation day. I cannot wait for valuation day. I need to wait for the judgment day.
Sasha, listen, there's already too much emotions within this conversation. Listen, what is important is
I'm telling you what is your belief. I am telling you what is your belief. You know, you believing.
It's not my belief. The things
No,
I told you so
Sasha, you
far, you
can't
can
you
observe
can't
for yourself.
discuss matters of belief. This is not actually a matter of belief. It's a spiritual matter.
Really? And what's that?
Yeah.
And what's that?
You are
And what's
asking
that
evidence
spiritually?
for spirituality.
What's that spiritually? Get question. What's that if it's spiritual? It is not belief?
Again, there's enough evidence surrounding you. You can also look into the evidence of the biblical cosmology and the biblical, what is it called? The people that dig up stuff. I forgot the English term for it.
You can easily just be like, Sasha or Get. What happens when you die?
No one knows.
I can tell you
what is your what happens when you die?
Yeah, hey, I like speculation too, but
There's no Globers here anyway, so.
So, if you take this answer, you're good. You know, I don't mind. But if you contradict what I said, then you are contradicting the Bible. You're not contradicting me, myself. You get it?
not at all.
Oh.
No, I asked what you believed happens when you die.
Gosh, because that's important. You won't hear me not be sarcastic until we talk
Your
about
body is
the
decaying and it will turn into grass. That grass will, antelopes will eat that grass, and then the lions will eat the antelopes, and then that body will become grass. It's a circle of life.
So, okay.
Lions
You now, he asked me my personal belief. I believe what is explained in the Bible about death. Yeah. Like there is a special place created by God for the dead people. Yeah. For the souls of the dead. They are kept there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
kind of like the Ghostbusters when they could keep the ghosts in the little thing that they put them in.
No man has any control over that place.
Okay.
It's a special place created by God.
It's for the special boys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Now, death is not the end of life. I do believe this.
that death is not the end of life. So I don't believe when people say, oh, terms like, afterlife. The term afterlife is the stuff which is when life has ended. I haven't seen anyone ending the life of a being, you know. Yeah, I can see living beings dying, but that doesn't mean that their life has ended. It's not what the Bible says. Only God has power over life, to give it and to take it. Now, if you don't like to believe this because it means that you're not the one at the driving wheel, you know, then go ahead. Do your best to be calm. A deity, a god, who can manipulate life itself. Yeah, I don't mind. I won't stand against you. And yeah,
So
people can
what hap-
believe many
what
things,
happened?
but what's important is, what do you know? What have you learned in this life?
Well,
Yeah, so it's a
belief is
gamble.
the enemy of knowing. So,
Yeah.
and a lot of people recently I've heard will probably disagree with that. Oh, you can't know something without first believing it. Yada yada, blah 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 blah. Belief
Yeah.
and knowing are two different things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why you know what your moral compass is, you know what establishment you find on earth, you know what it is based on, what are the rules of these establishments, such as courts and law system and whatnot. You know your own characteristics as a human being to know between good and bad. You do judgment based on that compass every day. So if you know where that moral compass comes from, or you would at least give some time to ask that question, you will find who that creator is that made you that way.
Pretty sure
That's
the
just what
moral
I'm gonna
compass
say.
comes from trial and error.
And
Okay, that's pretty stupid.
No,
you
that's kind of
know,
how it works.
No,
Ooh,
no.
that hurts. I
I
probably
like
shouldn't do that. Ooh, that hurts somebody else, which hurts me. Probably shouldn't do that either. Yeah, it's trial and error. That's all it
That's
is.
not. No, that's not how it works.
I
Oh,
like
okay.
Sasha, our family member Sasha, but to answer his problem, you know, the evidence for judgment is the given law. You cannot have judgment if you don't have given laws. You can't judge. So the fact that we have laws in the world is evidence for judgment.
Yeah, man-made judgment for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we have man-made laws, yes. And we have natural laws, natural governing laws. Break those and see what happens. Yeah, I can say, if you mix ammonium nitrate with diesel fuel, yeah, 1 ton of each, and then you make a spark on it, it will push you into time, backwards in time. It will make you time travel, you know.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Well, sign me up then.
So
Wait, how do I accomplish this again? Time travel?
building a giant bomb.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Bunch of other losers tried that once, twice, 100 times already, and they didn't seem to get it right. So
yeah.
fuck 'em.
If you manage to push yourself faster than the speed of light, yeah, you should be somehow time traveling.
Hey, get though. We don't know the speed of light, do we?
Well, they say they do.
Oh, but do they?
Well, I know that, they have a tooth gear, and they spin that tooth gear and they shine a light between the teeth of that gear, and they turn it, and behind the gear there is a mirror reflecting the light back, and
Gosh, that sounds
I
like a
have
lot of
no
work. Lots of stuff that could get lost in translation, you know what I mean?
yeah, and I
Hey,
have
we know the speed
no
of light.
idea,
Oh, how'd
no
you get
clue
that?
how
What kind of
how
speedometer did
they
you
got
use?
it.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing is, it took up an entire room, a 12 by 12 room of mirrors. Okay, yeah, and we tried to factor in all the mirrors and how much time it takes to get from each mirror to da.
Yeah.
And we couldn't do it because every time we introduce the light, it just fills the
Instant.
space. It doesn't actually have a
instant.
speed; it just appears.
Yeah. So.
Well, anyway, speed of light, huh? That's like saying, what's the speed of a banana? Like, well,
yeah,
it's not really going anywhere. You don't get it.
Mhm. It's present when you
the
turn
speed
on
of
the
thought.
lights, and it's absent when you turn them off. So yeah.
You know, it's funny that I've seen experiments where they tried to find the speed of thought too. It's like, oh wow, that's even more conceptual than the speed of light.
Yeah.
Speed of thought. Oh, quick! The electrodes on your head.
What would
Quick,
be
think of something.
faster than
Okay, now
the
think of
thought?
something different. Okay, let's see how fast.
To make like a TV show contest.
Yeah, exactly.
It will be hilarious.
How fast are his thoughts? Well, they're this fast. How fast are his thoughts? Well, they're a little bit faster. Really? So does that mean he's smarter? Yes. Okay. What do we have for him, Johnny? Come on down.
Yeah, that's why Elon Musk needs a neural chip implant so he can type all his thoughts as fast as they come. Because, yeah, with his fingers, he's losing too many thoughts and ideas which comes to his mind when he's trying to speak to someone.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
He said, I think too fast for my fingers to be able to type it all out.
Yeah.
Well, who doesn't? That's thought. That's normal. What do you think? Everybody can just sit down and get all their shit out at once? Like, come on, Elon.
Oh my god.
Get real.
And imagine having a wife like that.
I don't even know what he's married to. What's he married to?
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare, like in normal state. Yeah, they tell
Is it
you
like a
this
Freddy
and
Krueger movie?
that. I mean, I hear all my married friends complaining about their wives that talking to them and giving them so many tasks and this and that, getting them crazy every day. But imagine like having a machine being capable to actually shoot all those thoughts, like the millisecond you had it's just out.
No thanks.
Wow. Yeah.
And it's not because I don't want anybody knowing what I'm thinking. I don't want to know what you fuckers are thinking. I don't want to know.
Me neither. But oh yeah, a funny thing. Um, question. What do you think about the monthly income not being confidential anymore?
What do you mean?
Yeah, they are discussing in the European Parliament so that they make the salary income
Public
not to be
information.
confidential. Yeah, public information.
Okay. Why? And what's the reason for that? Did you know?
I don't know the reason, but yeah, of course, it's probably
Okay.
something with freedom and intimacy.
Intimacy. Well, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, that I can actually see where you were going with that, but what I think it sounds like is, yeah, it's kind of like, why would they lie? Well, a million different reasons. Pick one. But so why would they make salaries public? Maybe like a social credit thing.
Yeah, social credit score. Yeah.
You know, like
And
this person makes this much, but then when we look at their work activity, they're only doing this much. Derp, derp, derp. They're going to audit everybody now. That'd be crazy, you know. I mean, imagine if you knew everybody's salary, everybody's paycheck.
to see how much is everyone paid.
Well, we'd all be very surprised at just about everybody's situation, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What's the one thing you don't ask somebody, right? How much they make a year?
Yeah.
Well, too bad. Now everyone's going to fucking know.
How is the IRS taxing you if nobody knows then?
Oh, that's crazy. So like,
yeah.
So by making earnings public information, wouldn't that make whether or not people pay taxes public information?
So you should declare the money which you haven't spent, you know, each month. And yeah, they should be taken away from you, you know, because hey, we are paying you more than you can spend, so we can cut you off a little bit because yeah, you can live very easily with much less,
right?
You know? And we will pay the poor ones, you know.
Well, your family
Help
doesn't.
them out.
Your family of 3 children doesn't need 5 iPads. You only need 3 iPads, one for each parent, and then one for the children to share.
Yeah.
Right?
2 hours a day for each child.
That's right. And it doesn't matter if they use that for their homework or not. You better just ration it properly, guys. You only get 3 of these things.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, it's a state law and federal now.
And hey, funny thing, the iPad lasts 6 hours in one charge, so you're allowed to charge it only once in 24 hours.
Yeah, there you go. Right, they'll put little meters on each one of the outlets.
We're going green world and reducing the CO2 this way.
Right, and they're going to have sensors in your refrigerator because you know that'll be one of the digital spots where you get to see all the shit that you're doing wrong and you're breathing too much. Perhaps you had a party last night and everybody was laughing. Well, now your CO2 meter's up a little bit more than it should have been.
Oh,
on a Wednesday.
You wait that time, and those children will come to you arguing, "Hey, I was allowed to play 2 hours on the iPad, but 1.5 hours was just ads."
Was just ads, yeah. Or they cut me off 30 minutes early.
Yeah.
Well, honey, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe just, work faster, play faster. Fucking. So ridiculous. When it comes down to like you can't have extra salt or pepper on your food if your kids played too much. Kids played 2 minutes more than they should have, so then you guys get like, you know, a
Tasteless
16th
food,
less of an ounce of salt and pepper for each
Yeah.
meal.
Oh my god.
Honey, did you pay the electric bill? Yeah, why? Because the chicken's not cooked. What are we going to do?
Under the theory, white people are going to outlast everybody with our bland ass food.
Right. Oh, or like the dojos have it right. Just eat white rice all the time. Just that's all you eat. Fucking, let's just do that.
Yeah, man, the future is very bright, promising.
Let's just all become breatharians, all right? Let's just get our nutrients from fucking ether or something.
Curvarians and lightarians. Yeah, I think we will evolve into some sort of plant life, you know. We'll start making photosynthesis and stuff like that.
Sorry, what'd you say? I had to let my cat in.
Yeah, it looks like we will evolve into some sort of plant life. Like we will live from photosynthesis, solar energy, you know.
Well, I've had a chocolate-covered cricket, or grasshopper, rather, and I thought it was fine. Now, I couldn't live off of those, but yeah. See, listen, what they'll do is they can just flavor it anything. So you could get like a steak-flavored grasshopper patty, and you might not know the difference, and you'll just say, "Oh, I can get used to this," and here we go.
Oh, but they won't give you grasshoppers because those are healthy, you know.
Yeah, they'll give us
they
ants
will,
or something.
they
Ants are
will
probably healthy too.
no, something like worms. You know?
Yeah, worms.
Yeah.
Fly larvae. Both.
Yeah.
Well, that should be fun.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to harvest the worms growing in a corpse, you know, so much protein. You know,
Oh yeah.
Extra.
Well, they're pure protein. A little bit of fat.
Yeah.
You know, it's nearly the perfect meal if you get, you know, a couple handfuls of grubs, boy. Well, and you see those survivor shows, right? Those guys pick up the big bugs and eat them. Like, that's fine. It's fine food. It's not unhealthy by any stretch of the imagination. Bugs are great. The problem is we don't need to do that.
Why to sell, like, I don't know, let's say one cow is 600 kilos, yeah?
All right.
Much
so how do you
less,
get
but,
600 kilograms
a big
of
cow.
worms? Ugh.
So
Swimming in worms.
when that cow dies, it will produce about a ton of worms.
Wow.
Throughout all its body decomposition. You
So
know?
isn't that like double?
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy. See, and how is that bad, right? for the protein mongers.
But they sell them as cow meat. So yeah, beef. You know.
Yuck. But it's fine. Like you wouldn't know that. Like I said, man, you won't know the difference. They're gonna make it so appealing that you're like, hey, did you have one of those worm burgers? Well, is it earthworm or was it heartworms? Yeah, actually the heartworms are really good, but they have to kill 25 dogs to do it. Well, that's okay.
Started
This
with
is
the
delicious.
impossible meat.
Yeah. Get like a tapeworm meal.
Wow.
Wow. I'm gonna stop. Who just spoke? Who was that?
I was gonna say they got the impossible meat already.
Oh yeah, for sure. Impossible. Why they call it that? Like what? You could have called it green beef. You could have fucking called it anything.
So much more less sus than impossible.
I know, like Excuse me, I'd like to get the ridiculous burger, please. I'd like to get the absurd burger with
Can I have the
extra
number 2 absurd nutrient patty?
with extra insane sauce, please. Is that the hot sauce? No, it's the crazy sauce. Oh, the crazy sauce on your ridiculous burger. No, I wanted the absurd burger, and I wanted to make it a combo.
Can you do it penitentiary style and just give me that loaf you feed the prisoners?
It's like tree bark loaf.
Held together
Could
with
plastic
fucking oak
be
sap.
turned into meat?
It's Elmer's glue and fucking, drywall. It's your porridge.
It will be such a great invention if someone could make a meat from plastic and rubber.
Oh dear. Well, they're kind of on their way because there's sugars in a lot of foods that are basically plastic, and you can digest them pretty easily. Yeah. No thanks.
Yummy. Yummy. Man, that Charlie Chaplin, when he was eating his boot, he wasn't joking about it.
What will animals eat at that point?
Well, obviously not chaka chaka coffee. We won't be able to see animals. They will be outside the city where you can't leave from the
Oh, you
city
think we won't be able to have pets anymore?
without a permit, without visa permit. Yeah,
You're going to have a permit to have a cat
yeah,
clawing up your shit.
yeah.
Hey, does your cat have claws? What cat? No. Yeah, I had to throw him over the wall. It was
Yeah.
crazy. Wait, so you let him free? Yeah. Wait, how's that bad? He doesn't know how to survive out there. Well, instinct will kick in. Oh, I just can't believe you did that to him.
Torsionist. You're an animal torsionist.
Yeah, I'm torturing an animal because I'm putting it back into its natural environment. What a dickhead I am. Can't believe you. Old dude, what are you talking about? Fear our boys and girls. Hold tight. I fear nothing, so no. Do you love when people say that? I fear nothing. Bitch, if you were about to get in a car wreck, you'd put your hands up and scream. Come on now. So funny. No fear, man.
I fear God, Creator. And that's
I've
enough.
zipped lips about that.
I don't need any other phobia.
Hell, I don't even have that one.
One is enough.
I'm afraid for the next generation. More so concerned, I guess. Not afraid, but the people who are going to take over from us, somewhat, so to speak. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Their attention spans are nothing. Their ability to look people in the eye is gone.
It's promising, because mathematics is racist, so they pull it out from the educational system.
It's racist.
Yeah. So we will have a world, a non-racist world, yeah. It's very promising.
1 + 1 = fuck you. How dare you assume my How dare you assume my geometry?
How dare you ask me how did I got the result?
That's great. That's right, yeah.
Yeah. That will be like taking away the bread from my mouth, you know.
It's like,
You ask me
when
a
am I going to
problem,
hear?
I give you the solution. So now you have to pay me because I
Well,
gave
there
you.
wouldn't be a problem unless they created one for them to fix eventually.
Yeah.
So Ouroboros. I was going to say, so I'm waiting for somebody to identify as two people. I want to hear that. Like two people happening at once. I'm not talking multiple personalities.
Wow.
I'm talking about someone
Yeah.
identifying as two.
I was gonna say they put
Now
mermaids to
that you
that.
brought it,
It's
we're
going to
gonna
be in the
have
world now. Yeah, I'm a
it's gonna
trendsetter,
be
baby.
Sasha. Sasha 2.0 is gonna do
Oh
it,
no.
or Matthew.
Oh, that's crazy. No more identifying as a book of matches or a cloud. I'm going to identify as two of me.
Yeah, boy.
Like that movie
Mr.
Multiplicity.
Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Yep. Mr. Anderson. You've broken just about every law we have, or every cyber. You've committed every cyber crime we have a law for.
Yeah.
I want to have some globies in here.
We have?
No, we don't have anybody.
No.
I know, right? We're all just
They
like,
are
what?
every day. They are rare species. They are going extinct.
They are now, yeah. I mean, it was bound to happen. Listen, this is the good news. Remember when Globies were coming in left and right? You know, we had 15 people in the VC check-in at a time, you know, because the Globies thought that they could just poke fun and that was it and we would go away.
Yeah. You know, the real Globies and anti-flat earthers, these are, the vast majority of them are from the older generations, like us. But these new ones, like these children of after 2000s, they don't even pose intellectual threat or, you know, problem. Like they're not capable to argue scientifically.
No.
They don't even care.
Exactly. I was about to
And
say
if
they don't
when
care.
you tell them the Earth is flat, they say, "Yeah, okay, yeah," and they go along with it. You know.
Right. Because they don't want to do the work to even question anything anymore.
Yeah.
I call it the TikTok syndrome, where we somehow are being trained to be like dogs, forget after 8 seconds, you know?
Yep. Pavlov's dog.
Like, if it takes longer than 30 seconds to get the knowledge in, it's too long, you know?
It's too
like,
long, yeah.
I can't do this. I can't.
Yeah. I'm
and then we sit
surprised.
here after spending like 2 hours a day for 18 years doing something at least, you know? And just thinking, come on, apply yourself just a little bit.
Yeah.
They're very
passive. You ask people what they want to do. These young people coming up, so many of them are like, I want computer science.
Computer science, yeah.
It's like, okay, well, you don't understand what that's going to do to your humanity moving forward, but there's nothing we can do to stop it because you are enamored with VR. That's what people are starting to really get crazy about is, you know, what's going to be better, the meta or reality?
You know, last night I was watching this movie Justice League, and I had a an idea watching it. Sometimes it gives me watching these movies. Um, I see these ideas that they are posing and pushing and stuff, but I can see through that twisted meaning and stuff. And I had a idea about technology, you know. They were showing, if you saw the movie, they have this Jewish actress, I don't know, black hair, very, very poor woman, no shape, shapeless woman, you know.
Okay.
And there were like three ancient cubes, which, when they come together, they bring the dark side thing and destroy the world.
This
And
summer, 3 cubes become 1, and you die.
yeah, and they showed like she was an Amazon something, you know, goddess, and her mother from that realm where the Amazonians live shot an arrow to our world somewhere in some temple in Athens and set it in fire, and she saw the fire and it was a message for her, and she said invasion.
Oh,
Like
that's not Justice League. That's
yeah, it's with that
Eternals
Superman and
and
Batman and
oh, that is
something.
Justice League. Okay, well,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
getting them mixed up because the Marvel universe does the whole, people are
yeah,
still living in the Garden of Eden, and the
yeah,
Amazonians are
yeah,
there, and da, 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 da.
yeah. And as soon as she said invasion, you know, they show this satanic monster coming into world, teleporting, and some sort of flying people, you know,
Nephilim.
black flying people, yeah. And
We should call them the Anu Nephilim or the
yeah,
Nephnaki.
but what I was thinking about computers and technology and mobile phones and stuff, you know. And she said invasion. And when we talk about computers in the 90s, you know, everyone was talking about this ever accelerating, everyday accelerating progress of technology, you know, and computers. And actually, this wasn't progress. It wasn't, technological advancement. This was actually literally the invasion of the world. Technology invaded the world, and uh, these devices, they look lifeless to us, you know, but very, very soon, these devices, they will start talking to you. They will tell you what to do, like every day, every moment of your day, you know. And we are already there, you know. So many people speak with their Google and Siri and Alexa.
How people don't see the correlation between Siri and the dog
Yeah,
star Sirius is beyond me. Alas, here
yeah,
we are.
that too, yes.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just want these people to wake up. Not everybody though, just like the cool kids like us.
Mm.
The real cool kids. So get how'd you get permission to start using a computer again?
I never been restricted.
What?
Yeah. In fact, only in prison. Yeah.
Well, duh. I feel like they're not going to put a hacker in prison with a computer. You know,
I could still had, you know,
I'm
under the
sure you could
hand,
hack through the
but
wall.
I didn't risk. Well, they allow you to have someone bringing you a package, like 2 packages a month, you know, in a visit. And sometimes people slip a phone inside some food boxes, and yeah, they go
Yeah.
through. They reach inside, and the inmates they hide them um,
In the
these
bread.
phones. But the problem is that the prison uh, outside the building, you have the surrounding walls, and on the walls we have special antennas. It's a system brought from Israel, and it actually blocks any GSM signal from inside that perimeter. You know.
Oh, poor babies.
Yeah, but it also detects. So whenever you have a mobile phone being turned on, yeah, like trying to connect to the GSM network, those antennas can track it and pinpoint it at a precise location. So they know exactly where to come and search, you know, and they
Yeah.
catch you. Yeah.
Well, what if you wrap it in tinfoil, darn it? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, they were doing that, but I just wouldn't have risk, you know, because that's a crime which they give you quite some time. You get extra 2 or 3 years, you know.
Listen, I know he's a career murderer, but he won't go anywhere without his Faraday cage, okay?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but
Yeah.
can't get him in the cell unless he's got his Faraday cage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, I don't even know what the thing does. Just an empty box.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do. Oh God, that's my favorite part. It's the punchline.
Did you really say? Did you really say that in
No,
one
that's clipped
sentence,
together.
or
No, it's clipped.
yeah, clipped together? Yeah.
He said, I mean, the things that you hear, he said it, but it's just three things putting together. But he said it the way
Yeah.
he said it in there. You know.
Yeah,
It's not like,
I know the context. He was trying to say,
Okay.
this is what flat earthers believe. Space is fake. Ba-da-da-ba-da-ba-ba. You can hear it in his voice.
Yeah. Did he heard this?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, he heard it yesterday. So funny. But somehow, with his act, somehow he's laughing at us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I do.
something's going on with his act where it's like, for some reason, no matter how much we see through it, he still keeps coming back. So I guess we haven't really hit that nerve yet, have we? We haven't truly figured him out.
He has some hard nerves.
he has some constant cognitive dissonance.
No, man, not at all. He's trained. They found the calmest motherfucker and said, "You aren't shaken by much." He's like, "No, I'm not." Okay, well, we need you to go in there and not get shaken ever, and defend everything about the globe. But even if they say so, but agree with them too. See, God, I'm trying to figure it out.
Is that Matthew?
Yeah.
That's
Tell him you can't back up any of your claims and it's just belief. Yeah. Tell him that. The flat earthers will eat it up. They'll spend 6 months making fun of you for that. Yeah. We got a Ron SG, VC verified, no rolls. What's up, Ron? SG stands for Super Galactic. I knew it.
No, it stands for Shield Gang.
Oh, Shield Gang. That's even
Shield Gang. You a gangster?
No, I work a 9 to 5.
Antifa.
I know gangsters that work a 9 to 5. Shit.
So you are
That's
being
called a front,
paid by
baby.
the government, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
a
it's
9 to
pretty
5
good.
gangster is FBI. Yeah, for sure.
To go out and cause chaos, vandalism, hooliganism.
Hooliganism.
Huh? Yeah.
No, not anymore.
Why not?
Oh, I'm a changed man.
What did you change from?
Oh, I realized the truth.
And what's the truth?
I think we all know.
Well, no, I wouldn't have asked if I knew.
Oh, well, I was always aware of the Freemasons and all that, and then I pretty much came across this, and it just solidified everything that I knew and gave it a reason to why everything was happening, essentially.
Okay, what brought you to the flat Earth topic specifically?
Oh, my mum and my brother were watching Iwa on the TV upstairs, and that's how I caught on to it. The Iwa non-documentary.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know if it's a documentary, whatever, the Lost History of the Flat Earth
Yeah,
series.
it's basically, I mean, you could call it a documentary. It's a lot of things, but yeah.
Yeah, then I watched all of that, and then ended up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know that the only falsifiable information in all those movies is that the Earth measures flat? I don't even know if he touches on the Earth actually measuring flat. He might do like the cosmology and all that, but yeah, isn't that crazy?
What?
You can't prove anything of what he said other than the Earth being flat. All that other stuff is speculation. Tartaria, mud floods,
Yeah, I know that.
all that shit.
Yeah, someone said that a while. I just still found it interesting, regardless.
I thought
Like,
the
I knew
funniest
it was all
part.
speculation.
It's interesting. Oh, it's totally interesting, right? It's all the big topics right now, and I think that was the point of the release. But, oh shoot, I was gonna say something. Anyway, continue.
I think
yeah,
it's
my
just
favorite
good to
part.
get
I'm sorry, my favorite. My favorite part was the moon stuff. He's like, dude, the moon is a reflection of Earth, and like, wow. Okay, go ahead and prove any of that right now. I'd love to see it. No, the moon's a map of the Earth, bro. Okay.
I mean, yeah, I know it's far-fetched, but he is doing good because, I mean, I watched it and it brought a lot of, like, me here. Even though I know it was a lot of speculation, now I know a lot of the truth from coming here, like a lot of the facts that you can prove. So, I mean, in a sense, it is doing good.
And the thing I like about it is that it's at the very least getting people to open their minds to the fact that not only have we been lied to about certain things, it's looking more and more like just about everything. So that's what I like about the content, that content.
Which content creator are you talking about?
Ewar Anon.
Could you give me a link? I don't
Somebody
think I
could
heard
post a
about that
link.
guy.
I can't post a link right now.
But
it's called The Lost History of Flat Earth, and there's like 7 parts.
Yeah, he's got 2 series, and now he's got a new series he does in his Telegram. And his new series isn't even about flat Earth, it's just about the lost history of Earth and how they covered everything up. pretty much. Pretty
Right.
interesting.
Yeah, it's just the guy
They
comes out of
buried.
nowhere with all of this information. It's just sus to me.
They
But
Oh
buried.
yeah,
They,
definitely.
they buried the history like it died.
I mean, he could
Yeah.
have been doing a lot of things, you know. Like I know, for example, Wives of Cosmos, also a YouTube creator. He has been on this moon map thing for like at least 3 years or something like
Yeah.
that. So if he just sums up what other guys have made, you know, and see if they can make a name for themselves in YouTube, that makes sense too. There is a lot of these
Yeah.
compilation videos, you know, or creators or content
For
creators.
sure. Yeah. You know, you never know why they're doing it. I mean, it could be great information, but didn't this blow up? Didn't Non's thing, like amongst the truth community and otherwise, blow up? I mean, we talked to Ron. He says that he heard about Flat Earth through one of those videos.
No,
Yeah.
through my mum and brother. They were always watching it on the TV.
Right,
I'd
right.
just get home from work and see it, and I was always extremely interested in Freemasons and why there was so much like satanic worship in the world, but I couldn't piece it together why, pretty much. Like they had it all. Like I knew it was there, like it's pretty obvious. But yeah, and then it kind of made sense connecting the dots to flat Earth, which seemed crazy at the time, but yeah, not so much now.
I would have liked this stuff to come out with the internet, because then we could maybe do something about it by this time. But the fact that all this is, I don't want to say coming out, but people are starting to wake up. I think it's too little too late.
Oh yeah, I hear it everywhere now. I hear it a lot.
The years,
Around Earth
the
and
80s, the 80s and the 90s were the NASA apogee. Like it was the best years they had.
You might have to explain the
Like,
difference between perigee and apogee, if you're gonna say that. Anyway,
like the highest peak they ever reach in people's credibility, trust. You know, nobody was questioning them in those times. I mean, it was only a handful of people who were questioning NASA, but they were not even heard. Because, not many people used
it's harder to
internet
get out. Yeah,
in those
it's harder
times. Yeah.
well, what's funny? You're right. What's funny is if we had the bandwidth back then in like the late '70s, early '80s in the internet,
Yeah.
we could have been sharing this kind of information and preparing some kind of defense against it. But now it's just like, oh, we need to distract the truth seekers. Let's just give them like 3% of maybe the truth, and they'll go fucking crazy for 15 years.
Yeah.
And here we are, you know.
Yeah.
Have you ever
I mean-
convinced anyone in real life about the Earth? Like
A couple people,
like any
yeah.
friends?
Just not even a handful, though. Like 2 or 3 people.
I mean, this has been an ongoing project for them because just look how mainstream media works. They just need one major thing they can spam for 3-4 months, and then they can do so many. It's like this. Look at what I have in my right hand for 3-4 months, but no one notices what the left hand is doing for all that time. You know.
Yep. As long as the right hand has entertaining enough shit in it, then the left hand can do whatever it wants. You're right.
Yeah, we have
They should delete all
right now, for
social
example,
media.
we have the crisis in Ukraine, and then we have all the entertainment shit, and they are. Have you guys heard about like the WHO that is supposedly getting what is it? They're pretty much getting full control of health security in all countries, pretty much.
Oh, I didn't hear about that because Johnny Depp won the lawsuit.
Exactly. But the funny thing is,
They
they
are in
themselves in WHO had to vote if they wanted this power. It was not even like, I mean, the health minister from Denmark traveled to this meeting or whatever, but in general, it was the members of WHO who had to vote within themselves if they wanted this kind of power.
Yep.
It's so dumb.
Yeah, Yeah, they signed it off in Australia. They signed themselves over the WHO a couple months ago. So now they're in control of all our worldwide health things.
Yeah, so those who control what's gonna happen, if it's gonna happen, is also those who controls if it is happening, if there is a worldwide P, you know?
Yeah, I see a lot of it on Twitter though. Like a lot of this stuff. Like that's how I know. Like I see a lot of accounts. Like people are pretty active when it comes to this stuff. I'd say after all the vaccines and COVID, people are onto the WEF and the WHO. It's
I
not
mean, they
as
can
like
only
niche as flat Earth.
they can only censor us so much, you know.
No, that's not true. Listen, they can pull the plug on everything. Electricity, internet, everything if they wanted to.
Yeah.
They're letting us do this. I think mostly because we're truly of no real consequence. The whole truth community. I'm serious. The whole fucking thing. Everybody from coast to coast, from continent to continent. Are you a truther? Truly, you're a truther? Oh, good for you. You're not doing shit. They're gonna go about their plans more and more and more until something else. Not. I mean, maybe all of us. 3% of us. Like apparently is all it takes. Blah blah blah. But my opinion is something else. Something drastic is going to have to be done on one side or the other. So we're not eating worm burgers in 10 years.
They already achieved their plans. That's why they're not worried.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's kind of like the cogs. Yeah, the clock's already been
People
set.
are illiterate.
Yeah.
Like they can't read for themselves, and they don't want to. They just want to hear what people say in the news. Like they actually can't read stuff for themselves, their own studies or anything. That was the goal, just dumb down people, and that's why they're not really concerned about truth coming out. Because people are illiterate. By 2030, it's going to be 70% of the Western population is going to be gone. It's just going to be mass depopulation. But yeah, we'll see.
There's always a tipping point, at least in history, from what I've been told. And I don't know if that's true or not, but we keep hearing about a tipping point where, people just don't take it anymore.
Yeah, there must be a playbook or something because
because they keep just quitting just shy of when we're all gonna stand up.
I mean, they're kind of just using the same blueprint over and over again. At least if you trust and look in written history and stuff like that. For example, back in the Great Depression, we are almost one-to-one seeing what happens. There was some crisis before that, like where people were getting sick and stuff like that, and then slowly into a 10-year depression. And it's the same as now, because back then there was the First World War, then there was something else, then there was the Depression, and we are looking at it now. We have like war for like 20 years, a lot of crashes and stuff like that, like a lot of building up to this,
It'll be the food shortage that will come next, and then that's when it's all going to really start ramping up.
Yeah.
Well, I saw, and
I don't know. I don't know what's coming down the pike.
I mean, we have heard all these theories about what they want with the Great Reset, 2030 plans. But if we also look at history, they are not getting implemented these things at the speed they want. But every single thing that they are putting in place will step by step putting them closer to it. For example, like they dump down youth, like they're getting easier and easier to control. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So even though there is a 2030 plan and everyone is like, oh, the world is going under in 2030, just like...
Dude, I'm telling you, that's a psyop too. It's all just a big fucking joke.
Yeah. I mean, it is something we have to... we are focusing on that, but they don't want...
we're putting energy towards it. We're going to make some shit happen in 2030 because we're so concerned about it. That's what they do. They plant the seed and we perform the magic for them.
Oh, yeah, but my point is that even though they have this finished goal or whatever they want, that is not what they're going to implement in 2030. But because we are so concerned about this and nothing really happens, people get less trust in free. Let's just call us free thinkers, because the world didn't go under at that time, so we can't trust these nutters. But a lot of rights and stuff like that has been diminished, and more trust in these, governmental institutions and stuff like that.
20 years ago, did you? And I agree with all that.
That's a good point. Yeah,
it is a good point. 20 years ago, did you think you could identify as a toaster? 20 years
No,
later,
no. That was not even a thought process back then.
not even a thought. Today, I'm going to be a diseased rhinoceros. Why? Why the fuck not? I can do whatever I want.
They did the census themselves.
You talking about desensitizing?
No, the census, like how
Census
many
Bureau?
people are there? Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit! I can't. If anyone believes that shit is real,
I saw the number and I did the calculations. Yeah, and they say the world population must be somewhere at 500 million people.
Yeah. Well, we don't know the population of the world. We're told
Those
numbers.
500 million of people are these corporatists and politicians and all these important people without which the system wheels doesn't work, So it's these 500 million that we have to get rid of.
Okay.
I don't even think it's that many, because let's just say 1 million is in the elite, like the top of the top. They need slaves. They need slaves to build machines. They need slaves to operate machines.
Yeah, I know. They
Even
need
with robots.
Trump. They need Biden. They need Hillary. Yeah.
They need people like you and me who is working on the field.
All these are in that bucket. 500 million.
What's the 500 million number for?
It's the thing from the Georgia
themselves. Yeah.
What?
They counted themselves.
Look up Georgia Guidestones.
That's what they. Yeah.
The elite is what you're referring to, I assume.
That's why
they're doing all these video game cheat tricks. They got the cornerstone one of the cornerstones taken out of the Georgia Guidestones and put in a building in New York City, and blah blah blah. Polaris is always visible, and it's just lesser magic. It's all it is. But truth community for the most part falls for it being this huge big deal that we need to focus on. It's like, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about what's on those slabs? Nothing. There's nothing you can do about that. So why focus on it?
Exactly.
Yeah, I try not to use my energy up looking at all this politics because it's really pretty.
The problem is it's very, very interesting. Very interesting because it's truth, right? It's based on truth. It's like, oh my God, if I can head down this rabbit hole, what if I get the truth on this thing? And but then it connects to this thing. It's like, so what?
Yeah,
I mean, that's how we came to Flat Earth. We started with something like, at least from my perspective, 9/11,
Me too.
I spent like a year on that shit back in 2004 or something like that. Maybe 2.
I was Alex Jones until like 2007. I was pro Alex. I was all the way Alex Jones.
Yeah, with his infiltrating the
Bohemian Grove, and everybody's like, "Oh, wow, what a guy! He can sneak in." He didn't fucking sneak in. They let him go in there and film all that shit.
Yeah,
staged.
I remember at the same time with Alex Jones, there was also this We Are Change running independent journalists and stuff like that. Like, I remember it like it was yesterday. But it's like we don't just come to this point just right off the bat. It is a process.
In 2007, I was saying in England to all these friends that I made there, I was telling them that Alex Jones is a psyop and CIA agent, and it's all about deception and lying and stuff. And they were like looking at me like, "Oh my God, this dude is so, crazy."
The part is that even if they are deception, they are still spilling some truth beans,
That's why, because it resonates with true souls, and then we pick up on it, and we're like, no, there's some truth in there. I gotta find it and exploit it, and make sure everybody knows.
I found out about the Illuminati when I was like 12 years old. I used to talk to it with my primary school teacher, and she'd laugh at me. And I
Yeah.
thought it was obvious. I like looked at the US dollar bill and all that shit, and I was like, oh, all these music videos. So I knew when I
Trolling
was
us. They're
really
trolling us
young.
with the dollar bill shit too.
For example, like also just the term Illuminati that has been brought up to like make mockery of it because it's maybe
Yeah.
not this ancient secret society of the Illuminati, which there is like, is it real or is it not? It's more about the content within what it means. It's not so much about the label it has gotten, because the
Oh
label it has
yeah.
gotten is it's made to mockery. Because if you go in any discussion class or any group of people and you say Illuminati, they will laugh at you. But if you start to unravel just some of the points, like look at, for example, like how to give an example, like if you start to unravel some of the things within it without using the label, people
Right.
are much more enticed. Is that even the word? To actually listen.
Stigmatized. Listen, they stigmatized or stigmatized. I can't remember what
They made
the
it a
term is,
meme.
but they stigmatized. They made flat Earth and Illuminati and Freemasons. All of these are trigger terms to trigger the subconscious of people who've been watching the news their whole life and don't know any better.
Exactly.
The natural knee-jerk response of this must be mocked because it goes against everything I'm told is correct.
Let's not believe in outrageous conspiracies,
Right.
conspiracy theories. You are either against us or with us. Like it's right there.
You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
Exactly. Like I mean, it's right there.
I mean, that's when I was 12 years old. I mentioned
Now watch this
Illuminati.
drive.
No, I never like speak about Illuminati anymore. But I refer to it as Freemasons. But when I was 12, that's what was interesting to me was secret society, Illuminati. But obviously, I don't refer to it like that anymore.
Well, it's listen, it's not a boys' club controlling the world, okay? And it's not 50 boys' clubs controlling the world. It's a bunch of people or entities or whatever that know the cheat codes here on Earth, right? Just like a game genie, like on the video games, you can get the cheat codes. Well, those motherfuckers know the cheat codes here, and that's it. They're just using them.
Yeah. But again, I mean,
Wait,
I don't judge
so
anyone who
we
uses
can't
Illuminati.
use
We have
those
all
cheat
been there.
codes too?
We can, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely we can.
Like up, down, left, right, B, A, B, A, select.
Yep, select
Cross
start.
triangle.
See, I always missed the select start. I was just like BA start, and everybody was like,
the
"Bro,
key, bro.
can't
The
miss the
select
select." Yep. What up, Chocolate?
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Coming in right when I gotta take off. I gotta work here. Chocolate, take over. Spit some science. Spit some knowledge. I got a jet, y'all. I love talking to everybody. Love you guys.
Yeah, it was fun. Take care, man.
Have a good one.
See you later.
Chocolate, you got to get another song out too. By the way, sorry, you and Witsit, and then you and Elijah, and then you Witsit and Elijah. Like tons of tracks, new tracks. Get it? Okay. Love you guys. Later.
Gotcha. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, but what do you think about what to do with money, Tim? That's like I get it, like everything like base level, but you need money to live. And
I mean,
at
that
the
is again the system of control. They have made us. They have made it so we can't live without it, and we think we can't live without it. But there was a time where we didn't use money, but we were trading goods for other goods. But I mean,
yeah, exactly.
with this,
that's not a reality now.
with this, what is it called? Materialistic worldview, where and everything has to grow. Like, what is? Oh my god! It's because I'm Danish, and I mostly discuss these things in Danish, and not really in English. I'm actually new to being on forums like this, so I stumble in the words sometimes. But yeah.
Well, I'm only 20. I grew up with the massive mass shift to social media and everything. So.
But yeah, I mean, it's the entire system. It's built around that we have to rely on XX factors, for example. You know, like what they're doing right now, making everything more expensive, is that over time they're making everyone more reliant on governments to pay for their goods, because at some point people will not even have money to be able to sit in their house, their apartment, or anything like that. If you own stuff, you have to sell it, because we just don't. The inflation rate right now is so sky high that no one can follow that speed. You know.
Yeah. I'm always constantly trying to find a way to financial freedom, but it doesn't seem viable in this day and age, especially for someone as young as me.
The real, I mean, it actually came with, from my perspective, the creation of big cities, because before that, when we were living in small rural societies and stuff like that, people were just working their own little land, and if I had eggs left over and I wanted some goat milk, I traded that with the neighbor, and we didn't need all these real I don't know what I'm trying to say, but stuff. A more simple life would be a much better approach.
Yeah, I've looked that's how we're meant. That's how farmers still do it.
But then again, what about technology? What about solar panels? What about all these kind of things that actually comes with the good things that is coming with technology? Like, how would we ever get them if you're only trading goods for goods? You know.
Have you looked into the ether and Nikola Tesla and the free energy?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something we really can confirm, but yeah, it's super interesting. But then again, I mean, it would also even if it was possible, it would also come with an initial investment. And how would you get that if you only have goods to trade with? You know?
Yeah, I think there is definitely a free energy, but every time someone's came up with it, it's been silenced by science, or they've been shut out and rewritten in history, and you really never know the truth because it's all just been fabricated and scrambled. So it's just like solving a never-ending puzzle, essentially.
Exactly. I mean, all the ideas behind stuff like Tesla and stuff super interesting, and sure, it would be lovely if it ever came. What's the word? In fruition, something like that. Like if it came true, but
yeah, fruition. Yeah, fruition.
I mean, as it looks right now, I don't think that it's a dream. You know.
Yeah, it's a false hope. You can cling on to a lot of false hopes and hope that this is all going to happen, but yeah, in reality, we're pretty set on our ways of how we do things, and it's not going to all of a sudden change. With a couple people trying to make a change, it's just not realistic at all.
Kilowatt is a new member.
No, kilowatt is Kiwi.
Oh, Kiwi. Okay.
It's his all. I think he is on his phone or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Are you religious at all, Tim? Or
I mean, it's a wide term. It's a wide.
Yeah, I know, not religious, but obviously not an atheist. But
I have come to
belief.
Yeah, I am in it. let's just call it belief that this is an intelligent design, but the ramifications of it, I can't comprehend, you know?
Yeah, well, I think it's important to have some faith in, obviously, like, not. I think atheism is obviously stupid. But yeah, like, you need to have some faith in something, you know, whatever that is, you know, personal to each person.
Yeah. I mean, my bottom line is that I can't say anything for real, but I feel deep within myself that there is something greater that connects everything, you know, like, and that's to the lengths I want to go in that discussion, to be honest. If people
Yeah, no,
believe in
that's
Allah, God, Buddha, whatever, that's up to them, and I really don't judge them. That's 100% within themselves to do whatever.
yeah, no, fair enough. I think some of it comes hand in hand with a lot of this stuff. Flat Earth related is like why the people ask that main question is, you know, why would they do this to us and all that.
Yeah.
You can't really answer it, I guess. Everyone's stance is pretty different.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's like what is it called? Like the Muslims are saying, that's the big jihad within themselves to find these realities or truths or something like that about our surrounding world and beyond.
Yeah, no, it's all pretty. I mean, like going down like religion is a whole different. You know, I wouldn't call it a rabbit hole, but it's like really complex. It takes years to like understand the roots of everything and where everything even stems from. That's what I'm trying to look into now, but it's pretty time consuming, like the amount of stuff you have to read and go through, and that's the hard thing is there's just so much that you actually have to read and learn to get a solid stance, because my stance on stuff changes so much because of all the new stuff I read, and the more you keep reading on stuff, the more you kind of change your stance on certain things, and it's kind of never ending, I guess.
Yeah, it's a never-ending experience.
You find certain truths in a lot of different things and even conflicting things, so it kind of doubts your belief system at the same time, and I've just tried to stay flexible to beliefs and all that, and not try to get solidified in one, you know, hard belief system of going to church or something every Sunday and all that, but just keeping options open to whatever it could be. But yeah, it's a pretty broad subject.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know that there is a bunch of guys in this Discord that is very deep into maybe not biblical studies, but scripture studies and stuff like that. And it is interesting to listen to, but going from there to
definitely.
you know, put it on my own awareness or whatever, like yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, it's getting late here in Australia. Down under, they call it. So I'm probably gonna head off to bed.
Down under.
Yeah. Alright, well, it was nice talking to you. Take it easy.
Yeah, likewise. And come back one day.
Yeah, no, definitely, I will do.
Like right now we are in the silent hours of the Discord, but if you come in around, let's say, what is it, like 6 hours from now, it start to wake up a lot.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'll probably still be sleeping, but I usually just hop in here when I don't know, have some spare time or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, right now in EU, people are like almost getting off work. People in America is waking up right now. So, and you're going to bed. So these hours is really not the best to find activity.
Yeah, no, I get that. Well, anyways, I'll leave it there. Have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you are.
Yeah, you too,
And
man.
yeah, till next time. See you later.
Later.
Oh, hello. Where you from, Kilbot? Ah, okay. Yeah, no, you get a role. There's a role they assign to you that you can do that kind of stuff. You get there. You just hang around, hang about. They don't just give that shit out to anybody. Yeah.
Who are you talking to, mate?
Uh, Kilbot.
I mean, he has picture permissions and stuff like that on his other account. So I assume it's just a matter of reaching out to a moderator, explaining him that this is his observation account.
Oh, he has another account.
Yeah, it's that Kiwi guy, Kiwi with E-W.
Well, I apologize to the guy that somebody took great offense. I must have been acting like that. I was probably singing down the mic or some shit like that again.
Oh, because you got muted last night or something like
Yeah.
that?
Usual. It's like normal for me when I turn Discord. If I don't have a red mic, there's something wrong, bro. Old dude's okay, isn't he? He's all right.
Yeah, seems okay.
Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. Yeah, that's a good question. I just nitro boosted the server and I fucking who was it? GMZ? GMZ. Check your PMs, DMs, bro, or DMs, PMs. Yeah. I nitro boosted you, GMZ. So, what do you think about Justin Trudeau, the Kilowatt? At least the Canadian truckers, they went out and did something. And then, that motherfucker freeze the bank accounts.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Millions of people still believe the world is flat.
And it's the subject of tonight's special report. CIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives, we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this neutral buoyancy lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Lynn, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself, do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. 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 So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline. And you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
Well, you may have seen it on your way to work or school or just driving around. A new billboard has some people thinking about the Earth.
And asking the question, could the Earth be flat? Greg Argos is here with more on the movement that is taking on centuries of scientific research. Greg?
It really is, Gareth. And Yuki, this was just unveiled just yesterday, in fact. This billboard, a digital billboard unveiled yesterday, and it's calling into question a theory most of us have accepted, that the Earth, of course, is round. But those behind this billboard say, well, we've all been tricked.
Drivers heading eastbound on the Schuylkill already battle some serious traffic. But now there's another distraction slowing them down, and it's just 100 feet above their heads. Sandwiched between two insurance ads is this bold 3-word billboard: Research Flat Earth. And for at least the next week, this ad will be blocking drivers' attention.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
How do we know the Earth is not flat?
We don't. It's flat.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hirsch, CBS.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, The Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
I don't want to fool you.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
I ain't got no time for that.
We don't have time.
I'm tired of it. I can't take no more.
I'm fed up, bro. To the back teeth.
Are they floating?
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
No. How you feeling this morning? This evening?
Hey, real quick, that thing that was just played on the bot, all them newscasters saying the copy and all that stuff put together. Can somebody please post that in the live stream voice text? I'm driving right now, and I'd like to save the link. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll ping you.
Okay.
Hey, who's there? Keep asking for stuff.
That was good. Good.
If I can, what was it? Thought for the day? Is that the one, Kenny?
It was the last thing played in the bot.
Yeah.
You know what? I can go out there and copy it, dude. Never mind.
You have access, don't you?
Yeah. Yep.
So for the record, okay. So for the record, I think it's the one called Thought for the Day. I'll verify that in just a second.
Okay, appreciate it.
No, Thought for the Day is the one with what's his name? Waking Up the Masses is the name of the video.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Yep, Waking Up the Masses. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeehaw.
All right. Well, speaking of the yeehaw, water.
Sometimes you are funny, bro.
Yeehaw. All right, Watery, I've unmuted you.
Sometimes.
Hey, thanks for having me on the show, buddy.
Gee, I wonder who that is. What up, Mr. P?
Hey, watery is kind of it's a derogatory term here. If you call somebody watery, that means
Is it like calling somebody moist?
yeah,
Maybe.
Nice.
you're like a jellyfish.
Yeah. I'll listen to you and be there for you if you need me. Alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
I think they call that Dairy Queen, don't they? Self-serve.
Ooh, soft. Oh, talk about a new insult. Hey, what's up, soft serve? Oh man, this person got the roll really fast. All right, go ahead and unmute this person too. We'll give it a try. Little, would you like to say hello? Oh well, there you go. Well, before they disappeared, they did acquire the role Degenerate Anime PFP because they
Little
had
little and large.
yeah,
It's just
What's the PFP?
profile picture,
Gotcha.
and they had a degenerate anime profile picture, so that's why they got that role.
Idiot hedonist.
I have no idea what just got said.
Idiot hedonist.
Oh yeah.
This world needs an enema.
Ugh.
Just got to clean all that shit out of there.
Certainly need a based animal horses.
Well, don't all laugh at once, okay?
Uh,
Well, I mean, it's pertinent. You got to keep that colon right, you know.
need a based.
Yeah,
animal.
definitely.
Shut up, asshole.
Hey, stop
just
talking
kidding.
shit. You hear that asshole talking shit?
Oh boy.
I'm sorry. I'm in a little bit of a mood.
You hear that Glatzel?
Who? Slablo?
Is me what now?
You know what? I don't know what you just said, but it reminded me of Spatzel, and I just thought about how I should definitely make some Spatzel. I should definitely do that.
What the hell is Spatzel?
Spatzle.
Glatzel. Right, Glatzel?
Oh, he's saying Glatflub. You don't. Here, I'll see if I can Spatzel.
Listen, if I'm not answering, it's because I'm working. I'm sorry.
You're okay, buddy.
You heard him say it. He's sorry.
Spatzel. It's a German. I guess you could call it a dumpling.
Ooh, the grass is soft.
You watery bastard.
Big Mac, I appreciate the DMs.
Hey, Jebsy. You like?
I like. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome, bro.
Hey, how important do you
Like
guys
to
think
move
the
it,
radius
move it.
is to the globe? Did you hear me? I said, how important do you guys think the radius is to the globe?
It's undivorceable.
So it's essential, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's the definition of essential. Okay.
So it's undivorceable, like you said, but it's not an important thing. I don't need to go to the store and be thinking about the radius of the globe, but it is undivorceable from the globe.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make here is if we're trying to figure out how to define something, we got to go to the essentials, right? Because that's the definition of the word define. So if the radius is falsified, that means the essentials of the globe have also been falsified. Therefore, we can disregard that definition. You guys recognize any errors in that logic?
No, falsification of the radius absolutely falsifies any possibility that the Earth is a ball. It is as simple as that.
Yeah, so we just disregard the definition. Okay. Cheers for the help.
They took my rolls away.
Say what?
They took my rolls away.
Who is they?
Him, he, her, they, them. All them pronouns.
Who did such a thing?
Oh,
Who's
I
he?
don't know. I have no idea.
So you don't know who and you don't know what. Where do you
I don't
know?
know why. I don't know what. I don't know who. What? Who said what?
He was kind of like drinking last night, so he probably doesn't remember much, but it's okay. We'll figure it out now.
You make it sound like it was past tense.
Let's let's concentrate on the now.
Yeah, I'm trying to it was updated. Oh, I guess you did. You just added. No.
Yeah, I'm just adding some rules for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, muting should be sufficient. Removing roles is just
A waste of time.
yeah, unnecessary.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. Who?
I guess he didn't like me.
Yeah, I don't know. Roll.
The one where you can post shit. That's the one I want back more than anything.
Yeah, you have silver and that original Tinker.
That's the one. I like that one. Original Tinker.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another one where you're allowed to post shit.
Yeah, you're allowed to post now. Just
Maybe
give
it was an accident. I'm looking through the history and I'm not even seeing that it happened. So maybe it's a glitch with a bot or something.
Maybe he left the server by accident and came back.
That is also a potential explanation.
That's probably what I did.
He left the server because he was muted.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Never do it again, PMac.
Yep. I promise.
I'm glad we solved that mystery. Which one of us is Shaggy and which one is Scooby Doo, Jimmy?
Which one is Shaggy and which one is Scooby-Doo? Good question.
I don't know. It was funny, you know. Scooby-Doo was always portrayed as the more intelligent one.
Yeah. When next to Shaggy, he was the smart one.
Yeah. But so manipulatable.
Hey man, Shaggy wasn't dumb, man. Shaggy was just hot.
Shaggy was quite a bit of a coward.
Oh?
Shaggy would run away from a flower.
How many Glap Flubs do we have now? 3?
No, it's just his 2 accounts. He has a car account and a home account, and then of course there's Flowbass.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Flip Loggy.
Zup.
I think that's overpriced. A 10-inch miter saw for $150?
Nah.
Craftsman?
Okay. Nah, I'd say $80 would be the max I'd pay for that for Craftsman.
Yeah. That's what I.
But with the economy going the way it is, that's probably why it's looking like that.
Yeah. I mean, Craftsman isn't garbage. There are worse. There are worse brands, but
I personally like Craftsman. I like their warranty and stuff like that. I think they got it going on, but I mean, I'm sure that there's things that aren't that great. But
yeah.
I've had good things with their tools anyway.
Then there's somebody else selling a miter, a compound miter, the sliding type, which I've been looking out for a while. But they said sliding compound miter saw has laser cut line. Only problem is miter. So only problem is miter. They said the miter clamp is broken.
Well, that may not be so bad. You could probably bend it back straight.
If the miter clamp is broken, I feel like that would just be a part.
Unless they bent it when the part came loose or whatever.
Yeah.
I'd put eyes on it before I paid for it. That's what I do.
Yeah. Currently, my only saw is a standard skill saw. I'm redoing my back porch this summer, and it's going to be interesting because I don't have an impact drill, so I'm going to be using a standard.
You got a compressor?
No, I don't have a compressor.
Obviously, a compressor will save you a lot of voltage with that.
Yeah, so I'm doing screws. We'll be doing screws with a standard screwdriver or drill.
Like you're going to cut boards bigger than like a 2x4 or a 2x6, you're probably going to need one of those radial miter saws. Yeah, I'd say stick with that.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to do too much cutting. The primary cutting I'm going to have to do is with the stringers, which I'm tempted to abuse myself and do it with a handsaw.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong with that as long as you've got a miter to keep you from cutting it crooked. You know what I mean?
True. Valid. Very valid point. Crooked cuts are like Yeah, no, because the wood is way too expensive to make any mistakes.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
nowadays it's like measure thrice and then cut once.
Yeah. Why does PMAC get highly suspect?
I know, what the hell? It's the first time I seen that motherfucker. Highly suspect.
You a space criminal. Because you're a criminal for the space.
Space herpes.
You take the space away from the Globers. So you're a criminal.
Wouldn't that be more like like space vigilante or?
Who put that in there? I think Jamesy put that in there for a laugh.
No.
Say it isn't so.
Hey, it isn't so. Yeah, no. Listen, I might have like talked shit or sang down the mic or some crazy shit, but bruh, that man fucking deleted me. It's like I didn't even exist.
You might have left the server, which would explain everything.
That's probably what it is. Just as a heads up, never leave the server. Just sit there, bruh.
Yeah. Also, don't do QR codes that you don't trust. It's bad business.
I don't even know what them things are, man. I mean,
Yeah, those squares with all the polka dots, and you put your camera on it and stuff.
yeah, I have no idea. Technology, it's beyond me now at this stage.
I gotcha.
Bro, since that day, every time I get like an invite to a new server, I'm very skeptic. I'm like, oh no,
Yeah.
they're gonna take my account.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have been a big deal if I hadn't done the idiotic scanning of the QR code.
What happened there?
I was duped. It just happened.
Happens to it can happen to anybody, bruh.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I had to go over to Jim Panda server this morning and prove to them that mass doesn't exist.
What did you tell them?
I told them they've never sensed mass. And I was like, that's the very definition of exist. If you can't sense it, right, then you can't prove that it exists.
Did they just laugh at you?
I tried to argue it, of course. Then they eventually muted me. But it's all recorded. It was like a couple hours back. It's hilarious. You guys should go listen to it if you're bored.
Next time, just ask them, can you grab some of this math, put it in a cup, and paint it green?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I should have said. The painting mass. Yeah, go paint mass for me, dude.
Jimsy, you know he's saying MASS and not MATH.
Oh, mass.
Yeah.
My bad, man.
It's okay.
I think it might apply for both.
Yeah.
It probably does.
Oh, 78. Huh. You could buy a Caterpillar excavator with 11,900 hours on it. 54-inch bucket. 78,000. I'm sure there's people that know just how long it would take to recoup your investment on something like that.
I bet, yeah.
I was just let on to a local what do you call these things? It's not Craigslist, but it's the local version of Craigslist for North Dakotans. And
we call them classifieds.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a good word for it, classifieds. And I was just browsing, seeing what was going on. It's kind of interesting.
Michael Collins couldn't recall seeing any stars at all. It's a little bit strange.
Mm-hmm.
And then, according to Don Pettit or Dumb Pettit, you can see the Magellans. See if this works. It's working.
Bruh. Some people are so weird.
I know.
What do you listen? What techno nonsense are you listening to? Few megahertz. What are you listening to?
He's in a Porsche 911 going down the fucking Autobahn, dude.
Max.
I am actually on the Autobahn. Get out of my way, motherfucker!
Well, if you're on the Autobahn, you should definitely be listening to Kraftwerk. No.
Oh, shut up.
You know about that?
Yeah, I know a little bit about that, about Kraftwerk, yeah. A little bit.
I'll post
Waar
it.
is mijn handy?
Ba-dum, boom, 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 boom.
That's actually good, though.
Oh, Robert Miles. I know, man. I was listening to Robert Miles in the early 2000s. The titles of his songs started to creep me out, and I kind of got disinterested over time. You're hot, Mike and Jimsy.
Now that you mention it, it's a little bit suspect.
But yeah, Robert Miles, some classic techno. Not as classic as Kraftwerk, but here, I'm going to... Jimsy.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
My bad.
For your own protection, sir.
For your own protection.
Robert Miles. Now I'm trying to remember the bald guy that his music showed up in so many movies in the early 2000s. I know that's probably not enough details. Gone in 60 Seconds, I think some of his music was in that, and I'll find out. 60 Seconds soundtrack. Oh, yeah, Moby. That's what I'm thinking of. Moby just right up there with Robert Miles in my mind.
Moby, yeah, he was big, bro.
That dude really likes space. I just went to his website. If you're looking for interesting music along those lines, I highly recommend a guy named Ronald Jinkies. He's one of the coolest techno nerds I ever did see.
Spell that last name.
Yeah, Jenkees.
I hear he has some kind of, he's like a savant where like he's not good at other stuff, but he plays a mean piano, man. He's
Yeah,
all over the
I really like that guy. I've watched interviews with him. He's socially awkward for sure. But
I don't care. Make that music.
Yeah, but he's got a sense of humor, and he is extremely talented. It's like He's like, I can taste the music.
Right. He's one of those multi-sensed. He's probably got perfect pitch too. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those guys do.
Post something in there, Gospel Bear. Do like one of his old ones.
This guy?
Yeah, that guy, BMAC for sure.
Anyway.
Ronald Jenkins, that's the one. Yep, his signature is always wearing a hat, usually a goofy looking hat, and saying, "Hello, YouTubes." Hello, YouTubes. And he's been going at it for a long time. Dude brings in a modest income over and over again, year after year, doing what he loves. And I say 40 to 60K. Just he's making a
You can be happy.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He lives in Kentucky, so his costs are low, and he's just chilling. He started on YouTube in 2006. Been doing the thing. One of the few people I ever supported on Patreon.
Yeah, that guy that does like research into like psychedelics and stuff. He made a few big YouTube videos. I support him on Patreon too. He's doing good work.
Where he's been in the last 2 years, though. Interesting. Globe Master.
Let's see if he's truly a master.
Would you like to say a word, Globe Master?
Or are you a globe novice?
Just here to listen in the background, guys. I'm doing some work and I was listening what you have to say. Okay?
Okay, we were just shooting the breeze.
Yeah. Maybe I'll join later.
Yeah, I'll give you some food for thought. It is my determination that the radius in equations can be replaced with the Rayleigh criterion.
Okay.
Some food to chew on.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I literally think at this point, Gospel, we're training Globers how to tell the truth. Like, I think they've never told the truth before, and they don't know how. And then they come in here and they start to learn how to tell the truth. Wow.
I wouldn't make those claims, but sure, some of them maybe.
Hello, YouTubes.
Hey, YouTubes. He always does this. Hey, YouTubes. He does this little chuckle. Got a little song to play for you.
Here we go.
It's just something I've been messing with.
Yeah, thanks, Gospel. I've been watching him now. I think I'm hooked.
Yeah, he's so much fun. He's so lighthearted, and yeah, it's nice to. I like folks like that. It's just like you watch them and just puts a smile on your face because they're just so not like a lot of the garbage you encounter in this world.
Yeah. Yeah. Always wears a funny hat.
Yeah. Usually a type of fedora, but he's got some other.
That's what's going on here, man. I'm trying to post this shit and I can't fucking post it.
I just drove by a guy picking his nose, can barely fit in his huge truck, looking at his phone. Fucking, where the hell do I look right now?
Wait. If you don't know the truth, can you tell somebody the truth?
Truth is subjective. Facts are not.
Wait. Truth is subjective.
Yeah.
I gotta go back to the drawing board, dude.
Facts.
I thought
That's
they were
pretty
synonyms, man.
That's pretty
I
good.
think they're synonyms. I think Gladflub's trying to pull a fast one on us.
Man, y'all can't even take a slow one. You feel? No, I'm just kidding.
I never trusted that motherfucker.
Okay, the body of real events. What? Yeah, facts. Yep. Okay, synonyms. Thank you.
Yeah, colloquially speaking, I think he has a point.
So the
because
truth can't be subjective, correct? If it's based on fact.
Colloquially speaking, the word truth has been appropriated into a completely new meaning.
Ah, I see.
That's true. There's 72 genders.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
So, hold on. Wait, are they virgins?
Probably.
It was a little funny.
You guys not get jokes or something?
It's a little funny.
I shouldn't have picked that number because I set it up and you knocked it down. So
damn it! I finally found out what's funny to you guys.
Did he knock down two of them?
What?
Just two towers.
Nah, he lied. He lied for sure.
Well, yes, one plane knocked down 7 buildings. I love it. Love that shit.
Never in the history of mankind has a high tower collapsed due to fire. They're not built that way. But suddenly...
What about the low tower?
Well, I don't know. Man. I said the guy that worked the other day, he's like, well, Paul, what the hell, and all this crap. And I was like, listen, Ryan. Never in the history of mankind has two towers collapsed. A skyscraper collapsed due to fire. They're not built that way. Suddenly, two of them collapsed. Yeah.
And I think that their response, which would be the appropriate response, is the fact checkers tell me you're wrong. And they have no basis for their claim, but they know you're wrong.
Can I talk to these fact checkers?
I want to be a fact checker.
Fact check out, motherfucker.
I want to knock the beat out.
Where do I apply to be a fact checker? Sign me up.
They lost their
Factchecker.com.
Factchecker.net.
If they accept you, man, I'm trying out,
I'd be the best person to fact check everybody, dude.
I'll fact check you back into the fucking last century, bruh.
In order to apply to be a fact checker, you have to use your Netscape Navigator version 3.0.
Damn. Haven't got that.
And somehow it's still the most secure browser on the net. That was my favorite. When the new Netscape came out, I was like, oh, man, now I'm going to go twice as fast, and it's going to take only 2.5 minutes to download half a JPEG instead of 4.
Mm.
And those JPEGs were only about homework stuff, right?
Of course.
Didn't the world change? Didn't the world change with the arrival of the internet? Didn't things just fucking change? What do you think? Yeah, just
it changed things for sure,
massively. I remember playing the golf game, and we downloaded a new golf course, and it took us about 25 minutes to download like 1.5 kilobyte. We thought this is the greatest thing, man.
Yeah, I mean, and you compare it to driving to the store and back of what you would have otherwise had to have done. That 25 minutes didn't seem so long when you thought about it in those terms.
And you got to go ask mom, hey, Mom, can I go buy another fucking video game? No. Okay, I'm just going to download it for free and play it, after dinner. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I had to, so my mom didn't like that I use the internet so often. So she shut off the phone line in my room. And, because we were using dial-up at the time. 28.8 though. It was 28.8. We were balling. Then we got that T1 line shit. But anyway, so my mom shut off the phone line in my room because, Anyway, so then I was like, well, fuck all that. I'm gonna go get a 100-foot phone cable and run it down the hall to the other phone jack, and I did. And folks, it was just as fast, if not faster. Which, whatever, it's probably about the jack itself, but yeah. And so she didn't notice. She never went up there, right, where my room was. She never went up to that hallway for anything, and so I got away with it for like a month. And that's my story.
It was like a black hole.
Just nice Colin Quinn outro there, Black Club. Classic Colin Quinn outro.
See, now your parents, they don't want to interfere. They don't want to get in your shit.
No, yeah, they do, and they did. No, they'll never stop that stuff.
Yeah.
That's okay. Keeps me in line, kind of.
So you're still living in your mom's basement? Sorry. Oh, that's good.
I'm living in your mother's basement. You fuck.
Right. My mother loves you, man. My mother loves you.
I know.
She can't
If
share
you
it
are,
with you.
if you are, I hope you're paying good rent.
Bro, I love the back and forward here. The back and
Oh,
forth.
she gets paid. I'm just kidding. This has turned into something I didn't want it to. Sorry.
It's gone places I never thought I would.
That's funny, man.
Well, what happened? Did everybody just stop talking?
You get distracted doing other stuff, you start doing other stuff. If you have a leak, it's probably some kind of procedure. Deal with it.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to take a leak.
That's not what I was saying.
Somebody told me you had a girlfriend of last year.
Okay, watch the copyright,
before
bro.
red microphone.
Yeah, watch the copyright, bro.
Sorry.
I'll start singing if people start talking.
Give us your best globe proof, rookie.
Proof? I got lots of proof. I went to the ocean with a straight level, spirit level. Then I measured the horizon from 4 different angles, and it's flat. All four of those angles were completely flat. That was
I
enough
can
for
show
me.
you a curved horizon if you want.
Not with my eyes, you can't.
Hold on, I'll show you one.
No, that would be a picture. I'm talking about with my own eyes.
Oh no! I can set you up to where you can see a curved horizon for sure.
Sure, you could, but that would be just.
Not like you're gonna be able to see it very easily, like standing up there. You're gonna have to. I'll have to place you in a certain place, curve the horizon. You see
Well,
what
of
I'm
course.
saying? Yeah.
Of course,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
You'd have to bend the
But,
rules.
but it is possible, you know.
Is it curving 8 inches per mile square or only curving?
Not consistent.
Is it only
Wait a
curving
minute.
like that?
Hold on. Wait. Whoa. I thought it was an oblate spheroid. That doesn't mean round, does it?
No, the Earth is not an oblate spheroid.
What is the Earth?
Well, you might want to check
Dry
with your
land.
homies, because that's what they're saying.
I heard
It's
it's a
not my
triangle.
homies. My homies don't say that. What my homies say is Earth is dry land.
Who is saying
Yeah,
that?
dirt. We're talking about the whole thing in one big picture. You know, like the realm or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying the Earth is related to the horizon for sure.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, the Earth is in the definition of horizon, so yeah, they are related. You can't have one without the other.
Well, yeah, and you can't have gas pressure without a barrier either. But
You said without a container?
well,
Yeah,
technically, I said barrier, but
I don't think I've ever seen anyone demonstrate gas pressure without a container. I think you're right.
well, there you go. There's another reason.
But wait, what does that mean? Like, if there's a container, does that mean there's no space?
No.
Well, unless there's a barrier between us and that space, then I would say no, there couldn't be, because a vacuum would definitely suck all the gas off of the Earth. And don't give me that gravity crap, because I could prove that wrong too.
Yeah, but how did they get through the container if they went to Mars?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious they didn't go to Mars, and they're not going to Mars. They're lying.
But what
That's
about
my
the
opinion.
rover, dude? I thought the rover was running around on Mars taking pictures.
What
and
about
finding life
Johnny
and all that.
5 from Short Circuit? He must have been real too, right? Sure.
So you're telling me the rover's not real?
Look at the devil.
Include the great rift.
No, I'm telling you that whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, it's not going to space and it's not going to Mars. It's
Oh, it's real,
going
but
in
it's just
a
not on
studio.
Mars.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, they
but look at
built
the-
the stupid thing. They have to make it look good.
I mean, I'm gonna have to agree to you. I mean, there's no way that rover got to Mars if it had to go through a solid container to get there. There's no way.
Yeah, they ride the rover and they played golf and they put the flag, but not on Mars.
Is it
They really
is it cold?
They
Is
put
it
what
cold?
on the moon?
Is it cold on Mars?
I
have
wouldn't
no
know.
clue. I would say it's probably there's probably no place to stand at
I've
all.
never
To be
been to
honest
Mars.
with you.
Okay.
And it seems to me no one's going to Mars either, right?
Yeah, but it's interesting. We have rover to send to Mars, but we don't have rover to send to Antarctica. Antarctica is very, very cold.
We don't have a rover to send to Africa when we lose somebody.
Nah,
I mean, come on.
Antarctica is too rough for the rover. It's too much. You can't take it.
I thought it couldn't get a grip on the ice or whatever.
Whoa, slow down, hold on.
Mars is beautiful highways. You can go. Everything you can travel. Everything it's built there. And there is 35 degrees, sometimes 20. Rover can go easy. It's not cold. It's not hot.
Can you see Mars with the naked eye? Have any of you guys seen Mars?
Yeah,
I can see how light this.
Wait, Gospel, you saw it? What color is it?
Orangish reddish.
Oh, that's badass. Thanks.
Yeah, I've seen it, and it looks kind of like that kind of orange reddish. Yeah.
I guess what I could say with certainty is I've seen an orangish reddish object that is known to be referred to as Mars.
I can see Orion, and it's it's more far away than Mars with my naked eyes. Orion, you can see Orion.
That's my name, by the way.
Yeah.
No, the Irish version, rookie.
And I'm Irish too, by the way.
Bro, it was you do jokes, I do jokes, nobody laughs. We're all in the same.
I know what's wrong. Yeah, what's wrong with these people, bro?
We're all in the same boat.
That was pretty funny, especially when it's people like us opposing each other. It always makes people laugh, right? They're like, "What? What did he say? Oh my god!"
The Irish version of Ryan.
The Irish version. That's good.
So you're saying we're in space, but we can never go to outer space, or what they call outer space, correct?
I never said that space existed, did I?
Wait, you don't think space exists?
Well, how can you have a vacuum?
Yeah, the
not
space
sucking the
between
gas
you
off?
and I does exist. Yeah, and it's a good thing.
Yeah, there's air. There's air. There might be water or something up there above the whatever barrier. I don't know. I mean, we can find out pretty easy.
Kimchi's throwing shade around.
No. I'm saying space exists, but I'm talking. We can't go to outer space. We can't go outside of space, correct?
As far as I know. Unless somebody's done it and they got evidence of it. No, I don't think so.
I think that what he's doing is presenting a logical conundrum outside.
Oh yeah, he's working on it, isn't he?
Of space.
That's the definition of outer from what I've read. Outer's outside of.
Isn't Columbus was out of space?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Why? He thought that he's in India, and he was not in India.
I thought
he
outer
in
was when your
space.
belly button
Okay, I
popped
see what you're
out.
saying. Yeah.
Like an Audi. The Indian Audi. You talking about belly buttons?
So Columbus was thinking that he's in India. That he was out of space. That was not correct space.
Do we have any evidence that Columbus even existed?
Yeah, for real. Thank you, rookie. Thank you.
Yeah, there's some evidence. The history of him and his brother who extorted and took advantage of the Aboriginals of the Caribbean.
This is the way I go when somebody tells me that God doesn't exist. I'll just be like, well, then neither did Columbus, neither did Nostradamus, neither did any of these other idiots. Like, prove it. Well, yeah, you like that, don't you? They hate it when you throw that in their face. Yeah, they hate that stuff.
Yeah, we have to be able to sense them, right? For somebody or something to exist, we have to be able to sense them. So it's like I can't sense these people. They're gone and dead. It's like I don't know why people think they're real, right? But they're not here.
Like your great-great-grandfather, huh?
Yeah, I can't talk to him. Never heard his voice. Can't taste him. You know what I'm saying? Can't sense him. So it's not here.
So wait, what did you say? Taste him?
Grandpa, dude.
Yeah, you can lick your grandpa, dude. You never licked your grandpa, dude. Come on, dude.
No, bro. Sorry.
I've smelled him enough to be to say I might be able to know what he tastes like a little bit. I don't know.
Well, I know grandpas taste great, but I'm just not going to eat my own.
Well, okay.
Oh my goodness. This is,
dude, you think if your grandpa was feeding you some peanut butter, don't you think he got a little bit on his finger? He let you nibble on his finger. Come on, you taste your grandpa, dude.
Whatever.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
At least this
We were trying to make a joke, not fucking gross people out, bro.
I'm trying to meet P Drinker on his level. Y'all know what's up.
Is that possible?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you need to be big ego, a lot of nihilism, and you are there.
All you gotta do is drink your piss, bro. There's stem cells.
No,
gold,
man. No.
All kinds of shit.
We'll live forever, just for one day.
I found my what in tarnation gif, by the way.
Oh yeah. Post that up.
Mr. Clampett.
What in tarnation?
Don't think about him so wrong because he said P Drinker. He has very good points about food and other stuff.
I think we have a concerned troll in the room.
Somebody get him out of here.
I'm just kidding.
Hey. Fuck off.
No, the proper way to say it is fuck off.
That.
Yeah, get him out.
Why you flat out the roof?
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Be well. Get to the chopper. Fuck off.
Can I sing the song? Somewhere.
No.
Over the radio.
No.
Over the
Way up
college.
high.
Hey, who wore it better, Looney Tunes or the other one?
Looney Tunes for sure.
What's the other one?
I think it was Disney.
Looney Tunes was the bomb shiggity.
You know why?
And Animaniacs.
You know why? L-U. It uses first L, loony, like lunar, L-U-N.
Yeah, it has to do with moon.
Gospel. Prove me wrong. Do it.
What are you? What? Prove an ME wrong?
I believe there's only two genders. Prove me wrong.
God.
Usually a liar exposes himself. We don't really have to expose.
Hold on. Are you asking me, Glatt, to do the literal impossible and prove an unfalsifiable claim falsifiable or falsified?
We're asked to do it all the time.
What incarnation?
Oh. Wait, you're talking about like when Globers come into the chat and say, what would you
Where's
prove?
the edge?
Yeah.
Show us the
I know what you
horizon.
mean. Yeah, I do think it's the unfalsifiable claims are always a little bit aggravating to me.
Oh well, yeah, like loony. My guess is it started with L-U, like loony, like lunar, loony. You know, you're because you worship the moon or whatever. You crazy, right? Sounds.
Oh, okay. So
the etymology of loony.
Yeah, so separate from, so there is a spelling, and it comes from the word lunatic, which is spelled Lunatic, which does have the etymology with lunar, however, or moon. However, there's also a spelling of Loony, i.e. for the cartoon, I believe, but Loony being associated with the bird, the loon.
Oh, sure, of course.
So, or EY, I guess, is the So.
Oh yeah.
Here, I'll post, because it is interesting when you have a blended word that like is influenced from two roots. It feels contrived, but there are other examples of words that have multiple like combined meanings.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mutt words or mutts.
Yeah. Typically modern words. That's not a very common convention of it, like old words. This is more of a modern convention to have like dual rooted words. But yeah, loon. It says the bird being noted for its wild cry and method of escaping from danger.
It's kind of like that, you know. But it's louder. I can't do it. All right, hang on, guys.
That description kind of sounds like meep meep.
Meep meep.
Is influence of Lunia. Yeah, this is it's interesting. I don't think I had looked this up before, but there's mid 15th century, a loon, a rascal or worthless person, or a boor, boor, of uncertain origin, perhaps from Middle Dutch or Middle Low German. Compare Dutch loen, stupid person. the modern sense of crazy person is by influence of loony.
Did somebody just describe me?
What's that?
Did somebody just describe me?
No.
I
You're
said
not.
dumbass, unless that's you.
You're not loony. You are goofy from time to time. It's a little different. But
Hey,
you're by
really?
no means a worthless person, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good sign.
That's a good sign. I'm Taurus, by the way.
I can't do the loon sound anymore because I was punched in the face too hard. And I got a scar tissue right where my whistle sound should be on my lip. It's weird.
Interestingly enough, there's a guy that I watch on it's a group of guys, but one of the guys in the group of guys, VLDL, he did I forget what kind of martial arts it was. I think it was maybe jujitsu, but whatever the case, he got several injuries to his throat and lost his ability to falsetto. I found that really he talks perfectly fine. No issue with
Yeah, I've
his
heard of
voice.
that. That's weird. It's hella weird.
But he cannot falsetto. His name is Ben from VLDL. Vandalier or something, I think is his last name.
Ben No More Balls.
No, Ben Vandalier from VLDL.
Well, you got to bring balls into it.
Because it's balls, bro.
I think it's Vandalier.
Why not?
I asked you first.
I replied. Easy peasy, my balls are squeezy.
Cool.
Shut up.
What? Shut up. What?
Yeah. Shut the fuck up, bro.
I don't want to shut up. Why don't you shut up?
You shut up. No, you shut up.
Here I go. Watch. Get ready. Here I go.
All right, Karen, Nancy, Phyllis, calm down.
My name's Kevin when I'm being an asshole. Don't forget that. All right, moving on.
Next joke.
Zippity-doo.
Zippity day. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity doo dah, zip.
Doo dah, zippity yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth. It's factual. Everything is satisfactory.
Smash.
Doo-dah. La 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 la.
Uncle Jemima's pure. Oh, that was Saturday Night Live. How about that?
That's actually good.
You ever seen the Uncle Jemima's Pure Mash Liquor commercial on Saturday Night Live?
Yep. Quite funny.
It is. It is kind of funny.
When's the last time somebody slapped the shit out of you?
Last week.
Goodness.
You're cruising for another one, boy.
Ouch.
Yeah, you can try.
For me, it's been like.
I'm sorry. Is that too harsh?
23 years.
Hey,
21.
can talk. If you're drinking a large coffee with a bunch of sugars in it with a regular sized drink straw, you need to slow down.
Just a tad, though.
I found myself accidentally asking Burger King to add an extra shot of espresso in fucking coffee. Whoops.
Probably charged you for it too, didn't they?
Now, as you well know, they don't have espresso. Burger King.
Oh, yeah.
I know, but that's the point. See,
I'm like, hello, can I get an avocado toast, please? But just one slice.
No soy.
You have the fat-free avocados?
No soy.
You got avocados. You got some avocados.
Do you have the special fat-free, gluten-free avocados?
Oh yeah, we got them. Yeah, we got them. Fucking.
We can remove it for you.
Yeah. They're blue, sir. They're the blue ones. Okay, fantastic.
Wait.
Hi, can I get some vegan burger with vegan bread and vegan bacon and vegan lettuce and vegan mayo and vegan?
What about the
Imagine
Burgermeister?
walking into a place and asking for a vegan burger and vegan this and vegan that and vegan fucking everything. You're not gonna get anything. You just
I'd like to get vegan pot roast.
sorry, we don't have that, bro. Fuck off.
That's funny. What would it be? What would it
What
be
do you
made out
mean?
of?
It's 2022. You should have vegan everything everywhere.
I'd like
So
to have
let me get this straight.
We
If you're a
actually don't
vegan,
know.
you'll eat the meat, but you won't. You'll eat the eggs, but you won't eat the meat. I don't understand.
We
I
don't
wonder
know.
if there's a vegan. I wonder if there's a vegan foie gras or a vegan pate.
Ooh, I wonder.
I don't know, man.
I'm sure
And
it's tasty. You make everything out of chickpeas now.
Who's
Can I get
snotty
a
enough?
vegan bone broth?
Who's snotty enough to get like vegan caviar? What are you fucking?
Vegan caviar.
How about some vegan? How about some vegan gefilte fish?
Oh.
They would probably just take the what is that stuff called?
Oh,
Cream of
I
wheat or
think
whatever.
I could pull that off, Sonny. I would use something like one of those Asian fruits or something, because they have some funky flavors in some of those Asian.
There you go.
Yeah. Oops.
I like it. It could be like the artificial crab meat you get.
It'd be like durian, or you do some kind of some Asian thing.
It's weird stuff.
Some kind of
rotten
some kind of vegetarian fish you would have to use.
You know what they ruin is vegan pork
Excuse
rinds.
me. Make sure my eggs are vegan.
Oh no.
Want an over easy vegan eggs?
I bought some vegan lard at the Mexican store the other day.
Yeah, I guess it'd be sup. That's the one that I remember.
Soup.
Sop breadfruit. Breadfruit is its alternative name, but it's called sop.
Breadfruit. That's interesting.
Yeah. Or sour sop
How do
is
you
another
fruit
name
bread or
for it.
breadfruit? How do you do that? You just break
It's a
fruit into bread
Malaysian. It's a Malaysian thing.
Sounds good though. I can do that. Fruit and bread. That sounds good.
Apparently, it's a variant of jackfruit.
Oh, I see. Jackfruit's not bad. Sour is really good. You ever had gooseberries?
Yeah, I have actually had gooseberry.
They're the bomb. They're sour, but they're the bomb.
I had relatives that used to make muscadine and scuppernong beverages. Ferments, you might say. Special ferments of muscadine and scuppernong. Yeah, like about as sweet as Welch's grape jelly. If Carr was here, he'd know what I was talking about. Or Dave. Oh, man. I'm laughing at Trace.
What happened? Nobody wants to talk no more?
That's what you said last time. You had something to talk about.
I
Come
do.
on.
I need to get it out of my system.
Out with it.
I got this problem. There's this guy on the live stream, and he's driving me crazy. His name's Gospel Bearer. I can't stand.
Uh-huh. How long has this
What
been
do I
going
do?
on?
What do I do? Yeah, what do I do about that?
Well, there's options. How long has this been going on?
Oh, forever, man. Like since I got here.
Since
He follows me around everywhere and he talks smack to me all the time. I don't know what's wrong with him.
That sounds like paranoid schizophrenia.
And then he tries to be nice to me and make me feel bad for yelling at him. He's such a great guy.
I don't recall you yelling at anyone.
I have yelled at people, believe it or not.
You probably
quite a few times, but I try not to though. I yell. Let's see, the last person that I actually lost my temper with was what's his name? I can't remember his handle, but he was in here for a while and then he went over to another server for a while and then he disappeared. But he was I showed him a bunch of videos of like, you know, NASA launches and things, and I showed him a bunch of anomalies, right? And there was this one particular shot that I took 5 different shots from 5 different space missions, and they all had the same anomaly in them. And then there was one more that I found right at the end that actually was the way it should have been. And I showed him all 5 videos, and he said he couldn't see anything. And I got mad.
So you are like, talking really, about me?
No, I was kidding.
No,
you do give me a lot of crap, but you're supposed to. That's what you're here for.
I did that. Huh? What, P-Mac?
No, I was saying it was you, bro. It was you.
It might have been. I think I saw the videos where you were talking about the angle discrepancy.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
Yeah, I can understand why someone would have difficulty recognizing.
It's not real easy, but I showed him with a demonstration with my hands and with an ink and with the cap, right? And I said, okay, this is how this would work. And he was like, and he just sat there and he said, I don't know what you're meaning. I don't understand how that changes anything. And I lost it. I just chewed his ass out. I was like, really, bro? But yeah, I've yelled at people. Actually, if you came over here to my house, you'd probably hear me yell all the time because I do have somewhat of a temper. But obviously, I'm able to control it at some point because.
Yeah, I almost never yell, but I sometimes raise my voice, especially when I think people can't hear me.
Why are you yelling at me? I know you're good about that. I like you have the great voice too, Grace. You got the voice going for you because it's deep, but it's like mellow. It's like the perfect tone. And when you talk, people actually stop and listen to you. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool thing, dude.
It is. It's like Get or Jamesy or Trace.
Or that guy P-Mac. Yeah, he's a real pain in the ass, huh?
He is.
Who else is in here we can pick on?
Absolute retard.
How come there's nobody in here to pick on ever anymore? What happened? Did we scare them all away or what?
Yeah, they lost years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Just took time for that to circle around that they actually can't win this argument.
Yeah, I can understand why. Yeah, I can see that.
Not going to happen.
There was a topic that I was thinking of earlier and it not escaped me. I'll think of it here in a minute. Something like new-ish. So, I got a question. I know this is a weird question and it's probably going to trigger a bunch of people, but I think it needs to be talked about a little bit. What do you think the odds are that there's somebody within our ranks that's duping us?
Don't know, don't care.
Yeah, if you're being duped by something, that'd be a personal problem. So to answer
I
your
don't mean
question,
personal. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I just sometimes I wonder, like, with the way things happen.
it depends on how you define within our ranks. So if you're referring to people that
I just mean like people that are involved with the server. I didn't mean like necessarily like high ups or anything. I just meant in general.
Yeah. So if you're being duped about something in particular, then I would say that is a personal problem. In another way to answer that question, are there people that may be wrong about different details? They posit their opinions as facts and that sort of thing. Yeah, sure, that probably happens from time to time, and it would be, I think, the responsibility of the listener to determine and or discern the difference between opinion and fact.
I accept that. That's a good point.
So when somebody says this, blah, 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 I think it's your responsibility to determine whether or not what they just said is a matter of fact, or they are promoting their opinion as the most probable explanation or whatever. So there's certainly a lot of people that say things that other people would disagree with as the explanation for the cause of a certain thing, but that doesn't mean that it's an intentional misdirection, gatekeeping, or anything of the sort.
Yeah, I hear you. I was just thinking because somebody asked me about it, and I don't know why it came up. I was just saying I thought it was an interesting question because I never really thought about it, you know. And I thought about it last night, and this morning, and I was thinking, you know, like maybe I'll mention it and see, you know, like what kind of a conversation it strikes up. But I don't, you know, I didn't mean it like personally or anything. I was just like, in general, somebody was talking about on another server that they thought that they had a bunch of people coming in there and just causing problems from the inside, and I was like, wow, that I never thought about that.
Yeah. So, for instance, I'm currently and actively promoting the idea that the Rayleigh criterion could adequately replace the radius value as a new constant to base determination of long distance observations, and that is not a matter of fact, but it should be a responsibility to anybody that hears those words to determine for themselves whether or not it's as plausible as I have come to the conclusion that I think that it is.
Anyway, I guess maybe it wasn't a good subject.
Oh, I was just giving you a personal example. Oh, I love it. What beautiful artwork. I don't know, man. The Soviet vessel there definitely looks like a Jules Verne creation, and the Soviets have stars, so there's that. The Soviets have the stars. Apparently, the Chinese do too. But yeah, the Soviet moon mission picture there definitely looks like something Jules Verne thought up.
Are you talking about this thing that Byte posted?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like somebody did it with coloring crayons and coloring pencils. Funny. Show me on this doll. Where did they hurt you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my mic wasn't working earlier. To answer your question, Rookie, from my perspective, sure, we see a bunch of people pretending to be flat earthers to try to smooth their way in here, but it's pretty easy to identify them. Is there someone who has copied all our arguments and is pretending to be one of us? I don't know. No, it's impossible to know.
It would be a moot point unless you could provide evidence against that person to support that they were also doing some kind of back channel DM thing at the same time.
Yeah, it would require a bunch of evidence, and it's not something we can just guess. I think it's possible, but that's about as far as I'll go.
You know what it reminds me of? Not that it's a bad question. It does remind me of the
Sorry
question.
about that. I got a phone call at the last minute. I apologize.
Well, I don't know if you can hear this, but
Well, you were referring to me. You were talking to me, and I was actually on the phone, so I didn't hear what you said. I'm just letting you know and
Okay.
apologize
Yeah.
because I just kind of cut out. I didn't mean to.
Oh, it's fine. It reminds me of the question that I heard from like in middle school. Kids would ask silly questions, but one of them was, "Have your parents told you you're adopted?" But
Yeah, I've heard that before.
or something along those lines, and it reminds me of that because, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
it reminds me of that. Not that it is exactly the same, but
I get you. The question really doesn't lead to any constructive and.
Yeah.
Good point.
Oh, no, I got one. Why does anybody believe in anything?
Because there's something to think about.
So the ability of thought is the dilemma, I guess. See, I'm trying to get to the root of the problem. Thank you for your help.
Wait, it raises doubt? Maybe. Yeah, what is a thing? That's a
Drace
good
is actually
question.
he's a really good rapper.
Oh, was somebody else talking? I'm sorry.
I said Drace he's really good at rapping, bro.
Yeah, he is pretty good. I agree.
Let's go, Drace. This is June.
Yeah, no. I'm just a normal person who doesn't know anything about rapping. Any of you probably eventually do the same if you just practice.
I agree with that too. I think he was meant your voice, the way your voice sounds. Of course, yeah, you could probably improve on your singing and rapping and all that, but you do have a good voice for it. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, I can accept that because rapping is the only thing I could do. I couldn't really sing really well, so that just fit with my voice.
Are you serious? Like, oh, you tried and you just didn't like the sound of your own voice, or how did that
I don't
work
like
out?
the sound of my own voice. That's why, like, the rapping was.
Does
the only
anybody
thing I
though?
could do.
Does anybody really like their own voice?
Yeah.
I mean, like when you sing and you hear yourself singing, do you ever really think, "Oh, wow, that sounds good"? I don't know. I've never heard myself singing and actually thought I was sounding good, even though everybody else did.
Helio sings real good and thinks he sounds
Yes.
good. So.
Helio is a great singer.
Right.
He's got the range. He's got the high and the low both. He's got it. I get screwed up right in the middle. I can do like some highs and I can do a lot of lows, but I can't do those like right in between it. My voice cracks and it like screws me up.
Yeah, there are some songs that are like low range that I can sing, and I love singing those songs. But the songs I want to sing in my head are not those songs, so I'm screwed.
Yeah, I've always wished that I had pipes and I could just scream to the heavens. Like that would be awesome to just be able to like sing really high pitch and sing just exactly in tune. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, I would flex.
But then you look at
envy
vocal
people.
coaching. You can actually see people who are not the best singers actually get vocally coached in just a few seconds just by pushing in their diaphragm, making them correct their posture, having the throat in the correct position, the jaw in the correct position, and all of a sudden the whole thing just changes. So I think a lot of it is technique and we just don't know about it.
Yeah, that's something, I've studied a lot of stuff in my life, like looking up things and reading books and things, but I don't think that's ever come across my mind to look up. So I think maybe I'll do that.
I don't know how this conversation got into this fucking place, but here we are now. This is Drace can rap, bro.
It's all your fault. It was all your fault, I thought.
It's always my fault.
Yeah. Well, then why are you asking us what happened?
I don't know.
You should just apologize.
I'm sorry, bro.
No. I didn't mean like that. I meant like instead of saying what you said, just say I'm sorry. Just start saying that all the time. Everybody would be like, why does he keep saying that? You'd be like, well, I'm sorry that I screwed up that conversation. And everybody would be like, what?
Every time you open a sentence, just start it with I'm sorry.
Nah.
Yeah. No, don't do that. That'll drive everybody crazy. That'll drive me crazy too.
I'm sorry, I'm funny.
Okay. I think the only time you should really say you're sorry is when you really are, or when you fart and everybody has to smell it. Otherwise, I don't know. You really need it.
Bro, you really don't want to smell that farts, bro.
Hey, I had to throw some potty humor in there.
You need a gas.
We can change the subject, though. Let's go back to Flat Earth. Is there any subject that I think there are a few subjects that have come up lately, right? That we haven't heard a lot about, or maybe it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. Example?
Well, that's why I'm bringing back the Rayleigh criterion.
My farts.
Okay, that's a good subject. I don't even know much about it. What exactly can you describe it for us, so that way the people that don't know can, or post it or something?
Also known colloquially as angular resolution.
Ah, that makes it easy. Yeah, I do know about it a little.
The first picture of a black hole.
It can also be called the diffraction limit.
Yeah.
That's too cerebral for me,
Now, does this include refraction or whatever? Is this like a really serious scientific look at it?
No. In fact, that's not a bad thing, because what it gives you is a constant number that you can use, and then you can understand or realize the fact that there are things that impact our natural limitation. So what when you take into consideration the Rayleigh criterion as a constant, and then somebody starts talking about refraction or any other conversations about what light is doing, it's no bother. It's not a problem whatsoever because you need not invoke a concept of curvature. Rather, you can simply use the Rayleigh criterion and be in complete agreement with all of the other things that may or may not impact the way light travels from point A to point B.
Yep.
And it can increase or decrease the Rayleigh criterion number. So technically, certain things existing, temperature and atmosphere and whatever, and I use atmosphere colloquially, of course, can actually increase the number. So instead of it being 0.02, it could be 0.03, 0.04, 0.05 degrees, which is where I point to examples of short distance observations where the horizon is at a place it shouldn't be, too short of a distance, where you have obstruction where curvature couldn't possibly be the accounting reason for that obstruction. So I point to that, and then same thing with long distance observations. It stands to reason that there are things that impact the point A to point B travel of light, and you need not invoke curvature whatsoever. In fact, the Rayleigh criterion very likely can replace the R value, and it just so happens conveniently it also has an R in it.
Yeah. It's also easy to show when you take like a small aperture device like an iPhone, and you use your eye, and then you have a bigger aperture, either telescope or a camera like the P900, and then you can just see with some things you see with your eye still are not visible in the iPhone, even though the iPhone is at the same level, and things in the P900 you can actually see further than your visible eye. So you have three different horizons with three different optical devices. There's not three different globes based on the optical device. That's just absurd.
Yeah. So it's more consistent. It's more logically consistent.
Right.
And Matthew was here yesterday talking about his observations of the moon as his defense and foundation for remaining a globe believer. And he said he said he was under the impression that because of the laws of perspective, the moon should be getting smaller as it goes towards the horizon. Now, observation has it that the moon appears either the same size or sometimes even larger. Now, here's the irony about this. I've read articles about the appearance of the moon, and interestingly enough, and I think that this is a convenient lie. Personally, that's my opinion of the matter, but the articles about the moon's appearance at the surface of Earth or near the horizon, they claim that the reason that it looks so much larger is because of comparative relation of objects. And what they're saying in these articles is if you were to just simply move the same moon when it's in the middle of the sky, directly above you, if you were to just move that at the horizon in Photoshop or something, that all of a sudden it would actually look bigger because of its relationship to the things near the surface. And personally, I reject that. I think that that's absurd. I think it does stand to reason that the angle through the atmosphere, the lower layers of our air towards the surface, is the cause. The angle that you're looking at through the layers, the lower layers, as opposed to the higher layers, you're passing through much more dense air towards the surface. It's all about that angle and what angle you're looking at it through. That's what makes more sense to me. And I told Matthew, I said, man, if you just take some time to think through this, if you're intellectually honest with yourself, I think you'll come to the same conclusion. But that's wishful thinking, maybe. Yeah, some do, but most of the articles I've seen, Dre, they act as though the moon's apparent size is not changing at all. They make the claim that it's the exact same apparent size the whole time. And I'm not okay with that interpretation or explanation. It's akin to the same explanation of the moon and the sun being below the horizon, but we still see it anyway during a selenelian. I mean, it's right up there with that pathetic explanation.
That's very awesome. I saved all that for myself. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
I remembered what I was going to talk about that I was talking about earlier. If you don't mind me changing the subject for a second, because that way I won't forget about it. So I looked up how far a human eye can see, right? Like over the ocean. And just looked it up on YouTube and looked through Wikipedia and some other sites. Okay. And I thought, okay, there's got to be, this has to make sense, right? There's got to be some stuff here. So I was reading it for myself and I noticed something. So just a question before I share it. How high do you have to go up before the atmosphere supposedly ends or gets close to it? We don't need an exact number, just a round about.
I don't know. I look at the
70 or 80
I look at the 180,000 feet observations from those balloons, and I go, that appears to be high enough to no longer get the blue. So what actually is physically present at that height, I would have no idea. But
no, I mean, I'm just saying that there's the amount of atmosphere, like between the ground and the supposed wherever it becomes zero, right? No pressure anymore.
Where would it ever be zero? Asking. Isn't that only?
I'm saying in
somebody's imagination.
Ball Earth model. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, they would
that's
say.
What I'm asking for. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not. I know I'm.
They would say zero is probably outside of the solar system.
No, yeah, the absolute zero, yes, but the Globers actually claim that there's vacuum up there, or where an average Delta flight flies, or there's so little gas up there that they consider it to be a vacuum.
What at 30,000 feet?
No, I'm just wondering how many miles is it between the ground and the sky? Like just a general number. Like aren't they saying like it's 100 and something miles, right? 120 or something, or 80 or something like that?
That's why I keep telling them.
It's not that far, right? But I'm saying when you look up how far the eye can see, I'm trying to get to my point. I'm sorry.
Rookie, he answered. Just listen to his answer. Trace answered the question. Just listen.
Yeah, I forget what I was talking about now.
You said the Delta flights, right?
According to how Globers look at it, because they're like, oh, we're at one atmospheric pressure, so as soon as you go up, you start going into the zero. So for them, they think it's pretty much vacuum up there where the Delta flights are, and above that, because there's so little gas. That's why the plane is pressurized and all that jazz.
Right. Okay. Can I get to my point? That way you'll understand what I'm talking about. I think I'm just you're misunderstanding.
Talking about the Kármán line, Rookie? Are you talking about the Kármán line?
I'm trying to get to a point. Okay. When you look up to see how far you're supposed to be able to see, right? And the answer to the question is supposedly 1.22 miles. If you know what I'm saying, if you're a foot off the ground or whatever, off the water, you see what I'm saying? So they say when you look it up, it specifically says that you can only see a certain amount of distance because there's a curve, right? And it says that it also says there's dust and all that. But then they say, well, but when you look upwards to look at the sky, you can see thousands of light years, right? And what I was trying to point out is that conundrum. There's definitely a clash there because they say that you can't see any farther than like 1 or 2 miles, right? But then they say you can look up between the ground and the sky, and suddenly, even though there's atmosphere between here and there, suddenly they say that you can see infinitely. It's just ridiculous. That's what I was trying to get to. I'm sorry if that sounded like something else, but I was trying to get that, how the distance and the amount of atmosphere between the ground and when you look up, right? Well, there's still atmosphere between the ground and the sky before it becomes space, supposedly, right? But they say that when you look up, you can see infinitely. But when you look straight across the Earth, it says that it curves away from you, and you can't see through. Even if it wasn't curved, they say that. Do you understand what I'm talking about? God dang it! It came out so wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the diffraction limit doesn't, or the Rayleigh criterion doesn't apply as much when you're looking up, because when you're looking up, you're not looking across a flat surface, so there's not that limitation to the angle, making you reach the criterion faster.
Right. But I mean, like with like fog and dust and all that is really what I was.
When you're looking up, it's kind of like when you take a hair and you move it away from you. Eventually, you can't see it because it's beyond it's too small to see. So too small for your eyes to resolve. And so that's what basically happens when we look up. And then they claim, because we're in this imaginary vacuum, and they think all this light is traveling infinitely in this imaginary vacuum, you're not actually seeing this stuff. You're seeing the light that has traveled to your eyes from the past. So you're seeing the past in their mind.
All right, I posted the article that I was reading when
I don't agree with all this shit.
Me neither. But I was just saying, if you look at this article, if you click on it, if you want to, it's up to you guys. But this article, it says, dust, water vapor, and pollution in the air will rarely let you see more than 20 kilometers or 12 miles. Okay, that's what it's saying here. And I looked it up, and it says the distance you can normally see with your eyes when you're standing, 5 feet or 6 feet off the ground, it's about 2.9 miles, or what was it in kilometers? 4.8 kilometers. Okay, so it says, and then it talks about curvature. So what I was talking about is, from the very beginning, it just says that you can't see more than 12 miles even on a clear day, because there's dust, water vapor, and all that, right? That's my point. But then it turns around and says right down here later, it says, on a clear night, you can see the Andromeda galaxy that's 2.5 million light years away.
Yes.
How does that work?
It works.
That doesn't make any logical sense. It doesn't.
Would you like an answer?
Okay. Yeah.
Because they're referring to within the troposphere. When you change your direction, you're all of a sudden increasing your distance. The rules change, so to speak, because the layers that have different elements or substance, density, particulates, all that stuff is different. So that's how they would answer that. The distance changes because you after 12 kilometers, you're out of the troposphere.
Okay, maybe I'm just thinking weird or something. I'll just digress on this one. Is there or is there not atmosphere between the ground, when you're standing in the ground, between you and the sky, where the sky ends and the space begins? Is there not at least 20 kilometers of space between there and there? Yes or no? Because this says that dust, water vapor, and all that, you can't see farther than 12 miles. So that you're not seeing into space if you can only see 12 miles. Am I right? So I think this is relevant. That's what I was trying to point out.
That's because the thickness of the air is greatest at ground level. So when you look up, you're looking up through a pressure and density gradient. So they don't think it's the same thing. So like the picture I just showed you here, for instance, the when you're looking through the air, because the air isn't perfectly opaque, it starts to occlude what you can see.
Am I right? Can you see the horizon on that picture, Trace?
Yeah, barely, but
Yeah,
I don't
I see.
even know if that like, well, it probably is right there. Maybe just a
Yeah.
little bit higher.
Yeah.
Don't know.
It's
because it's hard to say because of the diffusion.
Yeah. Could try to draw maybe a line, see maybe if. Oh. Just for the sake of it.
I think it's easier to see on the left side of the mountain.
All right. Oh.
What I just find really funny is when you're really close to the ground, like 1 foot of surface, the horizon is supposed to be 1.2 miles away, but it's flat up till that point. Completely flat up to that point. And then as you rise, that horizon is supposed to extend further, but it's always flat up to that point. They don't have a ball at all.
Yeah, they wish they did.
Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not that. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination, trying to cause the masses to and that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature because we're all too small. It's never been proven. They say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not that. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It has to be. It has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce system. Yeah.
I do love funk. I love funk, man. It's funky.
Grace in the house.
Bands on the track.
SB on the beat.
I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the robot is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. Granted, most just have the bald belief, going through life looking for some relief, spiritually changed, looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you think brings peace in your captors, the providers of the disease. You don't get freedom but bowing and saying please on your knees, giving up your children with ease. Stop, freeze, before you go further, let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future and present. It guarantees measured ease, it brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious pleas. My fellow detainees become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free, free from the cage, not lost in the rage. Turn the page, it's a new age, the return of logic. Just learn to gauge and engage. The whole world is a stage. Now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth master's flat. What do you think about that? Don't make this weird. The truth is not to be feared, unless you're a bad guy. You a bad guy? I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the global is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. So we measured the earth. That was the birth of channels like dearth. Imagine the mirth. We faced our dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal. I find the similes within all religions, but it's not wise to follow like pigeons. That's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision and exercise precision. The globe is up for revision, but it's all your decision. So get informed and transformed. Remove from the conformist swarm. Or be an NPC, you choose what to be. I cannot control thee. I can only hand you the key. Even if you disagree with logic absentee, we seem to be a blind devotee. Prepare for lesser repartee or moderation by referee. If you're here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification. Belief is not enough, thinking you are tough. I know it can be rough, and you don't know your stuff. And your mind is full of fluff, and your mind a global bluff. Actual no power puff. I know it can be tough when belief is not enough. You need to know your stuff or it's gonna be rough. We don't accept fluff, completely had enough of all this pointless stuff. The truth is what is tough. So join us 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you think you have the right stuff or you simply honestly want to know more. Until then, peace.
That is brilliant.
Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than a napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets stay unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's. Cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to throw, we take his rolls, throw them in the mo quick. Put your bitch right on the flat earth, yeah we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah it's flat. Nigga smoked all the globers, extort the feelings you can't front with us. I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cock this, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, ayy, fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon B, ayy. Black Swan, Nikon B at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, drew to go deep. Back on the glober, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a drop and then a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's brought proofs in a book. Nigga, my turn FE on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. But let me hear it, let me hear it. Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than a napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets stay unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's. Cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to throw, we take his rolls, throw them in the mo quick. Put your bitch right on the flat earth, yeah we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah it's flat. Nigga smoked all the globers, extort the feelings you can't front with us. I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cock this, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, ayy, fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon B, ayy. Black Swan, not con be at the beach. Down in the rabbit hole, drew to go deep. Flackman the clipper, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a dolphin in a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's about proofs. In a book, nigga, my turn FE on Facebook. I went that proof, no Captain Hook. Play it, let me hear it, let me hear it.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave to your die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus shirt clown circling the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. You just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Yeah. Are you tired of being lied to? Are you tired of being manipulated? Are you tired? Do you want your freedom back? Or are you worried about what people think about you? It's space station. A lot of our kids want to kill themselves. Bill Gates, they don't need your help. The new normal's a prison cell and your jab won't go over well.
Things like producing child to death and just shoot them right into the vein.
Hold up. First off, Billy Gates. Viruses are dead cell debris, and you telling me it ain't a felony to perform experiments on humanity? Hold on. Let me back up. I don't talk big or even act tough. If you ain't heard about the flat earth or the resistance, that's us. Neil Tyson, I don't like him, always lying. Pseudoscience, now they claim helicopters flying somewhere on a Martian island. Don't they just love NASA? Astronauts in swimming pools splashing. They get a huge bucket of cash, and we gotta survive on only rations. Sorry, lost my composure. Tends to happen when I start exposing. Fields of passion just start exploding like the Challenger, but they're alive and going. NASA, what a moon mission tapes. Oh, you threw them all away? Getting 8K from Mars, but 5G towers are 1,000 feet away. Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. And if you ain't on that level, better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that means any horizon distance measurement is currently on trial and can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's why the black swan killed the globe. And here's how we know, cause the horizon is beyond 9 miles from 1 foot. You clown shows, Glovers, annihilate them. Space is the second law violation of thermodynamics while you're waiting. Research entropy and educate them. Oh, and Newton's gravity was changed by Einstein. You'll be mad at me. Look up his theory of relativity, and then you realize the globe's your enemy. Shout out to the Freedom Alliance. Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. And if you ain't on that level, better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. It's on display. Truth is on display. The truth is on display. Earth is right, give me my mind back now. Earth is right, Earth is right. Earth is right, give me my mind back now. Earth is right, give me my mind back. Earth is right, Earth is right. Earth is right, give me my mind back.
I know
Hello?
lots of things.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps. I do not care about this track. I do not care. I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. Take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it. You must have your ear to the cat. I'm itching a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times they form in a line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining. But how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they were living all so divided. With all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your Tasya secretly off a bridge. Expose, smash the internet, yeah. Cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, yeah. For paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark talk of cultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get hurt, him, you, me dead. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core. Scientific, well it's thicker than they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts stepping the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime they were Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately, fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he could keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in sphericity.
the epitome. It's not a mystery, the globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
I enter with a heavenly glow, ready to go. Eyes on anybody that be stepping too close to my job bubble. Trouble is always a stone's throw. Learn the hard way, even those close will turn cold. Now the child's grown, I can see the world around me's vicious. This is a world when fathers rape their own children, when men smuggle trillions and somehow get away with theft, treason, murder, trafficking of slaves, where little kids are violated inside cages while crooked politicians getting paid. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list. It's been 10 years since they got away with 9/11. Still begging the question, what about building 7? Facing men with my brethren and my sisterin. Hear our footsteps glowing in the distance. You hear that? That's the sound of the resistance. Modern revolutionary, steady on a mission. Listen to the wisdom of the children of the purest channel. I said listen to the wisdom of the children of the purest channel. They call for world peace, but the fire won't cease. Presidents on television lying through his teeth. A wolf in sheep's clothing, killer in disguise. Since when a warmongers awarded peace prizes, I realize that most people here are hypnotized. Mass media making mass murder seem justified. Terror. Gotta kill the terrorists. Oh, you wanna protest? Now you want a terrorist. Oh, you wanna live here, slave? Get on your knees. Get your vaccine and RFID. See, your freedom here has its limitations. We don't wanna see no protests or demonstrations. A cops will lock you up with no hesitation. And we make money off you rotting in a cage. Here we make the laws and you're in clear violation. Now be a good little slave and drink your Kool-Aid. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list.
The truth is subjective, but it's not always obvious, especially when we have preconceived ideas about what it is. Please wake up. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Or will it break you? It's about how we respond to new information, shutting down with curiosity and elation. It's the fear of new things blocking innovation, a fear of old things, a forgetful nation, a fear of facts, a moral resignation. As per design, it's the plantation. But I don't want that for you. Please learn logic and study creation. Then you can discern what is true for yourself with experience and experimentation. It's called empirical verification and falsification. But it requires logic, since mankind is prone to fool itself with fallacious connotation. So the cabal simply removed logic from public education. Do you know the truth? 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 Do you know it? Do you know it? You don't have to know everything, just know the value of logic and objective evidence. You don't have to believe a thing, just do the work, know and note the righteous precedents. Simply take back your mind and take up residence in the objective reality. Don't let them rule you through decree, becoming an unwitting devotee, parroting religious zealotry. Let me give you the skeleton key. First part, logic and health, mental and physical deficiency. Sunlight, iodine, B12 and vitamin C. If you want to become an escapee and be set free, stop eating the fruit from the poisonous tree. And I know it might sound at the edge of crazy, and the general first thought is,
you're lazy. My expert has the highest degree. Everyone knows it's totally outer spacey. You must be crazy.
That is an example of why we need logic, since that is an irrational red herring from what I'm communicating, combined with an ad hominem, ad vercantium, ad populum fallacies. That's not actually debating. That's being deceptively calculating, or in ignorance too accommodating to the fallacies on TV that have been indoctrinating. It's honestly nauseating, with fresh NPCs every day populating, an uphill battle, yet we're dominating. All we ask is for you to start investigating so you can start substantiating and articulating and perhaps a modicum of self-regulating. We had enough of the easy mode troll dating. Just turn to stone with the truth illuminating. The truth can't be stopped because it's reverberating. You don't go back to the lie because it's liberating. Do you know the truth? 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 You're not a person, a fictional entity, a man or a woman is what you're meant to be. Your children are not kids, the offspring of goats. They're your treasure, your future, your freshly sown notes. Not to be given up for government notes. If you believe otherwise, you're very nice, not wise, but very foolish. A bit ghoulish, cause you don't know and you cannot rule this. You're afraid of being idiots, I'm serious, it's insidious. It comes from the word idiosyncratic, meaning peculiar and distinctive. Like being Socratic or romantic. Epistemology reveals it, words have meaning, and most have no idea what they mean. The truth. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth?
Looking for
take it slow. And I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for higher
How come there's so many people in here but nobody's talking?
You know, only a Glober complain like that, the way you just did.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Age of the Sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from the global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity, help and humanity. You gave your sanity, freedom lost rapidly. You gave up happily. Truth has validity, lies fear scrutiny, objective reality, a global fatality, public pageantry. Lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny, me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave undoubtedly. Future stolen from the heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? They're stolen your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free, don't die, work or be. You cannot lie to me, no knowledge sets you free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see, it's just a 43. What's in breaker, take a knee, stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the points, three, undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality, with genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. It's time to rise up, come together, teach each other. It's time to rise up, break the bonds from one another. It's time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, so mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
So hello, who was it that was wanting to talk? They still on here?
Yeah, I'm here. That's a cool song. I like that.
Cool, what's up, Rat Bread? What brings you by the Flat Earth Discord today?
No, I just wanted to see what's going on. Didn't mean it like in any rude kind of way. I was like genuinely wondering why it's like, why is there so many people and like nobody's talking? It just seems weird.
That's a legitimate question. This place runs 24/7. Sometimes there's periods of time when nobody's got anything to talk about. So we're here to discuss the shape of the Earth. What do you think about it? It says you're a globe skeptic, right?
Correct. So I'm on the fence about this. I didn't have anything in particular to talk about today, except for I am looking for somebody in the Northern California or Nevada area to do some experiments that I need one other person for. If anybody's interested, just DM me, please.
Okay, fair enough. One point of clarification there, if you don't mind. Are you doing an experiment or are you going to do an observation?
Well, they're pretty synonymous. Maybe observation would be a little bit more accurate, but it could also be described as an experiment. I don't want to be dogmatic about that.
I hear you. I mean, just we have to adhere to scientific measurements, and I mean, what is shape of the Earth is not even a scientific question; it's a what is question. You understand that? So you're going to go out and observe that the curvature is not where it should be. Correct?
If
That's
I don't
basically
get
what
the
you would.
results I'm looking for, I'm still going to report what I find regardless.
Yeah, we want to see our results because every time we, besides whatever these Glovers come up with, bendy bridges and shit, 99.999% of observations are coming back flat. That's why we're here. So, if you're going outside and doing something, more power to you, man. If it wants to join him, and you said in Northern California, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
Northern
Around that
California,
area.
or
Everybody's
where
around
they
that
do
area.
Burning Man. I'd be willing to go out to where they do Burning Man. I think that's a good place to do an experiment. Yeah, or even lower parts of like Oregon.
I know one way to find local people around you is that I know it costs a little bit of money, but that clock app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock. You heard about it?
No.
You can get on it for like $3 a month, and you can meet up with people around you and have get-togethers and all kinds of stuff. But I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying that's one way to meet local people. I have it. And it
Did you
seems
say
legit.
Zodiac? What do I, if I wanted to look at it?
Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock app. Easiest place to get the QR code or something, just go to DITRH on YouTube. That's David Weiss. But yeah.
Since you think an observation is an experiment, what are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
Yeah, go ahead, Joyce. You still with us, Rat Bridge? You hear Trace's question?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I can help you with it. It's abbreviated IV, comma, DV, and control, essentially. If that helps you, I could even give you a citation to help you understand this. And I put in a bunch of citations here which show that you need an experiment to actually call things science. Everything else is just poetry and imagination. For instance, this quote, the most fundamental error is to mistake the hypothesis for an explanation of a phenomenon without performing experimental tests. Sometimes common sense and logic tempt us into believing that no test is needed. There are numerous examples of this dating from the Greek philosophers to the present day. But there can only be one independent variable and one dependent variable in an experiment. Everything else that can impact the experiment must be kept constant or controlled. These are known as controls. So these three things, the independent variable, the dependent variable, and the controls, are the three constituent parts to an experiment. So can you elaborate on how you looking at things fulfills that criteria?
Was that a question for me?
Yes.
I lost the first part because my Discord crashed, but this observation that I'm trying to make will be most likely in conflict with the globe Earth model. And I just think it's better to do my own experiment. I really am tired of trying to debate about it with other people's data. And so I just want to do my own thing. And
that's real smart.
So that's why.
Yeah, my issue is calling it an experiment when it's really not. At best, you can call it a test. You looked at something and you tested it. But if you call it an experiment, you're cloaking it in the authority of science when it's not an experiment. It's not a scientific experiment. It's just a test at best, but an observation generally.
I don't see the problem with calling it an experiment. I'll just Google it and whatever the Oxford English Dictionary says.
Really quickly, they're mutually exclusive. An observation is just a part of a scientific experiment. It's usually the first part. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a full experiment, so you probably shouldn't call it an experiment. I'm not going to get mad at you, but somebody else might be like, "Oh, that's not a real experiment," and then they try to throw you under the bus, and then the listeners happen to just go, "Oh yeah, what a dumb flatty," right?
I'm fucking raging, bro.
We want to be accurate, so they can't just ad hom us and strawman us with some bullshit. So, if it were an experiment, you would have an independent variable. Do you know what that is?
Independent variable. Oh, so I'd have to do like a double-blind study, basically, and like, well, how could I even have a baseline? Well, I haven't even described the experiment. I guess I don't. What is a independent variable?
I'll give you some citations. An independent variable is the variable that you manipulate to show that it is the cause of the effect, or the dependent variable. That's how the scientific method works. If you don't understand the scientific method, do not try to claim that you're using it by saying experiment, because that's what that is. An experiment is a hypothesis test in the scientific method.
I don't see. They don't own the word experiment. I can't look it up because my Discord's crashing, or I could leave and come back real quick. But yeah, I wish I knew what the definition, what the actual definition is in the dictionary, and then I'll go by that.
Yeah, I gave you a bunch of citations from higher education, but you're free to take Wiki or something you find on the internet to confirm your beliefs.
So me wanting to go look at the dictionary.
Sorry, but I heard you say earlier you don't want to be dogmatic about it. We're not playing semantics with something. We just have to clarify what is actually scientific, demonstrable, repeatable. You know, we have to make that point of clarification. So when you're just going to look at something, that's just an observation. So you don't want to call it a scientific experiment. Like I said, the shape of the Earth is not even a science question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave and come back. I want to see what the dictionary says the definition of experiment is. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, ain't like we were jumping on you. We're just trying to clarify the point that we have to have natural sciences that we can adhere to and define so we can prove things to each other. But do whatever you got to do, okay, man?
Yeah, also, a dictionary will contain the layman's version of experiment generally as well. So do not just jump on the first thing that appears to confirm your bias, is all I say. We're talking in scientific terms here, not in layman's terms.
Agreed, Dre. Some more power to him if he's actually going to go out and do observations. We encourage everybody to do that, even the Globers, especially the Globers. Go outside, measure your Earth, please. It's not a ball. Back to you, Drace. Okay, did I disconnect or did I dead air Dave the room?
You're here, I hear you.
Thank you.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Age of the Sextant. It's time for the
Whoa.
Yeah, I didn't mean to play that. I was just gonna post a link.
Gotcha.
Drace made an error. Shame on you, Drace.
And no man is perfect.
That's what they say in it. Wide open airwaves here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. We need some evidence of the globular object that we're all taught we live on, and most of you still think you exist upon. But we're here to share information, disputing and really disproving the claims of the globe. Mainly that it's a spinning ball that exists in the vacuum of space. So, if anyone would like to discuss that, click the link, come in here, share with us. Just be civil, be honest, you'll be okay. Back to the next person or silence. Here we go.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs.
Whilst
And
and Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station.
I'm back.
whilst in space, could you see the stars?
Yeah, who wrote them the question and used the word whilst?
Whilst,
Who did,
yeah, they
who did
must
that?
alter some kindergarten kid.
No.
Whilst in space.
Yeah, but who would use that? What is it? Time traveling kindergartner? Like, what's going on here?
Probably.
They're just very, very bad actors.
When did Sal?
I think that I'm using experiment appropriately. I've posted it in voice text, the Oxford English Dictionary of Observation and Experiment. Maybe if I was just using my camera,
Yeah, you're not
it would
doing
be
it.
more appropriate to
No,
say
you're not doing a
observation.
scientific procedure undertaking to make a discovery, to test a hypothesis, or demonstrate a known fact. So you have
Well,
not
you
tested
don't
this
even
by
know what my
experiment.
experiment is. So how can you know that?
You're not testing a hypothesis, because a hypothesis requires an independent and dependent variable, and you need to be able to manipulate the independent variable. So show me how you're going to manipulate the independent variable in your experiment.
Well, that's not what the definition in the Oxford English Dictionary says.
Oh, it
Doesn't say
definitely says that. Do you not know how to read? A scientific procedure that is called the scientific method, undertaken to make a discovery. Yes, that's scientific method. Test a hypothesis. You're not doing that.
It doesn't say the scientific method. It says a scientific procedure. There's plenty of scientific
That is the scientific method.
No, it's not. It doesn't explicitly say that in the definition.
So, because it doesn't explicitly say a scientific
Yes,
method,
exactly. If that were the case,
your observation becomes a hypothesis test.
Oxford English Dictionary is an exacting thing. That's what the definition is.
Listen to what I'm asking you. Does your observation become a hypothesis test just because you don't understand what you're reading here?
Does it become a Well, I don't even know what you're trying to get at by that.
Do you know what a hypothesis test is?
Yeah, so I theorize you have to have a theory, and then you test it, and then so your hypothesis is what you think's going to happen.
If it behaves the same way time after time, then it's no longer a theory. Unlike the theory of gravity, Big Bang, and dinosaurs.
So a hypothesis test is an experiment, just so you know, and it's defined according to the scientific method and the independent and dependent variables and the control variables. I already cited all of this from reputable sources.
It's like, how could you even know that? You don't even know what my experiment is. So it's like, how do you know I'm not going to use the scientific method anyways?
Because
why don't you briefly describe your experiment?
You will be manipulating, and you do not have any control variables, so you're only looking at things and making assumptions. That is not science, and that is not an experiment.
Sorry, Joyce. Why don't you briefly describe your whatever you think is experiment, and then we'll say.
I have to take a trip that would require me traveling by a lake bed that's dry or has like it has a little bit of water in it, thankfully, but it can go dry sometimes. Anyway, if I could just get myself a P900 or a P1000, and then while I'm there, if I could drive like on one side and then to the other, and then have uninterrupted 5 miles, maybe 10 or 15 if I start like checking this out better. And so I was going to put a big mirror on one side. I got a big heavy one, so it won't be too hard to like locate with the camera. And I want to do this at sunrise and be able to see like the sunrise in the reflection and from a flat perspective, like over at least 5 miles. And so if I shouldn't be able to see the sunrise in the mirror and in like person at the same time, right? Like, shouldn't part of that be obscured by the curvature over 5 miles? But if I can see both, then does that make any sense?
Yeah, kind of. I think it depends on how where the sun is located and where you're reflecting it, and how far away between you and how high the mirror is off the water. But yeah, it should work, and it would be a good test.
So, on the same after I do that, and I have a little bit more money, I'll get a really good laser and do the same thing. But I want to be able to point the laser at the mirror and then get the mirror to point back at like the side of my truck or something. Over that distance, but that would require more money, and so that'll be later on.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy hard because when you're shooting something straight so far, a slight angle change will make all that go out the window. That's why it's really hard to level the lasers, and generally they horizontally pan them to level them. So yeah, you're going to have to be tricksy with the reflecting it back the same way. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I would love to see that.
If one of you guys want to let me borrow a laser, then I could get on it right away. I'm in a location with like dry lake beds that I have to drive back and forth from anyways. Not dry, but have a little bit of water in them, nearly dry. And so it's like I have the means to do it, and it's not even putting me out. I just don't have the money for a laser right now. So I would need I'm probably going to actually get a P900 or 1000 off eBay used soon. And if I take care of it, I should be able to resell it after I've done my experiments.
Yeah, most of us probably wouldn't want to throw money away since we have tested this for ourselves and stuff like that. And there have been Globers trying to scam the community and stuff like that. So, yeah, you're doing this for yourself, and that's really cool. And I really love that, and I would love to see anything you can bring back from that. Either one of those.
Well, I haven't uploaded any content like that, but it'll be on my channel. It's linked in my profile. If you, I mean, it won't be like anytime soon, but it'll be on there eventually.
Eating crayons with barbecue sauce. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, no, it's funny. I'm not really that crazy. It's a joke. I make money doing that. So it's whatever. $100 a month so far. Or every month, I meant.
Yeah, the problem with all of these optical ways of looking at the Earth, a lot of globe believers just will tell you that there's no way to detect the globe using optics. It's just impossible because they have this belief that all the light is bending however they need it to bend to make the world appear flat.
Everything tastes good with barbecue sauce, right?
I know, right?
What the fuck, bro? Are you for real?
I just told you it's performance art. I pretend to be crazy so I can get famous on there and make money.
I know what you told me. That's strange, man.
If I could just get a little bit of a break, I might not have to work anymore, and I can just be an idiot on YouTube.
Wow.
Full time.
Man, they have really messed with people's brains.
Yeah, wax on, wax off. Do you know how much fucking wax you're okay.
When you want to, man, you can actually make a YouTube channel and you call it like Man Sky Den or something, or another silly name, and then you tell everyone how smart you are by debunking the flat Earth. Then maybe you get like a government chill email, and the government tells you, if you're gonna do this and that, we're even gonna pay you some more money.
Thing is, you actually look like you're enjoying them.
Or just become an actor, Maybe they need some actor for the future of SpaceX or something. Who knows?
Oh, and Ratbread, I can give you the specifics required so that you can stop the Glober counter arguments before they start. All you gotta do is have a humidity reading at your target destination and at your location, temperature reading at the target destination and the laser's location, and humidity, temperature, and what was it?
humidity,
Take
temperature.
take as many extra readings as you can. Pressure,
time of day, wind
yeah,
direction. Just
yes,
think of all the
everything.
possible things.
Yeah.
The more you get, the more you exclude their ad hoc excuses.
Yeah, it's true.
They give you like
Yes, take as many variables out as possible. 100%. And I'm gonna probably do it more than once. Then like whatever the one that was like on the coldest, like calmest day, where like the fraction would be like minimal. I mean, it's a high altitude place, and as long as it's not all stormy and stuff, like it's a good place to do it. High visibility. I'm really surprised that people haven't like actually taken trips out here specifically for this, because it's a really good spot to do these experiments. And I think somebody's got to do it, and if nobody has, I might as well. Hmm.
Let me try to help you even more with the experiment test thing. So the floor, or is the floor curved, is a what is question. So we test it and we measure it. If the floor were causing something, we would use an experiment to figure out that it is the floor causing it. Do you understand the distinction?
I think so.
It's like when it comes to curvature of the Earth, all we got to do is look at it, observe it. It's either there or it's not. And it's not there every time we look. So there.
I really should just go ahead and get one of those P900 so people take me seriously. And then maybe I'll get some people to help me, because I'm really going to want somebody like on the other side to help me um like move the mirror around and help me like aim this stuff at. It's like
I would say in the course of about 3 months, you would be able to find a cohort that's local enough to participate in that.
Yeah.
In the course of about 3 months on this server, making the suggestion from time to time, you should be able to find someone that's
okay.
Local enough to your region to make that work out.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't live in Iceland, maybe I'm a little bit closer. Maybe I would be willing to come out and see that happen.
So what quadrant
It'd
of
be
the
like
U.S.?
an 1,800-mile drive for me. Sorry, Gospel. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. What quarter of the U.S. are you in?
I'm in Northern California.
Oh. To at least one other person that I don't remember what their screen name is, but I've definitely heard of at least one person that is in the northern area.
I'm right on the Oregon border too. Oregon's fine.
Yeah.
I want to do the same experiment, even though it won't have water. It's good enough that it's a dry lake bed because you can just do it again in the wintertime. But during or right after Burning Man, if we did this experiment, like we'd get a lot of people there to view it, and that would be like prime time exposure.
That's a really interesting idea.
Or we could do it right before when everybody's showing up, or both, honestly. It would just be hard because you're not really allowed to leave. Like once you're in the fence, you're in, and so it'd be best to do it right after.
John and Shazam.
Can I post YouTube links in here? There's this video I was gonna watch, and then come back and ask you guys about it later on. Just gonna see if you guys heard of it.
The Livestream voice text.
Oh, okay, you can put it in there.
Hi, John. Feel free to say hello.
Hello, V?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Oh, I thought it was muted. That's why I wasn't talking. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I unmuted you. You were muted.
I know when you come into the server, you guys are like trolls, so you like to vet everybody. So I was waiting for you to contact me so you can unmute me. So thank you for doing that.
So you've been here before?
Yeah, I've been here a whole bunch of times.
What were your previous screen names?
It should be the same. I haven't changed my Discord name in years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you're admin or if you have access to the log, I'm sure you can see my join date. It's I don't know, over a year ago maybe.
Gotcha. So were you like previously banned or something? Why do you think you might be roleless?
I don't know. I should be asking you. I was never banned because I'm a nice guy and my views line up with yours, so I'm not here to troll. So I should be asking you, why was I muted, if you don't mind me asking?
But you don't have any roles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when you don't have roles, that's a by default sort of thing.
All right. Well, if you don't mind, you can hook me up with a role if you don't mind, or if you want to vet me some more, you can do that too. No worries. I'm no trouble here.
Yeah. Well, by no means does somebody have to have a similar. How did you phrase that? You said my views are the same as yours. Yeah, that's by no means a prerequisite for being able to communicate here.
Oh no, I was just implying that that I'm not here to troll. I know I've seen it before. I've been here for a year, so I've seen people hop in here and just say stupid things that don't agree with the community. You know what I mean? I spend a lot of time here just listening. I don't know what's true. I don't accept anything that anyone tells me unless I can see or feel it for myself. So basically, I'm just here to absorb.
Yeah.
Yes. I this is a Discord for obviously 24/7. I normally use Discord for gaming. Do you have any other Discords more geared towards government corruption, maybe more geared towards controversies and stuff like that? Because I know this is a flat Earth 24/7, not necessarily flat, but
so the answer to that question is no, and the reason is because those sorts of things go against community guidelines.
Interesting.
Right. So most platforms these days don't permit that type of behavior.
So no free discussion is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
That fucking sucks. I'm sorry to use that word, but that sucks.
Well, yeah. Now, in that, on the other hand, that is in regards to tracked communication. So what I mean by that is there are platforms that exist where there are aspects that are tracked, such as text.
They're algorithms. I understand. I'm a techie.
And then there are other aspects or functions of different platforms that are not tracked. Oftentimes, but not always, that would be true for voice.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
The exception would be when a platform is being, like this one, for instance, is being live streamed, and everything that we say here is being algorithmically cataloged via YouTube.
That makes sense.
So we limit our topics to comply to community guidelines, not for any reason except for continued existence.
I totally understand. If you don't mind, where can I find this live feed so I can watch? I'm here watching, Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. I'll watch this one as well. Where's the live feed at? You said YouTube?
Yeah. Give me just a second. I'll post it. Somebody
Yeah, please, if you don't mind. I'll watch.
Yeah. Here.
Where did you put it? Inbox, mean chat?
Nope. Live stream voice text you.
Live. Let me find it.
And I hear you loud and clear, Glatt, but I BOD. BOD.
Thank you for the link. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
I feel like Flat Earth servers have been getting targeted, and they're using that as a
if I'm correct,
justification.
Isn't this like the second one? Because I've been here for a while, and I think I was on another one that was huge, and then one day I woke up, it was totally gone. I assumed that you guys remade it, and I assumed this was the second one. But I know...
It's literally called 2.0, bro.
Oh, it is literally. Oh my god, yeah, so there it is. I'm sorry.
No, it's...
Yeah, I was a member of the first one too, and that one was thriving like a mofo, and then I woke up one day and it was totally gone, and I was upset.
You joined this server this year in February.
Can I ask John one question?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
John, sir, what is the claimed radius of the globe Earth? Miles or kilometers, whichever one you use.
Are you asking me that question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you sound very muffled. What kind of microphone you on?
Wow.
Somebody else asked my question for me.
Yeah, did you not understand what he said?
Well, I would have understood a little bit more clearly, but I mean, you have to agree, he is kind of muffled. We all have Discord here, don't we?
Yeah, this is an really interesting version of tone policing. What is the claimed radius of the globe Earth model?
When you say radius, do you mean the size? Is that the size?
So you don't know what radius means? Yeah, I can define radius as half of the diameter of the globe. So radius means half of the diameter. So do you know what that number is proposed to be?
No, but you should enlighten me. I guess you're not going to enlighten me?
Oh, well, I'm just a little surprised, I suppose.
Oh, trying to see what my knowledge is with this?
Well, he had that question for you. I was repeating it for him because you were tone policing. So 3,959 miles is the equatorial radius claim.
And so the diameter of the Earth is only like 7,000-ish? Huh.
No, just under 8, right? 3,959 times 2.
Who took these measurements?
Well, that's a good question.
I was getting mixed up with metric. That's why I was thinking, because that would be like 16,000. The diameter would be
No.
How many kilometers?
The diameter would be 7,918 at the equator. Because, again, radius is half of the diameter. It's a fantastic question. Who took those? They're derived is the answer. No one took those measurements. Obviously, that would be impossible. They're
so
derived.
When you just said gospel, you said 7,000. Are you talking flat Earth?
No, not at all. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would claim that I would assume that that's an unknown number from North Pole to whatever distance.
Wherever the barrier is, yeah.
Unknown.
Yeah, unknown for sure.
But in regards to the globe model, you had that question: who measured that? And the answer is no one. who claims 3959. Well, that is the model claim, and those numbers were derived, right, based on assumptions.
Right.
Well, thank you for answering that question.
What's going on? That's all.
You're still hot, Mike and Godrockin. So did you have a direction you were going to take that, Dave? I didn't necessarily...
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was just trying to assess if he's really been looking at the globe, he would know that number.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I hear
My
you.
mic's not working, so I'll shut up.
Well, it's working. It's just it's a little scratchy, and it's whatever. Some of us are more tolerant than others in regards to what someone's voice sounds like and how their mic is coming through. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's got to sound CD quality, right? 24 kilobits per second for this guy to talk to us.
No, you just don't sound like you're hanging out a window is all we ask.
You're asking something right now? I don't understand what that's about. You've asked for a lot since you've been here, you know that.
Who, me?
Who, me? Yeah, you.
Can you list the things that I asked for? Because I don't think it was much.
We is awkward.
You listen. You were asking for an explanation for why you were muted. That's the first one, and the second one. Now you said that's all we ask. Already lumping yourself in our category. Listen, man, we're not sure you're here not to troll. Okay, so just calm down. Tell us what you know about the globe, and then there's that. Please, thank you.
All right, about the globe, huh? Well, when I look up, I do see everything circle. Do I think that Earth is a circle? No, not necessarily. I believe that things have been watered down and oversaturated to the point where I don't believe anybody unless I could physically see it, touch it, or smell it for myself. So technically, I don't know what to believe. I don't accept everything. And last time I checked, I thought that was a good thing to question all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And if anything, I don't know where your views are, but here I am in a flat Earth channel. I've been here for a while, and I haven't got blacklisted. So obviously, I'm not the troll, and I'm just here to absorb.
You've hopped in the VC a couple of times in February, and now again here in June. Okay, so. That's why you never got any roles, is because your time here has been extremely limited.
Oh, yeah, I get that. I have a very large computer enthusiast server with about 80,000 members, so I understand why I didn't get a role, and I understand it was because of my inactivity. Unless I'm here to absorb. I am an introvert. I am kind of quiet, and to be honest with you, this is the most that I've talked in a while because I am an introvert. So good job on you guys for getting me to actually open my mouth.
Cool. So. Looked into long distance observations on your own, because you're talking about personal experience and stuff?
No, I haven't. No,
okay,
I haven't.
So you haven't. You're here on the server. You were interested in the topic, but you haven't taken personal time to explore. So, are you familiar with why you can use geometry and long distance observations in order to falsify the claim that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles at the equator?
No, I have no answer for that. Over my head, buddy.
Okay. If you were living on a ball, you understand that there would be a limit to what you could see based on the geometry of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we were living on a ball, I mean, things would also cut off. If I'm looking at a straight line, a ball is a circle. If I'm looking at a straight line, I don't see how can I see something that's below, that particular level. So, everything that I hear, everything that I, in layman's terms and rookie terms, as long as you guys don't freaking kill me, it's an extremely convincing argument. I don't feel like the Earth is moving. Supposedly the Earth is moving, spinning around and while spinning around in the galaxy. A lot of spinning going on. Do I feel it? No. You know what I mean? I don't feel any of it.
No. Okay.
I used to watch D Marble. I don't know if you guys are familiar with D Marble. I watched him, a couple of years ago until he fell off. And this whole topic always intrigued me, so that's why I'm just kind of here to listen.
Yeah. So because of geometry, it's fairly simple. You can discern for yourself. Because there's a claim, we can test that claim and discern whether or not it's valid or has been falsified. You can make short distance observations that falsify the claim, and you can make long distance observations that falsify the claim that there's a geometric tangent point known as the horizon dependent on a 3,959 radius. The fact of the matter is we make short distance and long distance observations that both falsify the claim that it is what they say it is.
I gotcha. I follow.
And both of those examples can be provided. There are many examples. You can take long distance, the world record long distance observation. It's from Spain to France, these two mountains. You do the math, and that can falsify it. Lookout Mountain in Georgia and Tennessee, seeing the 7 states, that can falsify it. There's a spot in California that's pretty famous, and that can falsify the claim. But basically, any short and long distance observation can falsify the claim because there should be a geometric position tangent point, and there isn't. It moves around all over the place, both shorter and longer. Because it moves around, that means that there's something affecting something that changes what we see. So the necessary component of there being some type of curvature is irrelevant. So the question is, why do we see what we see from where we're at? Well, we see what we see because that's all we can see based on the different factors that influence whether or not we can see short or long.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why can't we see forever? Because there is a limitation to what we can see, both because of those factors and also because of what's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So
I'll tell you which started, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
If I speak for a second, I'll tell you what started me off. This is what got me interested in this. This is what made me come look for this particular server. I'm really into computers, graphics cards, CPU, RAM, hard drives, Wi-Fi 6 speed, Bluetooth. I'm a computer enthusiast freak. Okay. When they said we went to the moon, none of the math matches up. We had nowhere near, the computer hardware, to do that.
Oh, bro, really smart people did it on paper with their pens. They had epiphanies, and they had breakthrough mathematical accomplishments at the last minute to accomplish the. I mean, didn't you watch that movie with that great actress?
Yeah, I watched it. In order to get to space, you gotta have black ladies. They don't have any black ladies anymore. The Nazis had too many black ladies back then. That's why it worked. I
mean, she's a great actress. Don't get me wrong. I think that was actually a really well done movie. But and yeah, I'm being a little facetious in regards to the pen and paper math. But I mean, that is their defense.
Well, it doesn't add up because back then, man, our CPUs, our hard drives, our Wi-Fi signals, our antenna, it was all trash garbage. Lately, our tech has evolved a lot lately. But back then, man, we had our computer power was, I mean, we used antennas. Antennas can only go so far. They said we got to outer space with what friggin' antennas? Are you friggin' kidding me? An antenna. How did an antenna ever do you justice?
Well, the thing is, their claim is that it was human ingenuity, not computers, that made it work.
And then to lose all the data. Come on now. Who are you lying to lose all the data? Please. That's not how it works.
Well, I tend to agree with that. However, they would claim that it was unimportant to retain it.
Another thing that I'm on is, I buy a brand new car, I take 500 pictures. I buy a motorcycle, I take 500 pictures. I build a computer, another 500 pictures. I go out of space, I'm taking 5,000 pictures. Whenever I look for a gallery, a photo gallery, I don't want to see 13 pictures. I don't want to see 109 pictures. If I'm out there and out of space, that's all I'm doing. My camera's, I'm insta shooting pictures, thousands of them. You know what I mean? I'm going to give you a huge gallery, and you don't see that. You don't see huge, thriving galleries. At least I've never found.
Yeah, no. NASA has tens of thousands of.
It all looks like CGI though.
Images that they took, or made, or whatever. It's on their website.
Part. Yeah, I know. I've seen that. Someone schooled me. Go to their website. You can see their CGI. I've seen that, but I don't know. I don't feel it.
There must be CGI, otherwise they look too real. Otherwise they look too fake, so they need to be CGI.
I'm just saying, I take 500 pictures of my cat. Come on now. Yeah, I mean, you guys go, I need to see
They
a
have
lot more
they have
pictures.
tens of thousands of pictures. I have gone through a bunch of those pictures with a forensic image analyzer, and a bunch of them don't show any obvious sign of manipulation, but like there's a bunch of techniques for that.
Yeah,
But
that's a
some of
good
them
topic right
do
there. No,
show some signs of manipulation, or did back in 2016 when I did test this.
oh, interesting. I like you.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
Do you think images are empirical evidence
No,
of something?
no,
Good boy. Good boy. How about video?
no. That could be manipulated too. I
Absolutely.
manipulate pictures and video all day on my computer. I have a bomb ass
That's
computer.
good.
Right?
Thanks for the life story. Now, what you should do is go out and measure. So that's my third thing. Have you gone out yet, or at least done a long distance observation to try to get drop over distance?
Okay. Huh. Did you say try to get drop over distance?
Correct.
Yeah.
We need to get an arc segment measured. So
I see that with my drone. I have a top tier DJI drone, and I take it extremely high. I've been up to like 800 before.
No, you don't. And even if you show us the footage, remember it can be doctored. So you need to do a direct physical observation with your eyes only.
Okay.
You can use a camera as long as you take a picture from your vantage, like 6 feet, or you can do 1 foot above water, 1 foot above water, that kind of deal.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't be able to see past a certain amount.
Oh yeah,
Now,
I agree with you. I've seen a ton of videos of this on YouTube. D Marble did a video on it, yeah, and I've heard the theories about the planes and stuff like that. I said, I've absorbed a lot on a newbie term.
right. So what I'm just saying is get your hands dirty. Maybe go to a lake, big body of water.
Yep.
Water's always level, and you can trust that.
Yeah, and it's flat. It's always flat. I don't see the curvature. I've never seen it.
Yeah, totally. So anyway, that's what I recommend. We could jaw flap, gum flap all day about this, that, and the other, but until you see it for yourself, you're probably going to remain with that just twinge of sarcasm in your voice, a little clown show you're putting on for us. Okay, so go and measure it, go and observe it, get that data, and come back to us, please. Thank you so much.
I know it's not there. I've seen enough data to. I mean, I see people when they get all smart and use the smart words to try to convince me that the curvature is there, but I'm pretty convinced that there is none. I've seen a bunch of reviews on people that I actually trust. You know what I mean? People that that I feel that maybe there's only so much you can trust somebody, but from everything that I've seen,
do you appreciate the difference between book knowledge or something and experiential knowledge?
Yeah, because I don't believe books either. I mean, books are watered down as well. I mean,
just because somebody told you different details about how flat it is, seeing it for yourself, you appreciate the difference. That's all he's telling you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I see it for myself. Are you kidding me? Like I said,
hold on. He's actually not even saying that. He's talking about falsifying the radius, which is a great thing to do, but he does experience it as flat.
It's actually both. You're both right. Try to falsify the radius by observing and measuring. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, but I think it's worth pointing out that I myself have never falsified the radius. Not really so well. I mean, I sort of have with mountains around here in Oregon. And, I've certainly seen the base of Mount Hood from way too far away, good 70 miles plus. I shouldn't see the bottom of that mountain from 70 miles away. So I sort of have technically falsified it myself, but I just want to point out, if someone can accept the base axiom, like I did when someone told me the Earth is flat, you should be grateful that they can accept the base axiom, like I did when someone told me the Earth is flat back in 2016. So, just saying, your base axiom.
Oh, Ryan, I don't know if you've seen this dude named Rat Bread. He's a relatively underwhelming fellow, but he's interested in doing some long distance observations from Northern California. So I'm not sure how close you are to the line, but I just figured I'd mention it for his sake, just in case you cross paths on the VC.
So what was he planning on doing?
From what I gathered, he wanted to go to near Burning Man and before or after do a flat Earth test right there and maybe get some of that crowd in on it, I think.
Yeah, I was mentioning it to someone else who came in here and was talking about laser there. And I was thinking about this myself, how it's a big lake bed and it's just flat enough, and it's at the very least 10 miles across at one point, but they use part of it as an airstrip because people land airplanes there. So I'm not sure if that would get in the way of making it the full distance that you'd want. But basically, I was just thinking how great it would be with the big crowd of people, and how there's like 400,000, maybe 500,000 people there at the highest. And I was thinking it'd be great to have like a dozen people show up, a few of them set up a laser a few feet above the lake bed, and then have a few stands, like tripods, set up with colorful rings, big rings like hula hoops, pretty much, and have like maybe 10 of those if we could at the maximum. Probably more than that would be probably more of a hassle, but just get them to set up and, put like, poster on it, staple something to it that explains, hey, we're seeing if we can get this laser through these rings and see if we can get it over a certain number of miles to where we falsify the radius. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the dimensions of the lake, figure that out for sure. But still, it'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he had a very similar idea, so you could probably coordinate that somehow. I just don't know his name, and I have to run.
See you later.
Yeah, I was hoping that the rings might catch people's attention and be like, oh, this is going through that, and it's going too far or something. But actually, it would be great even just for keeping track of it, really. Putting levels on them and all that.
I don't know if you got an explanation, Orion. I got a, inconvenient timing on that phone call. Mid thought. Did somebody explain what Rat Bread was up to?
With the lasers, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I heard it.
All right, cool. Yeah, and I'm not trying to. The kid, he's young, so he's apparently attempting to be cringe on purpose to somehow generate for himself some type of YouTube stardom. So he is apparently attempting some cringe stuff for that sake. So he comes across somewhat, or at least as far as his profile and about me goes, very trolly. But he seems to have some sincere interest in doing these long distance observations. So I'm trying to give him the BOD, the benefit of the doubt. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm going to bad cop him.
Bad? Oh yeah. Wait, you're talking about Rat Bread or this other person?
Whoever sounds goofy.
Oh yeah. No, it's fine. I mean, you hold people's feet to fire. The testing fires. It was.
I don't know. It's almost like he's making fun of the English language or himself while he's talking. He just speaks weird. I don't know.
The Rat Bread one?
I think so. I can't tell. I'm driving. Everything's really chaotic right now.
Well, okay, Rat Bread was here like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, John Rivera is the guy I'm talking about.
Hey,
John.
How are you?
Yeah, John is the current conversation person.
Yes. Hello.
Anyway, I don't care about someone's tone of voice. It's the content that matters.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
What's up, dude?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Glad to hear it.
You haven't been here for a year unless you've been listening on the YouTube.
Yeah, no, it was the other server. How would I know that there was another server? So maybe my dates aren't correct, but I had a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord that I enjoyed back in the day. I woke up one morning, it was gone. Now, mind you, I have thousands of of Discord channels.
Yeah. That was almost 3 years ago, but
it was that long ago. Yeah.
That's okay. If you were hanging back then, that's cool. I wasn't. I don't know one way or the other. I'm glad you're familiar with the topic. Back then, they didn't have the free questions. You know what those are?
Oh, no, I don't. Is that what I got hit with when I came in? The ones that went over my head?
Not really.
Oh.
If it went over your head, then you might want to come back when you've had some more experience.
No, he didn't. No, that's not what I was asking him.
Okay, so quickly, I'm not going to ask you these questions. I'm just going to tell you what they are.
Okay.
You can ponder them. And if you want to write this down real quick, that'd be...
Yeah, because to be honest with you, I'd like to go for them, and maybe I can try to answer them and see what happens. Go ahead.
Sure. So, let me know when you're ready to write it down.
I'm ready.
Okay, great. So the first one is, we need to know if anyone has directly measured Earth curvature.
Okay.
Who's done it, when, where, how, etc. Who's ever done it? Because we can't find one person, right? And you'd think, if it were a globe, man, it'd be everywhere. So, but we can't find one person, one group of people.
Okay.
So, when was curvature measured and how, etc. Then, are you writing it down?
Well, I have it memorized. When was curvature measured? Who did it? When? And get all the details
and that's easy
on
to
when
remember,
and who
right?
and and location if
so
possible.
the reason I'm asking you to write it down, though, is because it's 3 points: curvature, rotation, gas pressure, and those will help you remember what I'm going to tell you.
Okay, say the curvature thing. I want to hear about that one. What were you going to say about that one? The question.
Okay. Do me a favor, though, before I go into any of that, can you please write down curvature, then separate line rotation, and then a separate line gas pressure.
I haven't had a...
You can use Notepad on your phone or computer.
I'm good.
Too.
I'm just...
Say to jot down.
All right. You said write down curvature.
Literally the sound of rummaging through a drawer. That's fun.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Brian.
for sure. Should have clipped that one out for the Foley sounds later.
Okay, curvature, and you said the third was gas?
Right, so we got curvature, separate line, rotation of Earth. Okay, that's a big one, because these are 3 strikes, you're out.
Really? Like you guys cancel my contract here? That sucks.
No. And then the last one is gas pressure without a container. Gas pressure without a container.
You guys automatically know that I'm not performing any of these tests.
Listen. And they're yes or no questions. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Who measured the Earth curvature? Who got the detection of the Earth moving, right? It's simple points. That's why I had you write down just those.
I think I already have my answer because it sounds like you're very passionate about this, and you kind of already gave me the answer in the beginning by telling me that no one has ever been found. I'll look and I'll ask a couple of my friends when we get stoned and we talk about it. But I think that you already dove into it pretty deep. And
right. Last thing, keep in mind that there is a stark difference between a calculation and a direct physical measurement. I'll leave you with that. Calculations are not measurements, basically. They're 2 separate things. They're mutually exclusive. Okay, take it away, folks.
Okay. I'm just thinking that I don't, with my circle, if I bring that to someone's table, they're going to have the same, because, they're basically at my knowledge level. They're going to have the same answer I have. I have no one smarter enough, no one tech savvy enough, no one who performs, them kind of tests. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe you guys have people you could access. Hey, you were testing this yesterday. Can you test this today? Like, I'm out of that realm. But I totally get it, and I'll ask my, a couple of my buddies.
Yes, sir. That's the three primary claims the globe makes, and that's the positive claims, and we still need to see proof of any of those three.
Well, one that my buddy's always thrown in my head, and we're always talking about, is the fact that they say that the Earth is spinning. You know what I mean? Extremely fast too. You know what I mean? And obviously, we don't feel it. You know what I mean? I do see the clouds move, but that's what I think it is. I think it's the clouds moving and not the actual Earth. I'm not a scientist. I wish I had more answers for you guys. It looks like the clouds are moving. Does it feel like the Earth is moving? No, it does not.
You don't have to be a scientist to figure out where you live, man.
Yeah. So that's what I said. If I can't see it, with my own eyes, if I can't touch it, then I kind of just don't believe anything nowadays. It seems like I've been spoon-fed just way too much stuff from this, the flat Earth theories. I'm not going to say conspiracies. Just from flat Earth to please don't even get me started on the government. The U.S. government, and get tricks and stuff that they pull on. Oh, I'm all over the place. I'm an introvert. Like I said, I don't believe no one. Besides my senses and what I can feel is, I don't believe the Earth is spinning. I just don't effing feel it. I'm sorry. Just like I said, I'm all over the place lately on Ancient Aliens. I've been just trying to absorb and watch anything involving mega structures. Them, obviously like the pyramids and beyond the pyramids, just any kind of mega structure that man couldn't produce back then. I've been watching a lot of that. For this past week, I've been watching a lot of caves. I guess they've been finding new, very, very large caves, deep down in the earth. I've been watching a lot of cave stuff lately. And everyone in this chat is muted. Is everyone a troll? You've all got to get vetted. Why am I the only one allowed to talk?
Everyone is allowed
We're
to
all
talk.
here, but
What are you
some
talking
of us
about?
have
You're
a
the only one
job
allowed
to
to talk. I can talk if I want to. Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Oh no, I see a lot of mute symbols. I didn't know if administration had you guys muted or.
No,
Oh,
normally
we
we're
just
allowed
caught
to
up
do
with
whatever we
stuff.
want, as long as we're not rude and all that. Works out pretty good. So you were talking about ancient structures. I have a little 10-minute video I will send to you. I feel
Please.
like you should
Yeah.
see it. It's very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the mega structures blow my mind.
It's in the VC chat if anyone else would like to see it. I think it's a great approach before we claim that our ancestors was just dumb primitives.
I would love to hear your views on that topic. Like, who do you think moved that stuff around? Who did that labor? Stuff like that. I mean, we don't have to dive into it now. I'm sure it's a huge
I
web.
feel like if you watch this video and put one and one together, we don't really have to have a deep conversation about it.
All right. Where'd you put the video exactly?
In the chat that is applied to this Discord live stream voice text.
Okay, live stream. Okay. Yep, I got it right here. Thank you for that.
I mean, it's nothing that says that these buildings was built by this and this and this, but it's just giving you like an idea that primitive tools could, for example, as they will show here, move giant blocks of stone, for example.
Wow,
very easy.
Tools, no way. I gotta watch this now. Hold on, let me put on one of my second screens.
It just gives you an idea that our ancestors was not dumb at all, and we shouldn't take away some of their achievements without at least considering that they might actually have done it themselves.
That's a very good point. Yeah. Why do we have to look elsewhere? Why do we have to think that, other beings did that when, what you're implying is it is possible that they did have primitive tools that made it easy. That right there blew a hole in my mind. What if we actually did that? What if humans actually did that? What if we had a primitive tool that did that? Wow. Wouldn't we be able to find that tool? Well, I mean, see, you say tool, I think like a wrench. You know what I mean?
You can look at like.
Does it have to be a physical tool that I can touch? Like, is that out of the realm? Like maybe some kind of different tool? I don't know. I'm all over the place. I'm just grasping.
Whatever helps you look for that curvature, my guy.
I've seen enough reviews to the point where it's not being seen. I mean, the smart people will come and try to convince you that it's there with their awesome words, but I don't think any human is going to see that with their own eyes.
Yeah, exactly. For instance, if you want to detect the rotation of the Earth, guess what you got to do? You got to leave the Earth, okay? And then you got to detect it from another body. That's how that works.
Okay.
You cannot detect rotation if you're on the thing.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But people don't care. They're like, no, man, 15 degrees per hour. Really? So some shit moves all around us, and you call that Earth spin? Okay. As you were. And they got a long way to go if that's what they think.
Oh my gosh.
You okay there, Gospel?
This article, bro.
What's so amusing, Gospel Bear?
This article's title. I'm going to read the title, and then this is so funny. NASA video shows space junk trapping humans on Earth in terrifying toxic vortex. Okay, so this is the title of this article written 2019 from express.co.uk. The video title that they post on the article, its title is Incredible Animation Shows Space Debris Orbiting Earth. And I laugh because the article title says NASA video, but the video title says incredible animation. And of course, there's irony in the word incredible, which literally means unbelievable.
It means it's not credible.
It does mean not credible. But so anyway, it literally says animation, but then they say video, and it's just wow. Just big wow. Big wow.
I think they're just seeing what people will buy, pushing the envelope.
Sure.
I really do. Really do think that. Like if tomorrow they say Matt Damon is really on Mars, people would be like, no shit. That Elon, gosh, he can do it, can't he? Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Why Matt Damon? It should have been Johnny Depp. He deserves it.
Don't you dare say that name ever again. I'm just kidding.
But anyway, John, for example, look at a crowbar.
Okay.
If you, that is a simple, very primitive tool, but it enhances the strength of a man to for example, take 2 plyboards apart. If they, like simple tools make you do better, more.
Yeah, I get it.
I stumble so much.
I actually love that theory you have on the part that humans, could have did it. That's what you leaned upon. Don't rule out that humans did it with, primitive tools. I love that theory of yours. I'm going to stick with that for a while.
It's just I often see people
that would be more. That's more realistic because I was kind of reaching towards something else. You know what I mean? Like, we can't do that. There's no way we could have did that. But I that might be wrong. Now after thinking about what you said, that could be wrong. Maybe I don't have to look outside of the box. Let's keep it here.
Well,
I can see here.
Don't look too far outside the box because then you'll get in the weeds. Now, do you know what the term unfalsifiable means?
I can imagine what it means.
No.
Unfalsifiable, something that you can't make up, something you can't fake.
Something you can't prove true or false.
Yeah, yes.
Unfalsifiable.
I got it.
You can't do it so a lot of the globe evidence, quote unquote evidence, is unfalsifiable, right? So rotation. Well, no one can leave the Earth as far as we know, and get that detection of, if they did, show us when they did that. But, until then, that kind of thing. So it's all unfalsifiable. Oh, what's the moon made out of? Well, since you can't go there, I'm going to fucking tell you whatever I want to say it is, right? Remember they said moon's made out of cheese? I'll bet there were so many people who bought that. It's like, what? Cheese?
People actually, no, come on. No one really
Well,
bought that.
what I'm trying to say is...
No, I get it, yeah.
If after looking into this subject, even with a mere cursory glance, you have to try afterwards to imagine all of the things that have to be happening on this Earth for us to be spinning so fast and for it to be so curved that we never see the curve and we never feel rotation. You know what I mean?
It's almost ridiculous. Yeah, it's almost like
Just leaps. People want to believe stuff. Man, I thought Star Wars was something that might be able to happen one day. It was easy to drop because, I was like, oh, well, fuck it. It's just cartoons. Okay. But there are so many people out there that are just chronically addicted to the space idea and aliens and all of that stuff. It's such a big industry that it doesn't matter what the truth is. People literally eat it up. They buy it up.
I ate it for a while. I thought it could be something else there, but now I'm kind of realizing there's been enough time. We us humans, we've been here enough. Like we would have seen it. A lot of time has went by. I think they too much time has went by. If you ask me, you know what I mean, of just guessing and stuff like that. And I don't know. At first, I thought there was aliens, but now I'm thinking I don't think there is. I don't think there is.
It's unfalsifiable. Once again,
I don't know.
Anything about aliens, and they can help you out with the etymology of what alien actually means. It means from another land, right? Somewhere else.
Extraterrestrials, extraterra.
I think I went toward that route too because of the megalithic structures. I told you how they fascinate me, and for a minute there, I thought that there was no way possible a human could do that. But now this dude just blew a hole in my head, saying that it is damn well possible with primitive tools. Don't look out of the box. Look here. Maybe humans did do it. That's something new that I got to deal with.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's compelling. I think at best within our conversation here, just an observer. But yeah, the thing is, I wouldn't call to speak momentarily on it, I wouldn't call the tools primitive. There's some stuff that has been done and found that can't be reproduced at all today, and that's
that's wait, hold on right there. What if they just made all these megalithic structures out of cement?
Yeah,
I don't know, but what I'm saying is nobody builds like that anymore, and I feel like there's a reason. But again, that's just speculation.
No, that's incompetence. You see, we still use cement, but we put rebar in them. And so our structures that we build today with rebar, they won't be standing, 100 years in the future because the rebar will rust and it'll crumble. But when you build cement structures without rebar, they stand for thousands of years, potentially.
Righty. Well, then there you go. history. Just that, it's history. It already happened. You don't know what happened.
Yeah, are we getting smarter? I don't know. We're building with rebar.
A friend of mine's dad owns a clay mine out in West Desert in Utah, and it's the only cement that's certified for highway use nowadays. And they're making a killing out there on this cement they're making out there. And
I bet.
Yeah, and so I was checking out the rebar that they were putting in the roads along with that cement one day. And the rebar is they paint it now with some anti-rust paint. It's green, and they put a real thick paint color on it or coating on the rebar nowadays. It's supposed to make it last like I don't know how much longer, but quite a bit longer. They say so. Maybe it will. They've got stuff that will maybe last a little bit longer these days. But you're right about the rebar rusting and falling apart in a matter of like 50 years or whatever. It's just not good, or 100 years.
Is that a part of planned obsolescence, perhaps?
It's part of what?
Planned or unplanned, but one way or another, obsolescence. Yeah, part of the reason why the bridge infrastructure in America is so
decrepit.
Yeah, not going very well.
Yep. But as of recently, they have tried to make some improvements with this cement and the rebar being painted with some green anti-rust shit, whatever. But who knows?
Yeah,
it wouldn't be planned obsolescence because there is a practical reason for it. When you put rebar with cement, you can build structures that you couldn't normally build with just cement.
Right.
I also think the rebar is for the bend factor, isn't it? Is to make it so that structure, can flex a little bit better, correct?
Not necessarily. It's more or less made to hold it in place better.
Yeah.
I worked on the conference center, the Mormon Conference Center in Salt Lake, and we built this wall that it's called the hanging wall that would hang up a big seat or big thing of chairs that hung onto it with embeds in the wall. If you know what an embed is, it's like a big flat steel plate that has bolts coming out of it, and then it has rebar that goes into the wall. Anyway, you stick them plates in the form.
Like that thing in my head. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this wall had so much rebar in it. It was 2 foot thick. Before we put the forms up, the rebar was so much rebar in it, you could not see a person on the other side before you put the forms up. I mean, and then when we vibrated it, we'd run the stingers down into the concrete to get the air bubbles out and bring it up slow. You count 1 foot per second, and then the bubbles follow the stinger up. Anyway, there's at least 100 stingers we had to cut off and just leave in the wall because they got tangled up in the rebar. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that rebar could get messy.
Yeah, there was so much rebar in the wall.
I wanted to ask John a flat Earth question.
Okay, I'm here. Try not to go over my head.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's a quick one. See if you can join me on this. So, if nobody had told you the reason the sun moves in the sky is because we're moving, would you have automatically assumed it's us moving by seeing the sun move?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
So, listen here. So, we're born, okay? And every day, if we go outside, we see the sun moving, we wouldn't assume we're moving. We just look up and there goes the sun, right?
Yes, that's how I felt. Yeah.
Right. So if nobody came along and said, well, it's actually, that thing's moving.
I get where you're going with this.
You would never have assumed it was us moving.
I get it. Yeah, I get that. Good point. Okay. I get it. Yeah.
That's a mind-blowing one for me. I loved it when I.
Yeah, no, I did like that one too. I liked it. It made me smile. You're right. As a young buck, that was embedded in my head. I walk outside, I see the sun at nighttime. The sun's over there. You know what I mean? So I assumed it was that. And then someone else told me that it wasn't that it was something else. It's they're trying to convince me that it's the Earth that's moving. Yeah, I get it. Interesting. Too much.
All right, real quick, I'm going to unmute you, Gist. You can say hello. Gist, however you like that to be pronounced.
Wow, the vetting process here is major.
No, I
it's needed. I know. I understand. Well, hopefully the new guy says hello. Where are you?
No, they left, and we actually do have a procedural vetting process. It's called
I've been through one.
check-in.
I've been into the chat room where before I was allowed to come into a main room, I had to sit in a room with one person. This was on like the 1.0. I went through that on the 1.0. I joined.
We do that too, but every now and then I circumvent that procedure and just directly unmute people.
I wish I could remember who I had that conversation with, because it honest to God lasted about 45 minutes. Yeah, he was a great. I didn't remember the 1.0. He was the guy who vetted me, who gave me access to these other rooms. Yeah. In the 1.0, like I said, this is the 2.0.
If it was a 45-minute conversation, I would guess it was Helio.
That name rings a bell. Yeah, that name rings a bell. Actually, to be honest with you, my Discord hasn't changed. I'm sure I can just go into my messages, because we're going back and forth in messages too. So I'm sure if I scroll down my messages, I can probably find it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, whoops. What could be used that makes the 3 look less? All right. No one.
Gospel, if you don't mind me asking, where are you located? I'm near New York. I'm in Rhode Island, East Coast.
I'm halfway between you and the other coast.
Okay.
Actually, much more north, 6 miles from the Canadian border, right in D. You're in NY, I'm in ND.
Okay.
I live more north than a third of all Canadians. How about that for a factoid?
Canada, they got it tough right now. Oof. I forgot his name, that dictator over there.
Trudeau? He's a teddy bear.
Is that what you think? They've always, Canada has always ran a tighter ship. I do understand that. They've always did run a tighter ship, and most of them don't seem to mind. I mean, how can you want something you've never really had? They've never really had it like US. Yeah. That Trudeau guy, he's been in charge over there for how many years? They gotta stop that man.
No, they don't want
2 years, 2 years of dude. Are you fucking blind? Are you blind? They are blind. That's the thing. And it's like you said, they don't want to, but deep down inside, man, you can't let people stay in power that long, man.
Just FYI, John, politics is way off topic. We don't care which clown puppet is doing what.
Yeah,
That's my opinion.
Yep, no, I agree. They both work for the same people, kind of. We only have 2 teams, red and blue. It's all bullshit.
Did you just assume my color?
No, I assumed the political color for the United States. Yeah, I know. Hey, you could identify as that color nowadays if you wanted to.
Another factoid, I live in the third flattest state in the United States.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Flatland is valuable.
Let's throw that out there. Can anybody name the top two?
I can, but
You don't spoil it. See if anybody else knows it. I think I know it, but I won't say it yet.
No, I'm not gonna act like I know. I'd like the answer though, so can you give it to me?
Nobody else gonna guess. I'll go ahead and guess. Florida and Kansas.
Well, it is actually Florida at number 1, and Illinois is number 2.
Illinois, for real.
North Dakota's number 3. I think Kansas is actually is either. I think it goes Florida, Illinois, North Dakota, Arkansas, Kansas. I think, but I'll double check. Double check. Zippity doo. Florida. Nope. My apologies. Florida, Illinois, North Dakota, Louisiana, Minnesota, Delaware, Kansas. So there's actually quite a few before Kansas.
Kind of makeshift, second-rate, shim-sham, flim-flopping numbers you getting. Kansas is first. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Kansas is jealous.
Way jealous. What is that? 8? Pathetic.
1, 2, 3. It's number 7. So yeah, lucky 6 7. Of them there. Lucky number 7, Kansas. Delaware kind of makes sense. Coastal, small, not too, Louisiana also.
Wasn't Delaware the first state?
Delaware's number 6.
Yeah, wasn't the first state though invented? First American state. I don't know. That is not important. Continue.
Yeah. But yeah, Texas comes right after Kansas, then Nevada, then Indiana. So there you go. The least flat state, or the least flat states, are West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. There you go.
No matter what the list is, it seems like Kentucky's on the bottom every time. I'm just saying.
Well.
So who's this new guy that you guys have been talking to all morning? Is he still here?
John, well, it hadn't been all. John's been here about an hour.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing, John?
I'm good. How are you today?
Good. I just wanted to say hi to you.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm good. I've just been listening to you. You sound pretty receptive to everything I'm to you about, which is kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be honest with you, it's more convincing than the other route. You know what I mean? Like I said, I could almost smell it with you guys. I could almost see it. At least you guys are trying to make sense out of it, opposed to throwing gibberish over my head.
Right.
Like I said, I'm a noob and I'm all over the place from aliens to mega structures, from caves to flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Right.
It makes me really mad when you talk about flat Earth with someone. Someone is really, really fast to say, "Oh, so you think you're gonna get to an edge and fall?" I really hate when they say that. It hurts me. And I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know much about anything. You know what I mean? Do I think it's a globe? When I look up, I do see a circle. I can't lie about that. When I look up, I do see a circle. Do I feel like I'm on a globe? No. Like when I look at the sun, the moon, things are circle out there. Things are circle. Them two things appear to be circle, the sun and the moon. Do I believe we're on a circle? I don't see no curvature. I can't feel a curvature. I can't even feel us moving. I'm all over the place. I don't know.
Right. Well, at least you're.
What do you mean by you see a circle? I'm just curious what you mean by that.
Excuse me?
Look up and you see a circle. What do you mean?
Well, the sun and the moon, doesn't it look like a circle to you when you look up? It doesn't look like a triangle. It doesn't look like a star. And I'm not saying we have to be a circle or a globe as well. I don't think we have to be that as well. Because, like I said, I don't feel the curve. I don't see the curve. I'm into camera gear, so I've seen a lot of people with the new high-end, the Nikon. I forgot which one is it, the P900, I think, the Nikon. It's got an unbelievable zoom. You know, I've seen people zoom from long distances, and you know they can still see what's on the other side with no dip. It doesn't go below the horizon. You know, and I've seen a lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least you're putting some critical thought into it, and that's really all we ask is that someone actually sit down and look at what we have to present for you, so you can make up your own mind. And so, yeah, it's excellent, bro.
You have
Hey, John, if anybody ever says to you, "Hey, I see the moon is a circle, so I think the Earth must be a sphere," or something like that, or I see the Earth and I think it's a sphere, and so I think the Earth must be a sphere. Even though you're right, we just see it as a circle. We don't even see it as a sphere. We just see it as a circle.
Yeah, I need a rebuttal.
But the rebuttal I would suggest you use is ask them, why would you think that anything in the sky has anything to do with the ground?
Okay.
You have an accent twin on this server, John?
I have. What do you mean by an accent twin? I don't know what that means.
You have an accent twin. You have a guy that is also a New Yorker.
Oh.
And he has a very similar tone.
Okay. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. And I'm an introvert, so I don't talk to too many people. I have
don't know
more
why
people
you're
online.
apologizing. I didn't even finish what I was saying, and I'm not complaining. There's nothing to apologize for whatsoever. I'm merely pointing out that there is a guy that sounds very, very, very similar to you. His name is Sir Vagabond.
Okay.
If you see him, you will have a forewarning that you have an accent twin. There's nothing wrong with it. It wasn't a complaint.
Yeah, thank you for that. I hope I do see him. Thank you for that. I drive to New York all the time. Mm-hmm.
I think it's interesting to meet people that have a little bit of an accent. You know, it just everybody's different. You know, you got to let people be who they are, and you can't.
Is mine really that strong? Honestly,
no,
I don't
not particularly, but I'm just letting you know it's just kind of funny. There's a guy that has a very, very. You could double. Double. You could.
It could be my
audio doppelganger.
Yeah, it could be my swag too. The way I use my words. It could be that.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Very, very similar patterns and everything. So it's all good. It's nothing wrong with it. I'm just pointing it out.
All right. I won't apologize, but I don't know anything else. You know, like I said, and I am an introvert. Really, my circle is very small. I got literally one friend, and my daughter. My daughter's my best friend. Yeah, I'm always by myself. I'm always on my computer. I'm a very huge gamer.
Gotcha.
You know, I guess, John, I could kind of give you the way that this whole thing makes sense to me in a kind of a short little explanation is that when you look at the whole picture and you think about, well, I don't know if you know much about the second law of thermodynamics, where it has to do with entropy, where hot moves to cold, high pressure moves to low pressure, it migrates. That's what causes storms. When it's a low pressure area, clouds move towards that area. So if we were actually in a vacuum, like the vacuum of space, the air on this planet would want to move into the lower pressure area.
Okay.
Very quickly, as a matter of fact. And they want to argue to say it's gravity that holds it down, but whatever. The thing of it is that it just makes more sense to me to think that we're an enclosed system. You know, the plane was designed very, very well so that the amount of surface area that's on the plane, it's where all the gases and oxygen come from. It's all produced from the trees.
Yeah.
Trees and plankton and all that kind of stuff produces oxygen. And so what happens is this realm that we live in was so well designed that the surface area of the plane is the perfect amount, so that it completely keeps us always supplied with oxygen, and it's enclosed so that it's a dynamic system. So it's always producing oxygen at ground level, and it comes up and it's pressurized, and so 14.7 psi at sea level, and The definition of gas pressure is when gas has collisions against the walls of its container. That's like when you put propane in a tank. You can see the gas. You can read the pressure on the gauge because the gas inside is colliding with the walls of the container. So, in other words, so we're enclosed. We are contained. I can even show you one of the NASA employees. There's a video clip where he says, "There's one thing I would like the young people to know on. If there's any one thing I would really like to get through to you guys is that we live in an enclosed system. Cannot leave the Earth. There is nowhere to go."
I've been feeling that lately as I dive into it on my newbie terms. I have been coming to my own conclusion that that there's no going anywhere. Forget about that. There's no leaving. This is where we're meant to be.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, it just makes more sense to me when you sit and think about it that we're actually on a plane, flat plane. Who knows how big it is?
Yeah.
And it's immovable. It's and mounted on pillars and a foundation. At least that's what the scriptures say. I mean, I don't know if you're into all that, but at least that part of it makes sense that, we're actually stationary, immovable. And if we were moving and spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, good hell, who in the hell wouldn't think you would feel that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's just ridiculous. So anyway, I just kind of kicked back and looked at the whole picture one day while I was watching videos, and I was like, oh my gosh. This thing was designed and to be this perfect little realm that we live in. It's all set up to keep it. It's all supplied with oxygen.
Everything we need, yeah.
Everything we need. It's all just right here. I don't feel any movement or whatever. The stars have been used for a clock by all the ancient people as to when to plant your crops, when to harvest.
Really? I didn't realize that. Stars used as a clock, used as time, huh?
Yep. Yeah, that's where the 24 hours come from. It's because it takes 24 hours for the sun to come back over the top in the exact same spot it was yesterday.
I knew that about the sun. I just never took it past that, towards the stars as well.
Yeah. So
let's say if the sun wasn't there, you could still achieve the same time factor using that, a star rather than the sun.
Yeah, you could. You could.
That would be a skill. I wish I had that skill. Wow.
So anyway, I just kind of sat back one day and looked at it after it only took me like one day to decide, we're not moving. It's flat. It just made so much more sense to think that we're this spinning balls flying through space at all these crazy speeds and spinning. And, it's like, what?
Too far-fetched, yeah.
Yeah, it's just super far-fetched. Yeah. So anyway, if that helps you, I don't know that it will, but it.
Yeah, no, I'm absorbing it. I'm getting all my buttons together. I'm learning the terminology. Yeah.
Right on. Well, thanks for having a little chat with me, brother.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, it was. I didn't know how this conversation was going to go out in the beginning. I felt a little, pressure because I felt my knowledge wasn't, up to par. No. But now I feel a little bit different, and I've never left this channel. I went from 1.1 to 2.1, so. Keep these conversations. I have a friend that I want to drag into these conversations too. He's just like me. You're not going to get any trouble out of him, just so that way he can listen and I can listen. And then, when we're here smoking our doobies and we can shoot.
Well, the thing of it is, we're just normal people when it comes right down to it, and we just expect people to come in and have a normal conversation and not call names and not.
I'm not going to lie. It's a little harder for me. My knowledge might not be up to par as far as
Oh, that's not even a concern, bro. Because that you're obviously thinking about this stuff in all the right ways. Your knowledge is going to grow, and you're going to be right on top of it very soon, bro. I can already tell.
Yay.
So, but anyway, thanks. I appreciate the.
Oh yeah, no need to thank me. Thank you too for being cool AF. Much appreciated.
Yeah. You'll find there's a lot of people on here that it's really all they want to do is have an open conversation with most of the people that come in and just sit down and discuss a few things and listen to our present the things we have to show you and
exactly why I'm here. Exactly why I'm here.
Right on. Well, you have a nice rest of your day, brother.
You too. Enjoy your day, boss. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, where are you? Are you in the U.S.? You East Coast, West Coast?
Yeah, I live in Utah.
Okay.
Yep. Has anyone told you? They probably have. I'm probably just going to be repeating what you've already heard. But did they told you about all the information that's down below where you can scroll down, go to the additional information channels down below when you scroll down?
When I'm scrolling down. Oh yeah, I feel overwhelmed. So many of them.
Yeah. Take your time with them. You can't do it all. You can't do it all in a day or a week, probably.
I'll go through them. Yeah. There's a whole lot.
There's a lot of really good information down there.
Nice. Yeah, thank you for that. I'll slow down and definitely dive into those categories.
I guess Brett goes to court, video court today. He told me that his lawyer told him that he would get it all out.
Hot mic, God rocking.
Oh, sorry, guys. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. You've been unmuted. Oh, well, you're gone, so never mind. I tried to greet this person, Gist. I gave you the opportunity to be unmuted. You can say hello. GIST. Go ahead. Your mic is functional. Just say hello. Your mic is functional. Just say hello. All right.
Give us a gist of why you came here. Come on, gist.
Hello.
It's sort of a requirement, just that you speak. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, just to hear your beautiful voice, Dave. Just to hear your beautiful voice.
Ah,
I knew it.
Oh, it's Mr. Pete Drinker.
Yeah. He's BS. So
Yeah, no wonder
Again?
it was so hard to
You went and got another account from this morning? Wow.
Yeah, because he's BOS.
Boy, he sure dug a deep hole for himself, hasn't he? I feel bad in that way because I've actually had some good conversations with the guy in another room or two. And he actually even acted normal and knows quite a bit about flat Earth subject and all the above. And then he has to do the things he does to irritate everybody. And it's like, what the fuck? I just don't get it, man.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
For pointing that out, Matthew, we have a lot of evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, the Miggy's 3 points. That's what I was listing.
Is that Matthew live or on tape?
No, that was me live.
Okay, well, that freaked with me for a second.
Oh no, Clander Seal played the quote, but this is me live.
So
yeah, you chimed in. You chimed in at the perfect moment, Matthew. It made you sound like you were part of the recording. They do. That was funny.
So are you offended that Clay Underseal is playing your quotes here?
No, that's fine. I mean, that quote is like that's from my video that I did about the topic.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, the rest of it explains why I don't buy those evidences, why I think that they're not conclusive, but that's the start of the video.
Could it be that you're adhering to the official Globe story you were taught and there's nothing budging you off of that?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I haven't seen any I mean, the flat Earth story doesn't hold water for me. I mean, there's too many things that were wrong with it.
The irony of that, the Globe literally doesn't hold.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Anyway, I'll let somebody else talk to you.
What do you mean it doesn't hold any water? It's like a cereal bowl. It holds a whole bunch of water, Matthew.
Metaphorically, like so many things don't work, like sunsets and distances to cities, stuff like that.
Sunsets do whatever they do. They're not doing it over a ball, as far as I can tell. I'll shut up now.
I think the first thing that actually kind of woke me up, or the first thing to open my eyes or open my mind, was one day when I was talking to my friend about the computer tech that we had back then when supposedly we had went to the moon. As far as how big supercomputers were then. I mean, think about at that year you didn't have a computer in your house anyways. I mean, I didn't get my first computer till like 89. But the power and the specs that they claim that the technology was used to go there just nowhere near adds up. I think that was the first rabbit hole I dove into, was the fact that on my computer I'm constantly running out of space, and just spec wise as far as CPUs and RAM and hard drives and blah blah blah.
Hey, John, welcome to the server. Yes, you're right. It is complicated. However, they were able to build Boeing 747s back in the 60s, and those are pretty complicated also.
I think a motor is a lot easier than computers, and I don't know, a motor or something that spins and runs off gas. I mean,
Yeah. But I meant the avionics and the flight control systems, like all that. It's pretty complicated stuff.
I don't know. My friend used to own an old tail dragger, a 1957. I can't remember. I guess Cessna 150, 149, something like that. An old tail dragger, and it had a stick for the controls. It was pretty cool. We used to steal it. It was his dad's airplane when we were in high school. When he went to take flight lessons to get his pilot's license, after he'd done his first solo, we would take off out of school and go down to the airport and jump in his dad's airplane, and we would go take joyrides in it all the time. He didn't have a license. He was like 17 years old.
Oh my God! How old were you when that was going on?
I was 17.
I've never been on a plane ever in my life.
And we just get in the little tail dragger and take off and fly around and come back. And I guess if you think about it, that's a little bit. I mean, I just felt like he already went on one solo flight, so I figured, well, he must know how to fly the plane because the instructor's not going to let him take off in the plane by himself if he doesn't know how to fly. So I said, sure, I'll go with you. And so we'd done that a few times. Went down and jumped in his dad's airplane and took off and went joyriding for an hour or so.
You know, God, rocking the difference in those technologies. The plane technology, nobody lost, destroyed any of that. They just kept making it better, right?
Yeah.
But the moon technology, they lost and destroyed that. That's the problem. Sorry about that.
I was just saying that the technology back then in that little plane was not, there really wasn't much to it, just
yeah, I get it.
The stick and the controls, but it flew just fine. You know what I mean? I mean, it was fun to go up and fly around in, and quite. I don't want to put this kind of old and archaic type, technology that plane had, but it sure handled just fine.
Yeah, there might be a difference in technology between a 1950s tail dragger and a Boeing 747.
Yeah, just a little bit, Matthew, huh?
Right. I'd love to fly a 747, but I don't know if I could keep it in the air.
Do you think you would have gotten in the tail dragger and went for a joyride with your buddy?
I wouldn't have. Well, that's someone who's never been in a plane ever before. Well, was that your first time in a plane? Like at that moment when your friend took you up, was that your first time ever in the sky?
Yep.
Oh, it was your first. Okay. I probably would have passed on it. I pass on a lot of stuff, and so I probably would have passed.
Wait, John, you've never been in an airplane even now?
No, I've never been in an airplane ever. I'm 43 years old. I've never been in a plane. I've never left the East Coast. Well, to be honest with you, I never really wanted to. I mean, I have VR. Not saying that's equal. You know what I mean? As far as going places, I know it's nowhere near the same. But I don't know. I never really had it in to leave my box. Everyone says go on vacation here. I don't want to go somewhere that's better than where I live. You know what I mean? That would make me mad to go to this beautiful place and then have to leave and come back to my place. Not saying my place isn't beautiful. I loved it and I've been working on it for a long time, but I've never had the urge to travel. I've never been on a plane. All my family is here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I like traveling, and I think flying is fun. It's fun to be way up.
Fun. This guy, he said it's fun. I find it a little scary, and it's weird because I do know it's safe. Yeah, I know it's totally safe. It's more safer than anything else. I've seen the statistics.
Well, to be honest with you, I was more scared and when first time I ever flew was in a DC-10, and those are big, long airplanes or jets. And when I got in that thing and it took off the runway, the nose came up and it tipped up. And I was sitting in the back, and I looked up this fuselage, looking up at I was almost in the right in the rear of the jet when it took off. And when that nose came up and it was headed at a quite steep angle, And it was a powerful, powerful jet to be moving all that weight at that steep of an angle right off the runway. It scared the shit out of me at first because I thought, man, this thing goes down, there ain't no gliding it in. There's no chance to glide down and find a road to land in or a field or anything like that, because jets don't glide too well from what I've been told. And the little airplane that we were in, all you got to do is, my friend used to own 3 airplanes. We'd go up and we'd actually turn the motor off and purposely glide in toward the airport, just to practice in case the engine died or whatever. And they're easy to keep flying. You just have to keep the nose down and keep the airspeed up, and you can fly a little plane like that. And they fly just fine with no engine. You just have to find a spot right below you. And that's one thing my friend taught me. He says, if your engine dies, you don't look for a spot to land out away from you somewhere. You look straight down and you look for a spot right below you, and then you just kind of dive towards it at a real steep angle to keep your airspeed up so you can make sure you stay flying at all times in the air. So you keep your airspeed up 80, 90 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour or whatever. And then when you get close to the ground, you just pull it back and flare it out and just drop it in, and land it. But you need to find a spot right below you, because you can't just glide for miles. You pretty much just go straight down in a circle.
Yeah, it's neat.
That's a good tip in case I ever go on a plane and something happens. I'm going to be looking down immediately. Go down.
Passenger airliners can glide for many miles if they're high enough.
What's that?
Yeah, passenger airlines can glide for many miles if they're high enough, if they need to. And they have done in the past, but it's not a good idea.
Yeah, they're just not as proficient at it, though, as a little plane. They're a little more tricky, from what I've been told. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
As long as you have the right speed and you do not stall, it's all good. I can only say that even if you lose one engine on an A320, for example, which only has 2 engines, there's nothing to worry about. Not even the slightest worry. That's a very...
I was going to ask that, do planes stay in the sky with 2 engines when they lose one? Because I've seen it on TV and movies. They lose one, they keep on going for a while. You know what I mean? I didn't know if that was true or not.
Yes, you can go on for a very long time, but the problem is what they mostly do is because I think it's not allowed to just use one engine. They will dump fuel and then land at the nearest divert airport.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And the cool thing is, the plane is still very easy to fly because they just put some left or right rudder in, whatever engine is out, and they can
make the adjustments to keep it stable.
Yeah, exactly. And even with both engines, would die, which then would cause electrical failure, because if you don't have 2 engines, you have electrical failure. And if your APU, your auxiliary power unit, would also fail, which can also generate electricity, which it does mostly on the ground, you can still use a little fan that is that can drop out underneath the plane. It will then spin with the wind and produce enough electricity for the basic instruments. For example, the A320. Yeah, the A320 needs that because the A320 has a fly-by-wire system. It's not with cables. It is it's a hydraulic electrical system, which means every input that the pilot does goes through a computer and then to a hydraulical how should I call it, to the flaps that are hydraulic and whatnot. For example, that's why they have a yoke, a joystick in Airbuses. In Boeing, for example, the normal 737, which is famously being used all over the world, they still use a wire system, right? So they don't have that means if they have an extreme electrical failure, which they can produce nothing and which would cause a dead stick. I mean, that's what they say, dead stick. you can still maneuver the plane because it's direct wires to the flaps and to the stabilizer and whatnot. So actually Airbus would be screwed if they would have no way to produce any electricity anymore, because you cannot you cannot fly without electricity. But that's actually must be a very rare thing. I mean, it's almost impossible that would happen. And we can be very glad that so many mistakes happened in the past regarding plane accidents. We actually live in a time where
hot micing, John.
Excuse me?
You're hot micing. Your mic is open and
I'm
sound
sorry.
is coming through. Yep. Go ahead.
I think it was my gain. I turned it down. Let me know if it's better.
What I'm always happy about is that we live in a time where there have been so many accidents with old planes that today the training for pilots is so efficient and good that it's there's these common things that have happened in the past with maybe there was a communication error which led to a huge catastrophe and whatnot. Many things are just being analyzed by new student pilots and so forth. So in order to stuff like this never happen again, and so we can be actually happy to live in the year that we live in, because I'm not saying that it's extremely safe, that never anything will happen, but because since there was so many accidents in the past, the aviation industry really is extremely safe. Tool for traveling. But and there's the big but. When we look at Boeing, for example, which is an American company, and I'm not trying to bash America or whatever, but they in the past were very how would you say it, very unprofessional when it came to their training of pilots regarding new software updates and changes within the airplane, because they had, I think many people are aware of this MCAS crash where the new 737 MAX just crashed into the ground with the nose straight into the ground and killed many people, because Boeing just decided not to train their pilots on a specific thing regarding the trim system, or even made them aware of it. That led to these, I think, 3 airplane crashes where everyone instantly died. So that's why I personally appreciate Airbus, which is a European company, a little bit more, because they tend to really highly prioritize safety. Hence why they also have more deep safety systems than Boeing within their airplanes. Which doesn't mean that the very new Boeings have not already, jumped onto the train, like the very new, 787, or the most of the new Boeings that you use for intercontinental flights are very much up to date with also, Airbus. But again, we never know. Human error is the biggest problem, especially regarding software updates or whatnot.
Well, I'm right in the landing flight path for the Hill Air Force Base, and I just watched like 12 F-35 Lightning IIs fly over and land, like 10 or 12 of them in a row.
Is that unusual?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're pretty much every day, all day long. They're flying
Gotcha.
over, landing.
Yeah.
I just looked at a picture on. I just Googled and to see how many they had, and I'm not seeing a number, but it shows them on the landing strip, and there's a line. There's 4 lines of them, and there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15. So what's 4 times 15, or maybe 20? So there's probably maybe close to 80 of them on this picture, all lined up on their Air Force Base landing strip.
Neat. Yeah, I used to see the Blue Angels all the time when I lived in Pensacola.
I've seen them a couple of times when they come to New England. The flight shows that they do, they're very, very impressive.
Yeah.
The nose dives, the going straight up in like a straight line. I love those the most.
Or when they're flying inches apart.
Oh, that's just too scary for me. I like looking around, looking at all the other aircrafts that they have on display. There's always so many of them. I've only been to 2. I can't wait to go to my next one because now I have a camera, so I would love to take pictures. One of my old school movies, you guys probably never heard of this movie, Can't Buy Me Love. It's an old cheesy movie.
Oh yeah, of course.
This kid goes to the airplane graveyard. Does something like that really exist? And can you tell me where? Can you give me an address? Because I would love to go there.
Can't Buy Me Love. I know that girl. That girl's name. She was in a bunch of '80s movies.
Yeah, she's very popular. But you know what I'm talking about, the airplane graveyard thing that they do?
Yeah. They do exist, yeah. There's a very big one in the US. I think the biggest one, actually.
Wow, you said a big one. Wow. I don't know what that thing friggin' has.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think it's not very... it's not like they want to see you there, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's not really accessible, not really open like that.
I just posted a picture of the planes, or the ones I just watched land.
Oof.
No, the F-35.
That thing looks like a jet. Probably is a jet. I don't know. F-35. What exactly does that mean?
It's just their most advanced fighter jet they have, I guess. One of them.
What about the decals on the side with the country flags? What does that like? Is that like affiliated countries?
I don't know what that is. It's probably the UN. I'd imagine. I don't know.
It's actually built by Boeing.
I found a couple auto body
as far
shops
as I
near
know.
you.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, sorry. I should turn my soundboard off. I'm sorry. It's actually built by Boeing.
I know they're loud son of a bitches, boy. They got 2 engines on them, and they are freaking loud. The F4s used to be here, and those were even louder. The old F4 Phantom. I think they were some of the loudest jets that they had at one time, but they're close. They're fucking extremely loud.
Sorry, my fault. It's built by Lockheed. But there is a new drone that looks equal to this fighter jet.
You said a drone? Now that would entail 4 propellers, correct?
No, it's a jet drone.
Jet drone. Oh, can you get a picture of that, please?
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by drones right now. I have a few from DJI.
This is something else. I mean, you can look on the Boeing website if you want to.
Thank you for the link.
It's a stealth drone, I think.
Whew.
And it's very expensive.
All the cool technology is.
Did you say stealth drone?
Yeah, as far as I know, it's supposed to have some.
Like a jet drone too.
Yeah, one of the issues with stealthness is also sound.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I guess you can't be very stealthy if you're rolling in like on a Harley or something, you know?
Yeah, but I'm just saying drones.
Right.
It's like,
Oh yeah,
whoa. They're
drones are
not.
so loud.
Yeah, they're not exactly stealthy. That's why I'm wondering. There's a balance there between silence and enough energy, I guess you would say, to keep it aloft.
Well, they just need to get a Skylink, have Elon get up there and start making some, little mini Tesla drones. I can't even keep a straight face, dude. Because you know how like Teslas are supposedly like quiet, right? They don't.
Oh yeah, for sure, but they don't fly.
No, I'm just totally messing. And there's tons of tire noise still. There's like lots of road noise as well, just because the engine's quiet. It's still the medium it's traveling through, like on the roads, and it's a buttload of noise. So I just jumped in. I don't want to take over the conversation, but
no, you're fine.
Stealthy drones, this does sound interesting.
Depending on your personal noise bubble or whatever, like let's say you're on a bicycle, a Prius can sneak up on you, or a Tesla too, I suppose. Any fully electric, depending on the speed that it's traveling at. The higher the speed, the higher the road noise. But if you're going like 15 miles an hour, 10, 15 miles an hour, and it's going 20, 25 miles an hour or whatever, I guess it could potentially sneak up on you. But
So who needs a stealthy drone? What are we doing?
Well, that's the thing. Some people act like a drone can sneak up on you or privately observe you or whatever without your knowledge. I'm like, I don't know. Those things could be like 300 feet away, and you're still like, yeah, I hear it.
That I don't think that's true. 300 feet away, I cannot hear my drones. I could list them: a Phantom 4 Pro and a DJI Mavic Pro, which are two high-end drones. And when my drone is above, honest to God, I'm going to say I can't hear it at 300 feet. There is no way in hell I can hear it.
Some can be heard, though. Some, yeah, I mean, maybe there are higher-end, more efficient ones that's not the case for. So
they are,
and
loud, for sure.
I just kind of threw that number out there. I haven't measured.
Yeah, and I get it. Also, too, got to take into consideration. Well, I know you guys are talking about being stealth, and this isn't exactly stealth, but when they're high enough, they got unbelievable cameras with impressive zooms nowadays.
Oh yeah.
So as long as it's high enough that you can't hear it, that they could still be getting a nice clear image.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, but they're still not able to zoom over Earth curvature. That just gets.
Oh, definitely not yet. I'm sorry, guys. I got to go mute. I have a phone call. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
I think that drone I posted is the same one that Clay Under Seal posted. It looks like it might be the same one.
Yeah. Very similar.
What are you doing?
Huh? There you go. Zippity doo.
Speaking of drones, don't they debunk a spinning Earth?
No, because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. Remember?
Oh, so it's like Velcroed together.
Yeah, something like that. I was just talking yesterday to Matthew about this. I said it makes sense ? That wind goes in a westward direction. And he said, yeah, absolutely. So it makes sense that wind would be going faster than the spin of the Earth. And he's like, yeah, it makes perfect sense. And I said, okay.
Yeah, I was watching a video recently, and I guess this guy emailed a MIT professor or something like that, and asking him like how he would prove that the Earth spins or moves, and he basically was like, "Well, generally, the wind." Wow, really? Generally speaking, the wind.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
rigorous there, brother. I'm sure they MIT. I'm sure they have those same standards. Dummy.
Yeah. I mean, I had shared this website before. I like to post in the chat because when I look at it, there is a certain level of order to it. You know, there's a lot of eastward wind, and then there's a bunch of westward wind, and then below that there's a bunch of eastward wind, and then there's a bunch of, you know, it goes back and forth. It alternates over and over again. To the bottom, it's eastward, and then it's westward, and so on and so on. I just find that interesting.
Yeah, the wind blows in all directions on the Earth, really, at the same time. All directions.
For
that's
sure.
How you know it's a spinning globe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I asked that question to Matthew, and he was like, "It makes perfect sense." And he said Coriolis and air pressure with those two forces combined.
Oh my God.
You know, it makes
When
perfect sense.
Coriolis is not a force.
So here's the issue that I have with that. You're claiming that, I mean, these people are claiming that the Earth is making the wind. End of sentence. Okay. So why does it make sense that, like, why does it make sense that any input energy would have a net positive outcome?
Yeah, because the wind goes faster than the spin of the Earth. You're absolutely right.
Oh, okay.
How is that even? How's that even possible?
Yeah.
Because the wind generally from here where I live, it comes from the west coast, and then pretty much goes east, and it goes northeast, southeast. It does all, various different directions, and every now and then we'll have an east wind that comes down the mountains, and boy, is that something to see.
But if I say conservation of energy, then I can just weasel out of that.
Yeah, no, but that's the whole. It's the contradiction of the conservation of energy to say that the Earth spin could result in a higher speed.
But then I could just say you don't understand conservation of energy. I still am a weasel and pretend like I win.
Well, you can make your mouth say anything. That doesn't mean it's right.
This would also be my if I were playing that game, I would say, if I was playing this game, I would say, well, it's because of the mass of the Earth that there's a net positive outcome. But that's a specious thing to say, because then you have to go, oh yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
I don't know about that one, Gospel.
Wait, but if I hit, did you say math? Because if
You're
I hit
stretching the
enter on
goalposts there a bit.
then that means I'm right.
MASS.
Oh, math. Okay.
Yeah, MASS. Well, I know it's a stretch, but my point is, oftentimes these types of arguments are made that on the surface do sound possible. I mean, look at this. This is how about this for a location? Look at these arrows. I'll post this in the chat. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay. Are these water directions or wind directions?
These are wind directions.
Okay.
Toward and away from.
Gravity.
Toward and away from. You just poke around on there and look at the different spots, and then you can click on a spot. And it'll tell you the direction and the speed. But yeah, I mean, you just find different spots like that are really fascinating. And that's
and anytime it's going the same direction as the spin, that means it's going faster than the spin. So that makes no sense. I mean, I can't possibly figure out how that could even possibly happen.
Listen, the great mass of the Earth has more energy in it than the lesser mass of the atmosphere, and therefore, hey, I can sound like a smart guy too.
Yeah. Well, I kind of look like at it like this: if the Earth were spinning, then you've got all these mountains sticking up, and it would be like putting fan blades on a ball and then spinning it, and put it in a smoke, put it in a container of smoke, put a rod through the ball like it's on an axis, and then put some fins on it, little fins that are mountains sticking up, and then spin that ball and look at what the smoke would do.
But
nothing.
The Earth is just so
it would be nothing like what's going on the Earth. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's just so big. Why would you expect that? We wouldn't expect to see that.
What I would expect is something like that to fall out of your mouth.
I hate when they say that, dude. We wouldn't expect to have the evidence that you're looking for. Like, dude, really?
Yeah. Good old fashioned begging the question, right? Alrighty. Apply.
On the road again.
Hey, howdy. Please
Hi.
use.
Can't wait to get on the road again.
I'm in between where I live and where I'm going. Feel me?
Well, just put the car in neutral, let the Earth rotate underneath, and then you'll be fine.
No, it's too slow. 500 miles an hour plus is too slow. I got to get there sooner.
Wait, just go closer to the equator, and then it'll be 1,000 miles an hour.
And I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm fighting Coriolis as it is.
Yeah, true. Forgot.
Yeah.
And gravity. Wow.
And I'm fighting it all. And I just got a full tank of gas, and I drive a Jeep, so gas mileage is meh. And I just paid $52 for a full tank. That's not unheard of.
Lucky. It was 70.
I know.
In my pilot, it was like $74 to fill up the other day, and it wasn't even all the way low.
If you filled up for $50, you must have an awfully small tank.
52. No, check it out. It's a 15-gallon tank, or 16. But what was I going to say? Oh, I was driving through Iowa to get to where I'm going, and Iowa has ethanol gas that was like $3.60 or something a gallon.
Wow.
Yeah. Flex fuel, but I was like, dude, I don't have flex fuel. Fucking give me that gas. So, yeah.
It ran okay on it?
Huh?
It ran okay on the flex
Running
fuel?
fine so far. She's a tank, man. This Jeep's fine. She's good to go.
You said you owe her. What do you owe her? Why? What
do I owe any? What?
You said Iowa. What do you owe her? Iowa?
Oh.
Iowa who?
Dude,
I'm just messing
no,
up.
you know what IOWA stands for? Idiots out wandering around.
Aw. I used to live there. There's a lot of good people in that state. I actually really enjoyed.
Check this out. First time I ever went to Iowa or in those states in the middle of the country, I was headed across I-80 going to Chicago. And when I got passing through some of those towns, now this might sound a little bit weird or rude, but when I got out to fill gas up at a couple of these little towns along the way, I looked at these people and I thought, oh my God, These are nothing but a bunch of inbreds.
How dare you?
I know.
Well, I hear you.
I never seen anybody. Never seen
a lot of
people
big
look like